The Hogwarts library was still and dim, long past curfew, the moonlight filtering through the high windows like thin blades of silver. Most students would have long since retreated to the safety of their common rooms, but not Hermione Granger. Not tonight. Her footsteps echoed softly as she moved deeper into the restricted section, the invisibility cloak she'd borrowed from Harry tucked under one arm, no longer needed. She had memorized the patrol routes of Filch and Mrs. Norris, and more importantly, she no longer cared if she was caught. Rules had once meant everything to her. Now they were just boundaries for others to follow. She paused before a shelf lined with cracked spines and tattered parchment. The book she wanted was bound in dragon hide, nearly invisible unless one knew precisely where to look. She whispered the incantation, her fingers brushing across the rough cover. A chill ran up her spine. The book vibrated softly beneath her touch, alive with magic, old and wrong. Dark truths of the mind and soul. It hadn't taken much to find the name. She had overheard a conversation between Professors Snape and Dumbledore about magical ethics, and one phrase had stood out. A brilliant witch, but if she ever turned, she could be unstoppable. They hadn't said her name. They hadn't needed to. Hermione had always known she was powerful. More than the teachers let on, more than Harry or Ron truly understood. She had tried again and again to do what was right, what was good. But lately, good had begun to feel limiting. She opened the book. It didn't scream like most dark tomes were said to do. Instead, it whispered soft and subtle, like it knew her already. Page after page described spells that twisted will, altered memory, corrupted minds with surgical precision. It was horrifying and irresistible. Her fingers trembled as she traced the rune for Dominatus Mentem, a spell to break free will and shape a person's thoughts. Hermione swallowed hard. She should close the book. She should run. But she didn't. She sat down, knees folded beneath her, and began to read in earnest. The next few days were normal on the surface. Classes passed, Ron joked, Harry planned Quidditch practice, and Hermione sat in her usual seat, taking notes. But something had shifted in her. A thought she couldn't shake. What if the world didn't need saving? What if it needed reshaping? She watched as Malfoy ridiculed a first year and walked away untouched. She watched as the Ministry released another flawed decree. Even Dumbledore, in all his wisdom, had failed to fix the growing tensions in the wizarding world. Hermione began to see it all more clearly now, not as chaos, but opportunity. She tested the first spell on a mouse in the common room, muttering incantations under her breath as she feigned studying. The creature froze, eyes glazed. It turned slowly, walked a perfect figure eight, then stopped at her foot, waiting for instruction. It had worked. Later, she tried it on a Slytherin boy who always mocked Muggleborns. She whispered the enchantment as he passed her in the corridor. He stopped, blinked, and then smiled at her, warmly. Too warmly. He complimented her. Apologized. Then walked away, confused and dazed. He wouldn't remember the moment, not fully. Just a vague admiration. Power thrummed beneath her skin like heat. She felt alive. It wasn't long before Harry noticed something was off. "You okay?" he asked one night in the common room. "You've been quiet." "I'm just thinking," Hermione replied, not looking up from her book. She had learned not to lie, not really. Truth shaded with omission worked better. "You've been reading that same book for 3 days," Ron muttered, frowning. "Weird title. Shadows of Influence? That's not for charms, is it?" She gave them a small smile. "Extra credit." They exchanged glances, but dropped it. At night, she snuck back to the restricted section. The spells she practiced grew darker. Complex rituals involving silence and control. She learned how to shield her intentions from legitimacy, how to implant suggestions into dreams. She took notes in a tiny, warded notebook enchanted to erase its contents if anyone else opened it. Every day, her mind grew sharper, her magic stronger. She no longer flinched at the ethical questions. She justified them. The world was broken. People were flawed. Only someone with clarity could fix it. One night, as she stood by the Black Lake, wand in hand, she whispered, "Let them follow rules. I'll write new ones." The tipping point came on a Tuesday morning. Harry burst into the common room, face pale. Someone attacked Dean. "What?" Hermione asked, startled despite herself. He said his mind felt wrong, like someone tried to take over. He's in the hospital wing. They don't know what happened. Her stomach twisted, not in guilt but in concern. Someone else was using similar magic. Sloppy, reckless. She needed to find out who. Or stop them. She looked to Harry. Do you think it was a student? He nodded grimly. Dumbledore does. Hermione bit her lip, mind racing. It wasn't her. She had been careful. But someone else was experimenting. She couldn't allow that. Only she could be trusted with such knowledge. Only she could use it wisely. In that moment, Hermione Granger made her decision. She would find the other practitioner. She would take their knowledge. And then she would rise. Hermione moved quickly through the corridors, her prefect badge flashing under her robes as an excuse for wandering outside classes. The rumors about Dean Thomas's strange episode had spread like fiendfire, igniting whispers in every corner of the castle. Everyone was frightened, but Hermione was focused. Who else could have learned what she had? The restricted section wasn't easy to access, unless someone had help. Unless someone was like her. She narrowed her suspects. There were only a few students as advanced as driven. 6th and 7th years mostly. Some Ravenclaws, maybe a Slytherin or two. But one name came to mind over and over again. Edward Nott. Silent, clever, always in the back of the library. She had once seen him pocket a copy of Curses of Ancient Persia without checking it out. More importantly, she had seen the way he watched others, like he was dissecting them. She decided to test him. Hermione waited until Thursday after potions and bumped into him deliberately outside the dungeons. Her books scattered on the floor. "Oh, sorry," she said, feigning fluster. Edward bent to help her, his wand already out to summon a few books into a neat stack. "My fault." Hermione met his gaze. "You're in the library often, aren't you?" He raised an eyebrow. "Observant. I've been looking for a few advanced texts. Hard to find. I thought maybe you'd know where to start." There was a flicker in his expression, a flash of amusement. "Depends what kind of books you mean. Let's just say, not the sort Madame Pants recommends." That was the hook. Edward gave a faint, knowing smirk. "Meet me after dinner. West Corridor. Bring no one." Hermione watched him leave, her mind already 2 steps ahead. She didn't intend to learn from him. She intended to eliminate him. The corridor was empty and dark when she arrived. Suits of armor loomed along the walls like silent sentinels. Edward stepped out from behind a pillar, his expression unreadable. "Didn't think you'd come," he said. "I'm curious," Hermione replied. He pulled out a worn notebook and flipped it open. "You want real power, Granger? Not the Dumbledore-approved version? This is what you need." She stepped forward, eyes flicking over the pages. Summoning rituals, mental projection, obedience runes. Dangerous knowledge. "You didn't learn this from Hogwarts," she murmured. He smiled. "No. I've been studying my father's old journals." He had connections. Hermione reached into her robe slowly, as if for her own notes. Instead, her wand snapped up. "Obliviate." Edward staggered, blinking rapidly. Petrificus totalis. He collapsed in a rigid heap, unmoving. Hermione stepped over him calmly, pressing her fingers to his temple. Legilimens. His mind was chaotic, swirling with fragments of incantations, memories of dark rituals, a blurred image of a cloaked figure teaching him. But it was amateur. Messy. He had barely scratched the surface of what Hermione already understood. She extracted what she needed, then stepped back. With a flick of her wand, she cast a modified memory charm, not just wiping but replacing his memory. Edward Nott would now believe he had been caught sneaking fire whiskey and punished with detention. The threat was neutralized. But something else disturbed her. In his memories, the cloaked figure was female. Not a professor. Not someone she recognized. Someone else was out there. She wasn't the only one with a plan. Back in the common room, Harry was arguing with Ron about whether Dean's curse had anything to do with the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione slipped into her seat and opened a Transfiguration book. "Hermione, what do you think?" Harry asked. "Could it be something like the diary again?" Hermione tilted her head. "Possibly. But I think this is more deliberate. Less wild magic, more calculated." "You've changed," Ron said suddenly. "You've been acting different lately." "Focused," Hermione corrected. "Not different." Harry gave her a look, searching her face. She kept her expression perfectly neutral. After a moment, he let it go. They weren't ready to understand. Not yet. That night, she cast a tracking charm on every restricted book she had studied. If someone else tried to take them, she would know. She set wards on her own hidden notebook, using runes she had copied from an ancient Sumerian binding ritual. Her room was a fortress now, warded from entry, protected from scrying. No one would steal her work. At breakfast the next morning, Dumbledore made an announcement. "A new protocol," he said, his voice heavy. "Due to recent events, all students are to be monitored for any signs of magical tampering. Prefects, you will report directly to your heads of house. And be discreet." Hermione's heart jumped. They were tightening the net. She wasn't ready for exposure. Not yet, but she wasn't worried. If anything, this made it easier. As a prefect, she would be at the center of information, trusted by staff, able to track the investigation from the inside. Let them search for a shadow. She was the candle casting it. The next clue came during Ancient Runes class. Professor Babbling passed out old texts on mind-binding glyphs, meant only for theoretical study. But as Hermione read through hers, she felt a jolt of familiarity. The design etched into the page matched one she had seen in Edward's Stolen Memories, on a wall. Not a book. A physical place. It was in the castle. After class, she hurried to a forgotten corridor near the third-floor girls' bathroom. She cast a revealing charm and waited. Nothing happened. But then she noticed the bricks, one slightly lighter than the others. She pressed her wand to it. Click. The wall slid open. A hidden passage. Hermione stepped inside, her heart racing. The air smelled of ink, wax, and parchment. She descended a stone staircase into darkness, her wand tip glowing faintly. She entered a chamber. It was a study, books everywhere, candles floating above desks, and a map of Hogwarts pinned to the wall with several sections marked in crimson ink. Someone had been planning. Watching. A second notebook lay open on the desk. The handwriting wasn't hers. Another player had entered the game. Hermione smiled coldly. This just got interesting. The chamber was perfectly silent, and Hermione took her time absorbing every detail. Whoever this mystery student was, they were methodical. Every book on the shelves was annotated in the margins. There were stacks of parchment sorted by theme: memory magic, compulsion, ward breaching. She ran her fingers along the edge of a desk drawer and opened it with a charm. Inside were 4 vials of a potion she recognized immediately, Veritaserum. Her breath caught. This wasn't amateur work. This was prepared, intentional, and dangerous. Whoever this was, they weren't simply dabbling, they were building something. A strategy. A weapon. She examined the open notebook, careful not to disturb the ink. Subject not unreliable. Easily manipulated. Will test his resilience to compulsion if he survives Granger. Hermione's blood ran cold. They knew about her. They had predicted her move, maybe even orchestrated it. She flipped through more pages, her eyes darting across notes and diagrams. One entry stopped her. Granger is more advanced than expected. Must determine her endgame. Do not confront yet. Observe. Learn. Mirror her methods if necessary. A chill settled over Hermione's shoulders. She wasn't the hunter anymore. She was part of the hunt. She closed the notebook carefully, taking only one parchment for study, a page detailing a spell she hadn't seen before. Prelum Veritas, a charm designed to reveal magical manipulation in a person's recent behavior. It could expose both her and the other player if used correctly. Useful but dangerous. She stepped away from the desk and began warding the room with silent, intricate movements. Tracing protective glyphs over the entrance, she sealed the chamber behind her with a curse only she knew. No one would enter again unless she allowed it. As she climbed back up the stairs, her mind was racing. Who is it? She doubted it was a Slytherin. Too obvious, too easy to suspect. Ravenclaw, maybe. Someone analytical, who preferred to manipulate from the shadows. She thought of Terry Boot and his recent fascination with magical psychology. He'd borrowed a book on emotional enchantments just last week. Or maybe Padma Patil, quiet and observant with top marks in runes. Then again, perhaps it wasn't a student at all. No, it had to be. The handwriting had a youthful rhythm. Someone her age. Someone smart. She would figure it out. And when she did, they'd regret crossing her. The next morning, Hermione intercepted Professor McGonagall outside Transfiguration. "Professor, I'd like permission to use the library's special reserve shelves. I'm researching magical influence theory for an advanced arithmancy project." McGonagall gave her a sharp look, clearly surprised. "Those books are not light reading, Miss Granger." "I understand," Hermione said, "but I believe the information could help with the recent disturbances." McGonagall hesitated. Then slowly she nodded. "I'll speak to Madame Pants. You'll have supervised access for 1 hour each evening." "Perfect." In her allowed time, Hermione didn't just read, she scanned, absorbed, and copied. She was no longer playing catch-up to her rival. She was preparing to dominate. By the 4th night, she had a list of every known magical signature that could trace mental manipulation, a spell to deflect Veritaserum, and a theoretical blueprint for creating a magical double to serve as a decoy in high-risk scenarios. She began keeping 2 copies of her research, one cursed to erase itself if removed from her possession, the other a carefully edited version filled with false leads. She also started shadowing students, quietly watching who lingered near the library's forbidden aisles, who asked unusual questions, who paid attention when they thought no one noticed. Parvati Patil was eliminated quickly, too focused on divination. Terry Boot was still a maybe, but lacked subtlety. He was too nervous to be a true threat. Then she saw her. Susan Bones. The Hufflepuff was clever, underestimated, and always had access to the Ministry's lesser-known archives through her aunt. Hermione had overlooked her. Everyone did. But that afternoon, in the library, Susan pulled a copy of Cognitive Hexes and their subtle effects from the shelf and tucked it into her bag without looking around. Hermione's eyes narrowed. The game just turned. Hermione didn't approach Susan directly. Not yet. Instead, she crafted a test. She passed Susan in the corridor and accidentally dropped a scroll, letting a slip of parchment poke out. One with a fragment of a made-up spell, Mentis Fractura, with just enough fake notes to appear legitimate and dangerous. Hours later, the scroll was gone. Bait taken. That night, she followed Susan through the hallways beneath a disillusionment charm. The girl moved casually, as if she had no secrets to hide, but Hermione saw it. The hesitation before turning a corner. The deliberate glance at the Marauder's map copy she held. Susan entered a disused classroom on the 5th floor and closed the door behind her. Hermione approached slowly. She listened. The door was silenced. Smart. She cast Audire Noctem, a sound detection charm focused through the keyhole. "Too similar to Granger's pattern," Susan's voice said softly. "She'll see it. I need to change approach. Trigger the second decoy. Test her loyalty to Potter. Force a reaction." Hermione froze. This wasn't just a game to Susan. She was studying her like a specimen. Hermione's hand tightened around her wand. For a moment, she considered going in, ending it now. But no, not yet. Susan didn't know she had been discovered. That ignorance would be her downfall. Hermione turned and slipped away, her heart pounding, not from fear, but from anticipation. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry and Ron were in another debate about Quidditch. Hermione sat down beside them, smiling to herself. "Hermione, you're quiet again," Harry said. "You all right? Just thinking," she replied sweetly. "About who we can trust." Ron rolled his eyes. "That's a short list." Harry chuckled. "Well, we've got each other." Hermione smiled wider. "Of course we do." But in her mind, she was already building the next trap. Let Susan Bones think she was the puppeteer. She was just another string in Hermione's hand. Susan Bones was clever. Clever enough to cover her tracks, change her routines, and alter her schedule each day just slightly. But not clever enough to realize that Hermione had already memorized her patterns, her tells, her weaknesses. A short breath before casting, a glance over her shoulder before every lie. Hermione saw all of it. She waited patiently for the right moment. If she moved too soon, Susan might vanish underground, and the trail would go cold. But if she waited just long enough. The moment came 3 days later. Susan left the Hufflepuff common room just before curfew and wandered toward the greenhouses, claiming she needed to collect Moondew for a potions assignment. Hermione followed at a distance, once again cloaked by a disillusionment charm. She was silent, invisible, cold. Susan didn't go to the greenhouses. She went past them, straight into the forbidden forest. Hermione paused behind the last stone of the castle wall, watching her target disappear into the tree line. No hesitation. No fear. Like she'd done it before. Very well, Hermione thought. Let's walk in darkness. The trees closed in around her like silent spectators. Hermione moved quickly, casting a soft lumos under her breath. The path Susan followed was narrow, barely visible. And it was marked, symbols scratched into bark, hidden from most eyes. Warding glyphs, just like the ones in the underground chamber. Whoever Susan was working with, or for, they were no ordinary student. This was advanced. Hermione followed until the forest opened into a small clearing with a stone altar at the center. Candles hovered above it in still air, untouched by wind or time. Susan stood there, reading from a scroll, the words whispered but thick with power. Hermione watched from behind a tree. Flecto voluntatem, obscura revelar. Presidium dissolvi. Hermione's eyes widened. A ward-breaking ritual. One meant to pierce protection spells. Exactly the kind of magic needed to breach Hogwarts' defenses. Was Susan trying to infiltrate something deeper? The headmaster's office? The Department of Mysteries via the Flu Network? Or maybe, Hermione's own protections? Susan finished the incantation and burned the scroll in a green flame. She stood there a moment, breathing hard, then turned. Hermione dropped the disillusionment charm. Hello, Susan. Susan flinched, wand half raised before she recognized her. Hermione, she said, composing herself quickly. What are you doing here? I could ask the same. Susan hesitated. I had permission. For research. Hermione smiled slightly. Into what? Ancient ritual magic? Subversion glyphs? Or maybe how to manipulate Veritasrum resistance. The other girl's mask cracked, just for a moment. Then she stepped back. You're not going to understand, Hermione. Not unless you've seen what the Ministry hides. What they did to my aunt. What they covered up after the war. Hermione blinked. What are you talking about? The war isn't over, Susan said. The Death Eaters weren't the only ones using forbidden magic. There are secrets buried beneath this castle. Ones Dumbledore protects. Ones that could change everything if we unlock them. You think this is noble? Hermione asked. Using manipulation and mind curses to unlock the truth. No, but it's necessary. Hermione stared at her for a long moment. Then I suppose we're not so different. Before Susan could react, Hermione flicked her wand and sent a jet of red light across the clearing. Susan dodged, rolling behind the altar. You don't want to do this. I already have, Hermione replied. The duel was swift, brutal. Susan was fast, her curses sharp and well-aimed. But Hermione was faster. She knew Susan's rhythm now, knew when she'd counter, when she'd retreat. A perfectly timed Confundus hex shattered Susan's focus. A Petrificus totalis pinned her to the grass. Hermione approached slowly. This didn't have to be you, she said softly. But you made yourself a threat. Susan struggled against the spell, eyes wide with fury. I'll undo it later, Hermione said. After I take what I need. She placed her fingers gently against Susan's temple. Legilimens. Susan's mind opened like a cabinet forced too quickly. Memories crashing into her. Flashes of an underground meeting room. A figure with no face giving her orders. A journal bound in dragon hide covered in blood runes. But there was something else. Something that didn't belong. Another memory. One that wasn't hers. A hand, long-fingered and wrinkled, touching her mind. Dumbledore. His voice low and calm. You'll tell her what I instructed. She must believe it's her path, not ours. Do this for the Order. Hermione gasped and stepped back, wand dropping slightly. Dumbledore? He had planted Susan. This wasn't just another rival student. This was a test. A manipulation. He had used her. Hermione stared at Susan for a long moment, her hands trembling. The girl lay frozen, still locked in place by the spell. You think you're so clever, old man, Hermione whispered. But you have no idea what I've seen. With one last flick of her wand, she erased her presence from Susan's memory of the encounter. Not just a simple obliviate, but a reshaping of truth. Susan would believe she succeeded in her ritual. That Hermione had never been there. Then Hermione turned and disappeared into the trees. That night, she stared out the Gryffindor Tower window, arms crossed over her chest. Dumbledore wasn't simply watching from afar. He was testing her, steering her, which meant he knew. And if he knew, he had to be dealt with. Not now. Not yet. But soon. Her plans had shifted. She no longer had just a rival in the shadows. She had a puppet master. And Hermione Granger did not play anyone's puppet. The next morning, Hermione sat perfectly still at breakfast, her spoon stirring her porridge long after it had gone cold. The chatter around her faded into background noise. Susan Bones had returned to her house as if nothing had happened, which meant the memory charm had held. But the real problem was elsewhere, sitting at the staff table with twinkling eyes and a grandfatherly smile. Dumbledore. He'd sent Susan as a pawn. Why? To test her? To steer her? To manipulate her from the shadows like he had done to Harry for years? Hermione's lips curled into a slight frown. She'd always admired Dumbledore, trusted him. But now that trust had shattered, like glass under a dragon's foot, she turned to Harry beside her. Are you still seeing Dumbledore for those private lessons? He looked up mid-bite. Yeah, once a week. Why? She hesitated, measuring her words carefully. What does he teach you? Harry shrugged. It's complicated. Mostly about Voldemort. Prophecies. Controlling my emotions. Sometimes we talk about the Horcruxes. And you trust him? Harry gave her a strange look. Of course I do. It's Dumbledore. Hermione nodded, expression unreadable. Right. Of course. But deep inside, a new plan was already forming. Over the next week, Hermione maintained her perfect image. She answered questions in class, helped Neville with herbology, even complimented Lavender on her divination chart. But behind her kind smile, she was moving pieces across an invisible board. First, she charmed one of the library's enchanted quills to copy the contents of any book it touched, making it easier to gather information without raising Madame Pance's suspicions. Next, she brewed a potion that could mimic the after-effects of emotional distress. Flushed skin, trembling fingers, red eyes. Perfect for staging the illusion of a breakdown. People rarely questioned someone who looked like they were falling apart. Then, she began laying groundwork for something deeper. She started small with Ron. Ron, she said one evening in the common room, her voice low. I think someone's watching Harry. His head snapped up. What? Who? I don't know yet. But I've noticed strange movements. Patterns. And I don't think it's Malfoy. Ron furrowed his brows, clearly suspicious. You think it's one of the professors? Hermione gave a slow, uncertain nod. Possibly. I think we need to be careful. Especially around Dumbledore. He stared at her in disbelief. Dumbledore? Hermione, come on. He's the reason Harry's still alive. I'm not saying he's evil, Ron. Just that he's hiding things. From us. From Harry. Ron's silence was telling. She'd planted the seed. Now it just needed time to grow. Meanwhile, Hermione returned to the chamber beneath the castle. She hadn't entered since sealing it off, but now she needed what was inside. The false books, the fabricated notes, the pages with subtle tracking charms she had slipped into the hands of other students. She was building a network, one the professors didn't even know existed. Every slip of information, every action in Hogwarts could be traced. She was watching now. Everyone, including Harry. She'd seen how close he was growing to Luna Lovegood. Luna, with her dreamy voice and blunt observations, had seen through Hermione once before. Not entirely, but enough to warrant caution. So Hermione crafted a moment. In the corridor near the astronomy tower, she dropped a folded note, carefully aged and dirted to look accidental. Luna picked it up, her pale eyes widening as she read. The black feather falls when the moon is wrong. Trust no echo, especially from within. Cryptic. Poetic. Exactly the kind of message Luna would obsess over. That night, Hermione cast a charm from the far end of the Ravenclaw corridor and watched Luna pause in front of a mirror and stare long and hard at her reflection. Paranoia was easy to provoke when wrapped in riddles. One more unpredictable variable neutralized. The final piece fell into place a few nights later when Hermione received a message in her enchanted mirror. A voice, low and distorted, whispered, "You are not the only one. We see you." She smiled. So the real enemy was ready to reveal themselves. The message was anonymous, layered with masking spells, delivered through old order communication channels. But it was clear. Someone knew what she was doing. Someone who wasn't Susan, and definitely not Dumbledore. Someone else was playing the game. She stood by the window of the Gryffindor common room, staring out at the stars. Her reflection in the glass was sharper than usual, her eyes colder, more focused. Good. Let them come. She was ready. In Dumbledore's office, the old wizard poured himself a cup of tea and stared into the swirling pensive beside him. Within its depths, a flickering memory played. Hermione Granger, standing over an unconscious Susan Bones, wand in hand. He sighed. She's adapting faster than expected, he murmured. But not yet beyond our reach. A shape moved in the shadows behind him, Severus Snape. She's slipping, headmaster, Snape said. Too many variables. She may not return. Dumbledore's voice was calm, but laced with something deeper, resignation. Perhaps. But it must play out. She must choose the path herself. Only then will we know if she can survive it. Snape said nothing, but his frown deepened. Dumbledore looked into the pensive again, watching the girl he once believed would change the world, and now might destroy it. Hermione sat in the library, a stack of books beside her, and a single enchanted quill copying notes from a text on magical ethics. Her eyes weren't on the page, though. They were fixed on a nearby table where Ginny Weasley and Dean Thomas whispered and giggled, completely unaware that Hermione's wand, tucked discreetly under her sleeve, was recording every word. She didn't need their gossip, but she needed to know what everyone was saying. Hogwarts had turned into a hive, and Hermione was now its queen. Information was power, and power was the only currency that mattered anymore. A soft flicker from the enchanted mirror in her pocket drew her attention. She excused herself from the library with a practiced yawn and made her way to an abandoned classroom on the 4th floor. The mirror buzzed again. Hermione placed it flat on a desk and cast a muffling charm around the room. "Reveal," she whispered. The surface shimmered, and the voice returned. "You went too far with Susan." Hermione smirked. "She'll live. Not that you seem particularly concerned for her well-being. You're not exactly saints, are you? We're not here to be saints. We're here to change the game. And you've already joined it, whether you admit it or not." She folded her arms. "Who are you? Call us the Ember Circle. We're survivors of broken promises. We've been watching Dumbledore manipulate lives for years. Yours. Potter's. Long before you even realized." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "So what, you're some underground resistance? A secret club of bitter X-Order members?" The voice chuckled softly. "We're more than that. We know the castle's secrets, the enchantments woven into its very stones. And we know what Dumbledore fears most, someone who can outthink him. And you think that's me?" A pause. "Then, we know it is." Hermione paced slowly, her thoughts quick and sharp. "If I join you, what do I gain? Protection, knowledge, freedom, the chance to tear down the illusions and rebuild something better. And what do you want in return? A single task. One will reveal when the time is right." Hermione narrowed her eyes. "I'm not your tool. No, you're the scalpel. But even a scalpel must be pointed in the right direction." The mirror went dark. Hermione stood in silence, her mind already churning. The Ember Circle. Not Susan. Not just Dumbledore. A third force in play. Good. Let them all move their pieces. She would play all sides until she was the only one left holding the board. That night, she visited the room of requirement for the first time in weeks. The room, responding to her intent, transformed into a sprawling map of the castle. A glowing grid with markers indicating every known passage, every moving painting, every hidden stairwell. She added new layers. Tracking charms, mimic spells, remote sensing wards, all subtly cast on students, professors, and ghosts alike. She could now observe from afar, unseen, untouchable. And yet, one dot on the map remained frustratingly inconsistent. Harry Potter. He had always been unpredictable. Not because he was clever. He wasn't, not really, but because chaos followed him like a shadow. And Hermione needed order. So she began manipulating that chaos. She planted whispers near Seamus about Harry's mood swings. Hinted to Neville that Harry had been talking to portraits late at night. Slipped a cursed dreamstone under his pillow that would twist his sleep with doubt and fear. Small things. Subtle. Enough to fray the edges of trust. By the end of the week, Harry was more isolated than he realized. And she was the only one still checking in on him, asking him to trust her. But then Luna struck back. Hermione found it the next morning, on her desk in the arithmancy classroom. A folded page from the Quibbler, the headline scribbled over in ink. When mirrors lie, how truth hides in the shape of a friend. She crushed the paper in her fist. Luna hadn't cracked her network, but she'd seen enough to know something was wrong. Hermione would have to deal with her soon. But not yet. Not when something bigger was happening. That night, the enchanted mirror glowed again. "It's time," the Ember Circle whispered. "There's a vault beneath the dungeons. One even Dumbledore can't reach. We need you to open it." Hermione's breath caught. "I thought you wanted to break the system." "We do. And what's inside that vault can do it." "What's in it?" "Truth." Hermione stared at the mirror. "I'll consider it. You'll decide quickly. The clock is turning." The mirror went dark once more. The next morning, Hermione stepped into Dumbledore's office, uninvited. The headmaster looked up from his desk, eyebrows raised. "Miss Granger, to what do I owe the surprise?" "I know what you're doing," she said softly. "The manipulation. The secrets. The lies. Using people like pieces." Dumbledore didn't flinch. "I only guide when needed. You test everyone. You push people to their limits, and if they break, you call it a lesson. And yet you haven't broken." Hermione's eyes burned. "No, but I see the cracks. And I know you fear what I might become." Dumbledore leaned back slowly. "I fear no student, Hermione. But I mourn the ones who lose themselves chasing something they don't understand." She turned to leave. "You once told Harry that choices define us," she said at the door. "Just remember, you don't get to decide who chooses what." She walked out without another word, her mind made up. The vault would be opened. And whatever truth lay inside, it would belong to her. Hermione stood in the shadowed corridor behind the tapestry of Agrippa the Aggressive, her wand clenched tightly and her breath slow. Midnight had come and gone, and the castle had fallen into silence. Not even Filch's cat prowled here tonight. The Ember Circle's directions had been maddeningly vague. Underneath the Black Serpent. Past the fourth torch. A step through silence. But Hermione had deciphered the clues. The Black Serpent referred to a carving in the Slytherin dungeon wall, one student's rarely noticed. A torch with faded flame runes marked the place. The silence referred to a spell, Silencio cast not on others, but on herself. Only then had the stone beneath her feet clicked open. Now she descended into shadow. The stairway curved sharply, twisting deeper than any basement chamber should go. Cold air brushed her skin, and the silence down here was unnatural, like magic was thick in the very walls. Finally, the stairs ended at a circular door, metal and old, marked by runes older than Hogwarts itself. At its center was a shallow stone basin, and a single word etched in infernal script. "Worthy." Hermione stared at the basin. Blood magic. Of course it was. She didn't hesitate. She drew her wand across her palm and let 3 drops fall into the basin. The metal door groaned. Runes flared red, then green, then silence. The door slid open. She stepped inside. The vault was nothing like she expected. No piles of artifacts or cursed scrolls. No floating tomes or dark relics. Instead, the room was calm, round, clean stone walls. A single pedestal at the center held a small obsidian cube, humming softly with restrained magic. Hermione approached it slowly. No traps triggered. No warnings flared. She reached out and touched it. The moment her fingers made contact, her mind exploded. She stood in a world made of memory. Flashes of the past rushed before her, faster than thought. Images she had never seen but instantly understood. A young Dumbledore shaking hands with Gellert Grindelwald, eyes full of fire. A scroll, the true prophecy, far older than the one Sybil Trelawney delivered. Snape, weeping over Lily's body, not in her home, but in a room Hermione recognized, the room of requirement. A ritual. Not Voldemort's. Not Grindelwald's. Dumbledore's. A plan. A cycle. Set in motion to reshape the magical world. The girl chosen to tip the scale? Hermione. She screamed. She dropped the cube, gasping, the echo of the memories still thundering in her head. They had chosen her long ago. Before Hogwarts. Before she even knew what magic was. Everything, her placement in Gryffindor, her friendship with Harry, her obsession with knowledge, had been nudged, guided. Watched. She had never been free. Not until now. When she emerged from the vault, dawn was only a faint promise on the horizon. The Ember Circle contacted her instantly, as if they had been waiting. Did you see it? Hermione's voice was flat. I saw enough. Now you understand why it must all fall. She stared down the corridor, her mind racing. Why tell me? Why not destroy it yourselves? Because the system made you. And only the creation can tear down its creator. Hermione didn't respond. She ended the connection and walked slowly back to the Gryffindor common room. Her palm still stung from the blood cut, but she didn't heal it. The pain was grounding. She entered just as the sun broke over the hills. Harry was still asleep on the couch near the fire. A book slipped from his hand. She stared at him for a long time. He'd never understand. He never could. He wasn't meant to. Hermione turned toward the girls' dormitory, every step deliberate. This wasn't about revenge anymore. It was about rebirth. And the first to fall would be the man who built the lie. Hermione didn't attend her classes that day. Instead, she slipped through the castle like a ghost, silent and unnoticed, pulling at threads that would soon unravel everything. She transfigured her uniform robes into an older, more tattered style, making herself look smaller, forgettable, and harder to track. People remembered the clever girl with the prefect badge. No one would remember a shadow. She visited places she hadn't in months, the Ollery, the abandoned classroom where Slughorn used to store spare cauldrons, the broken suit of armor outside the Hufflepuff dormitories. Every location had a purpose. Every movement was part of the plan. Because now, she wasn't just gathering information. She was sowing destruction. By noon, her first act of subversion was complete. A rewritten scroll was slipped into the ministerial post. A forged document suggesting that Dumbledore had known about Sirius Black's innocence years before the truth came out, and deliberately withheld it to keep Harry motivated. That would take time to spread. She wasn't looking for immediate chaos. Just enough whispers to make even the ministry question Hogwarts' revered headmaster. That same afternoon, she slipped into the restricted section and placed a carefully modified book, Dark Artifacts in Modern Magical History, in plain view. The edition was nearly identical, except for one inserted chapter, a detailed account of Dumbledore's experimentation with forbidden memory transference. Fake. Absolutely. But believable enough. Especially when a curious Ravenclaw would inevitably check it out. People always assumed Ravenclaws were seekers of truth. She knew better. They were seekers of novelty. And a lie dressed as a forbidden truth would spread faster than Dragon Fire. By evening, the first sparks began to flicker. Lavender Brown whispered to Parvati about a letter she heard Dumbledore sent to Fudge 2 years ago, urging Harry's public appearances to be limited, to control his unpredictability. Dean Thomas was heard asking Seamus if he thought the headmaster might have used legilimency to push certain students into specific houses. Colin Creevey took a blurry photo of a flickering rune near the Great Hall and claimed it was a surveillance charm. He wasn't entirely wrong. Hermione watched it all unfold with careful precision, never letting herself be seen as the origin. She didn't need credit. She needed momentum. But not everyone was blind. Luna approached her after dinner, looking half dreamy and half devastated. The stars are shifting, Hermione, she said, voice calm but firm. Your name hums differently now. It used to sound like pages turning. Now it sounds like fire. Hermione gave her a soft smile. You see more than others, Luna. But sometimes fire is necessary. Forests don't grow without it. Luna tilted her head. And what about the creatures living in those forests? Will you burn them too? Hermione didn't answer. Luna didn't wait for one. That night, the mirror buzzed again. Well done, said the voice from the Ember Circle. The school is already shifting. You're ready for phase 2. Hermione crossed her arms. I decide the phases. Then you'll like this. A name. One who once served Dumbledore, who knows more than anyone realizes. If he talks, the tower crumbles. A parchment unfolded from the mirror, glowing slightly with cursed ink. Mundungus Fletcher. Hermione frowned. He's a petty thief. and a very useful one. He stole from Grimmauld Place during the Order's fall. But what he really stole was a memory vial Dumbledore never intended to share. He's hiding in Nocturn Alley. Go to him. Get it. Hermione stared at the name, memorizing every curl of the ink. Then she burned the parchment with a silent incendio. The next morning, she forged a Hogsmeade permission slip, faked a note from McGonagall, and left Hogwarts undetected. Just another hooded figure in the bustling wizarding village. She didn't go to Honeydukes or Zonkos. She bypassed the laughing students and curious shopkeepers and took the hidden path beyond the shrieking shack, vanishing behind a crumbling fence. With a single twist of her wand and a whispered password, Nulla Lux, she stepped through a crack in the world and into the heart of Nocturn Alley. The stench of decay and greed clung to the air. Cloaked witches sold cursed trinkets. Pale children begged with eyes like shadows. This was a place untouched by Hogwarts innocence. It was perfect. She found Mundungus Fletcher in the back of a dingy bar called the Eel's Hook. He was hunched over a pint, reeking of pipe smoke and cheap whiskey. When he looked up and saw her wand drawn, he tried to bolt. She hexed his legs before he could stand. "I don't want your galleons," she said calmly, stepping over his twitching form. "I want the vial you took from Grimmauld Place." His eyes widened. I dunno what you're talking about." Hermione's expression didn't change. She cast a pain curse, Cruciatus Light as she called it. "Enough to terrify. Not enough to scar. Don't insult me." He whimpered, then reached into a hidden pocket. A small crystal vial, murky and cracked. She snatched it, cast a freezing charm on him to keep him quiet, and walked out without another word. Back in the room of requirement, she poured the memory into the pensieve. The scene was brief. Dumbledore, younger and angrier than she'd ever seen, facing a hooded figure. "You said the prophecy could be bent," the stranger hissed. "That she could be trained." "Not trained. Forged," Dumbledore replied, voice grim. "Through pain. Through manipulation. Through illusion. That is how a leader is made. And what if she turns on you?" Then she was never mine to control. The memory dissolved. Hermione stood still. Not in rage. Not in grief. But in something far colder. Conviction. Hermione sat in the room of requirement, the glow of the pensieve still dimming behind her as she traced her fingers across the memory vial. It was warm, like it remembered being alive. Like it remembered her. Her knuckles trembled slightly, not from fear, but from control. She was no longer Hermione Granger, the rule-following, bushy-haired girl desperate for validation. She was becoming something else. Something no prophecy or plan could define. The fire in her had burned too long to be put out now. The betrayal in Dumbledore's voice echoed in her thoughts. Forged through illusion. He never saw her as a person. Only a tool. A device to shape the world he wanted. No more. She stood, the decision already made. Tomorrow she would strike. The following day began as normal as any other. Owls flying through the great hall, breakfast chatter filling the room, the clink of silverware on plates. Hermione walked in late, a stack of books in her arms and a tired look on her face. No one gave her more than a passing glance. Only Luna met her eyes just once before turning away. Harry, Ron, and Ginny chatted at the Gryffindor table. Harry kept glancing at her, but didn't approach. He looked worn lately, his dreams fractured by the cursed stone she'd planted, his confidence shaken. All part of the plan. But today wasn't about Potter. Today was about Dumbledore. The tower was unusually quiet when she arrived. Classes were in session. The gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office didn't protest when she said the password. He had changed it recently, but she had intercepted the note to McGonagall that mentioned it. Clemency. As if he still believed in forgiveness. The staircase spiraled upward, and at the top, the great oaken door opened before she even knocked. Dumbledore was waiting. He sat behind his desk, his fingers steepled, eyes ancient and unreadable. "I wondered how long it would take," he said softly. Hermione stepped inside. "You knew I'd come? I hoped you would. But not like this." She raised the vial. "You created me. You planned everything. My friendships, my struggles. You shaped me like a sculptor carves a statue." His face remained calm. "I guided you, Hermione. That's all." "No," she said, voice cold. "You used me." He gestured to the chair in front of his desk. "Sit." Please. She didn't move. You wanted a weapon, she said. One to mold. One to challenge Harry when he strayed. One to bring balance if he faltered. But I'm not your insurance policy. No, Dumbledore said, voice quieter now. You're more dangerous than that. He stood slowly, moving toward her like a man stepping toward a lit fuse. I knew you were powerful. Brilliant. But I never thought you would lose yourself to this path. She tilted her head. I didn't lose myself. I found myself. His eyes softened. And what have you become? She took a step forward. The one thing you fear. A mind you can't control. She drew her wand. And now the tower falls. The first explosion wasn't visible from within the office, but the tremor shook the floor. Dumbledore turned sharply, eyes narrowing. What have you done? Hermione's wand tip flared. I set a fire in the foundation chamber. The wards won't collapse the tower. Yet. But the enchantments? The ones you used to monitor every conversation, every hallway? Gone. Another tremor. She smiled. You no longer see everything, headmaster. His wand slid into his hand. You risk lives with this madness. I'm not here to kill anyone. I'm here to expose you. A swirl of magic surged between them as he cast a nonverbal shield. She responded instantly, Confringo followed by a sharp Petrificus Totalis, both aimed low. Dumbledore blocked the first, sidestepped the second. You're faster, he admitted. More ruthless than I expected. You made me this way, she hissed, flicking her wand and launching a hex he barely countered. The air crackled. Spells danced between them. Silent, brilliant, furious. But she wasn't trying to win. She was stalling. Down below, the Ember Circle agents disguised as visitors were already spreading the forged ministry documents, the memory copies, and falsified letters from Dumbledore's hand. All leaked to the student body and quietly slipped into the hands of certain professors. And when the flames in the foundation chamber finally breached the outer ring, a smoke alarm, magically enhanced, would send a signal straight to the ministry. Investigators would descend on Hogwarts in hours. And all of Dumbledore's secrets would be impossible to hide. The battle ended when Hermione hit him with a disarming hex woven with a sleep curse. He staggered, momentarily stunned, and she caught his wand midair. She didn't destroy it, just held it for a moment, like holding someone's soul. Then she dropped it at his feet. This isn't the end, she said. But it is the beginning of your end. She turned and left the office, robes swirling behind her, footsteps firm. Outside, smoke rose gently from the western wing. Professors rushed to cast containment charms. Students murmured, unsure of what was happening. Hermione stepped through the chaos like she had been born from it. Luna watched her from across the corridor. Hermione, she called softly. Hermione turned. Her eyes no longer held doubt. Only fire. I'm not your enemy, Luna, she said. But I won't be your friend anymore either. Luna nodded once. Then I'll mourn you now. Hermione didn't respond. She vanished into the smoke. Ministry officials arrived by sundown, their enchanted carriages descending in a storm of parchment, brass badges, and suspicion. Magical forensics teams began combing the school from top to bottom. The foundation chamber still smoldered, damaged not by wild spell fire, but by a precise chain of overcharged enchantments, a controlled magical overload. No one was hurt, but the statement had been made. Dumbledore remained in his office, quiet and pale. His reputation, once immune to public doubt, was under siege. The investigators brought the forged documents Hermione had planted. Signed letters, memory fragments, even an alternate prophecy, with his magical imprint. The forged narrative was perfect. The great Albus Dumbledore had orchestrated manipulation through memory alteration, secret alliances, and illegal surveillance. And the worst part? He had no idea how much of it was true anymore. The web Hermione had spun wasn't just deception. It was grounded in reality, woven with just enough truth that even he couldn't refute every piece. A lie born from shadow, threaded with memory and stitched into the folds of history. Hermione sat in the astronomy tower, legs tucked beneath her, the wind cold on her face. Below, Hogwarts buzzed like a wounded animal. Students speculated. Teachers whispered. The prophet had already sent a photographer. Ron had tried to talk to her earlier, but she brushed past him without a word. The old version of her, the one who needed their approval, was gone. Harry had only watched her from across the common room with the kind of silence that screamed. She could feel it now, his suspicion building. He didn't believe what the ministry was saying about Dumbledore. Not yet. But soon, even Harry would begin to ask the wrong questions. That night, Hermione met the Ember Circle in the Forbidden Forest. They gathered around a conjured fire, their hoods low, their masks glinting. The leader, the one who called herself Orla, stepped forward. "You've done what we thought impossible. The tower bends. The legend shakes." Hermione remained still. "You said the system would crack. You said we could rebuild it. But you never told me what comes after." Orla's voice was smooth. "A school reborn. Free from manipulation. We've seen generations controlled by prophecy written by men who fear change. You've given us the opening. Let us tear it down fully." Hermione narrowed her eyes. "And what will you become?" "Just another Dumbledore with better PR." The others shifted uneasily. Orla, for once, did not speak. Hermione continued. "You want me to light the match. But you still want to hold the map. That's not change. That's theft." The air crackled with tension. Finally, Orla said, "Then lead it yourself." Hermione blinked. "You've earned more than a place in our circle. You've become its voice. The heart. We will follow you." Hermione said nothing. Her heart beat faster, not from excitement, but from the sheer weight of it. She had wanted freedom. Now she stood at the threshold of control. Back at the castle, Harry sat alone in the common room, reading one of the ministry files that had been accidentally left behind, Hermione's doing. It was a blurry, half-legible page from a spellbook discussing false memory implantation. The date on it matched a time when he remembered having vivid, strange dreams. He dropped the page and stared into the fire. He didn't want to believe it. Didn't want to think Dumbledore, who had been like a father, a guide, a shield, could be capable of that kind of manipulation. But he also knew Hermione. And she didn't lie without reason. He stood slowly, mind spinning. Hermione returned to her dorm that night just before curfew. She found Ginny waiting on her bed, arms crossed. "I know what you're doing," Ginny said coldly. Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Do you?" "I've seen the papers. The files. But I've seen you too. You walk different. You're not scared anymore. You're not." "Hermione." Hermione looked at her for a moment, then sat down across from her. "You think I've changed. But maybe I've just stopped pretending." Ginny's voice cracked. "Pretending what?" "That this place is good. That it deserves our loyalty. That we're safe here." Ginny stood. "Whatever Dumbledore did, or didn't do, he loved us. He tried to protect us." Hermione's voice was like steel. "He protected a system that destroys people and calls it tradition." They locked eyes. Neither blinked. Finally, Ginny said, "If this is a war, Hermione, you've made enemies. And you'll lose more than just respect." Hermione stood too. "Then let them come. I'm not hiding anymore." In the shadows beyond the dormitory corridor, a figure watched Hermione retreat toward the library. Harry stepped into the light, wand in hand, his eyes dark and unsure. He had heard everything. Harry stood frozen outside the corridor as Hermione's footsteps disappeared into the dark. The weight of what he'd overheard crushed down on him like a suffocating spell. He knew her voice. He knew her logic. But he didn't know this Hermione, the one who sounded like she was no longer afraid of becoming something darker. It wasn't just that she was planning something. She had already done something. And the worst part was, she believed in it. He gripped his wand tightly and turned back toward the common room, mind whirring. For days he had felt her slipping, avoiding them, whispering in corners, always watching. He thought maybe she was just going through something. Now he understood. She wasn't going through something. She was building something. Inside the library, Hermione wasn't searching for a book. She was watching Madame Pants leave for her tea break before slipping behind the history shelves, where a small stone tucked into the wall shimmered with dark green runes. The communication stone. Orla's voice buzzed through it, quiet and confident. "The ministry is still flooding the castle. They're preparing for a tribunal. The headmaster may be removed temporarily." Hermione smiled faintly. "Good. That buys us time. You should speak at the tribunal. You'll be the student voice they least expect." "I plan to. But I need insurance." "What sort?" Hermione glanced at a page in her notebook. A list of professors, allies, possible defectors. "McGonagall. Slughorn. Flitwick. I need one of them to question Dumbledore openly. If we fracture the faculty, the students will follow. And Harry? Hermione paused. He's close to cracking. But not yet. He still sees Dumbledore as a hero. Then show him he's not. She ended the call. Meanwhile, in the room of requirement, Harry paced. He had summoned the room in its investigative form. Walls lined with parchment, newspaper clippings, magical sensors, and glowing orbs containing echoes of recent events. It was where Hermione once dragged them to study for exams. Now it was his war room. On the center table lay everything he had. Copies of the Ministry scrolls, pieces of the cursed Dreamstone, an enchanted mirror from Sirius's old trunk that now showed flickers of Nocturn Alley, and a photo of Hermione from third year, smiling, innocent, unaware. He remembered what Luna had said just days ago. Your name hums like fire. But the question burning in his mind wasn't just what Hermione was doing. It was why. She had always sought justice. Always questioned power. So what had changed? He needed to find out before she went too far. Later that night, Harry cornered Ron in the Gryffindor common room. I need your help, he said. Ron blinked. What is it? Is this about the fires? Or Hermione? She's off lately. She's behind it all, Harry said bluntly. The fire. The Ministry leaks. The documents. She's building something, some kind of resistance. And I think she's working with people outside the school. Ron's jaw dropped. You serious? Harry nodded. Dead serious. Ron rubbed his face. But why? She loves Hogwarts. Not anymore, Harry said. I think she sees it as broken. And Dumbledore. I think she believes he broke it. Ron was silent for a long time. Mate, if she's doing this, then she's gone. Not totally, but gone from who she used to be. No, Harry said quietly. She's still in there. But she's running out of reasons to come back. Ron nodded. Then we get her back. Before she crosses the line. At the same time, Hermione met with Professor Slughorn in his office. She wore her old school smile. The one he remembered from first-year potions class, all cleverness and warmth. Professor, I wanted to ask about magical ethics, she began gently. Specifically about memory charms. Have you ever been asked to alter one? Slughorn chuckled nervously. Heavens, Miss Granger, what a question. Why, in my younger years, perhaps a noble or two asked for small favors, forgetting a failed potion or an embarrassing outburst, but nothing malicious, I assure you. Hermione leaned forward. And what about now? Have you ever been asked, by someone powerful? Say, someone like the headmaster. Slughorn frowned. Why would you ask that? Hermione dropped the smile. Because I have proof that memories have been tampered with. That there's a pattern. And if you help me bring it forward at the tribunal, you won't be alone. Slughorn stiffened. You're walking a dangerous path, Hermione. I'm already on it, she whispered. Now I just want to make sure it leads somewhere worth walking. He didn't answer. But he didn't say no. The next morning, as students filed into the Great Hall, notices appeared on every table, glowing with official ministry magic. Announcement. Tribunal to determine the future of Headmaster Dumbledore. Public testimony to be heard. Student representatives welcome. Hermione stood at the Slytherin table, reading it with silent satisfaction. From across the hall, Harry looked up from his seat at Gryffindor. Their eyes met. Neither smiled. They both knew. The next time they faced each other, it wouldn't be as friends. It would be as two forces fighting for the soul of Hogwarts. The Great Hall had never been quieter. Every house sat in tense silence beneath the enchanted ceiling, which reflected heavy gray clouds rolling over Hogwarts. The stone benches that had once borne cheerful mealtime chatter now supported hunched shoulders and wary glances. At the front of the hall, the staff table had been expanded. 3 ministry officials in dark purple robes sat beside the professors, their wands laid flat on the table like courtroom gavels. At the very center, Dumbledore sat with his hands folded and his expression unreadable. It was time for the tribunal. A magical barrier shimmered between the ministry panel and the rest of the room. A silence charm activated, enforcing order. The central official, a grim-faced witch named Magistrate Arlena Greaves, stood and let her voice echo through the enchanted amplifiers. Today, we examine the accusations brought forth against Albus Dumbledore. Misuse of memory-altering magic, unauthorized magical surveillance, and manipulation of student and staff records for strategic gain. A soft gasp rippled through the younger students. The older ones sat rigidly, some glancing nervously at their head of house. Dumbledore gave no defense. Not yet. Greaves continued. We have received testimony from anonymous sources. But today, the Ministry will permit open statements from students and staff alike. Any who wish to speak may step forward. A hush fell, and then, from the Slytherin table, Hermione Granger rose. Each step she took toward the platform felt like a verdict. The entire school watched her. A few whispered. Some looked shocked. Others betrayed. She didn't care. She took her place before the tribunal, her voice calm and unwavering. I, Hermione Granger, testify that Professor Dumbledore has engaged in a pattern of influence over Hogwarts students that goes beyond mentorship. I have obtained records, copies of restricted prophecies, memory traces, and letters, which imply deliberate intervention into the lives of students to maintain control over the war against Voldemort. Not only in Harry Potter's life, but in mine. And others. Dumbledore didn't flinch. Hermione continued. When I first arrived at this school, I believed in the system. I believed in the order. I even believed that sacrifice meant something. But what I learned, what I uncovered, was that some sacrifices weren't noble. They were planned. She let her gaze sweep across the hall. Pain was used like a tool. Friendships like a spell component. And the worst part, most of you never questioned it. Because you trusted him. She turned to Dumbledore. But I don't anymore. Magistrate Greaves looked down at her notes. Do you have evidence to support these claims? Hermione lifted a leather-bound tome from her bag and placed it on the stone. Copies of 10 different memory traces. All verified by magical resonance. Some show moments altered or removed. Some show conversations between professors discussing student manipulation, especially concerning me and Harry Potter. The crowd stirred. Greaves nodded to a ministry scribe, who levitated the tome for examination. Hermione stepped back. She did not look at Harry. Ron sat with his hands pressed together, his knuckles white. He didn't move, didn't speak. Ginny sat beside him, trembling. She didn't know what to believe anymore. And Harry's face was stone. Everything in him wanted to shout that Hermione was wrong. That this was madness. That Dumbledore wouldn't. But deep in his chest, something cracked. A memory flickered. One he never questioned until now. The night Sirius died, when he dreamed of Voldemort torturing him. The dream had felt planted. Too vivid. Too sharp. Had it been a trap? Or had someone let it happen? Next, Professor Slughorn rose. He walked stiffly to the front, eyes glassy, sweat beading at his brow. I am a teacher, not a fighter, he began. But I have regrets. I was once asked to adjust the memory of a student who'd seen something during a duel. I thought it harmless. It was Dumbledore who asked me. Murmurs spread. The professors at the staff table exchanged startled glances. I never questioned it, Slughorn said. But now I wish I had. He bowed his head and returned to his seat. Greaves looked to Dumbledore. Do you wish to respond? The old wizard stood slowly. He looked not diminished, but tired. His age no longer hidden behind robes and riddles. I have always acted in what I believe to be the best interests of our world, he said quietly. And in times of war, decisions must be made quickly, and not always cleanly. He looked at Hermione, not with anger, but with a strange, aching sadness. I did not control you, Miss Granger. I believed in you. I believed you could become the mind that would question the world, even me. And you have. The words stunned even her. I do not deny mistakes, he said. But I deny the intent to harm. Greaves turned to the tribunal. The ministry will take this matter under review. A decision will be delivered within 48 hours. Until then, Professor Dumbledore is suspended from his duties. A thunderclap of silence fell. Dumbledore nodded. He did not protest. He left the hall alone. Outside, Hermione stood beside the marble pillars of the courtyard, her heart thudding in her chest. She had done it. She had shaken the world. But she felt no victory. Only emptiness. Behind her, a voice spoke. Was it worth it? She turned. Harry stood there, arms crossed, eyes tired but clear. I don't know yet, she answered. He stepped closer. You broke him. Hermione's lips trembled, just for a moment. He broke me first. Harry nodded slowly. Then maybe we're both broken. And with that, he turned and walked away. Hermione remained still, the wind catching her robes. She had drawn her line in the marble. Now the world would decide who followed it. The silence after Dumbledore's suspension was heavier than any storm. Hogwarts, once guided by his presence like a North Star, now drifted aimlessly. Students whispered in tight circles, eyes darting toward empty doorways, as if expecting him to return at any moment and sweep away the confusion. But the headmaster's office remained locked, and the gargoyle no longer spoke his name. Professor McGonagall had assumed temporary leadership, her jaw tighter than ever, her footsteps sharper. But even she couldn't quell the unease radiating from the walls themselves. The castle felt wrong. As if it, too, knew its guardian was gone. Hermione didn't attend breakfast. Or lunch. She spent the day in the library, eyes scanning ancient texts on magical law and post-war reconstruction. The tribunal had bought her something rare, leverage. For the first time, her voice had the weight of official doubt behind it. But the cost was becoming clear. She passed groups of students who fell silent as she walked by. Some gave her space. Others gave her fear. A few, like Pansy Parkinson and Theodore Nott, gave her nods of quiet approval. But Hermione no longer trusted approval. She'd seen how quickly it turned into betrayal. Still, she pressed forward. If Hogwarts was to be reshaped, it needed leadership. Not speeches. Not symbols. Plans. She already had a list. 1. Revise the curriculum, remove legacy-embedded charms and bloodline bias. 2. Establish a student council with actual policy power. 3. Create oversight committees to hold professors accountable. But one item remained uncrossed. Neutralize Harry before he becomes a threat. Not with spells. Not with force. With truth. Harry had spent the morning avoiding Ron and Ginny. The two had grown tired of walking on eggshells. He knew they worried about him. He could feel it in the way they looked at him too carefully, spoke too softly. But he didn't want softness. He wanted clarity. And so, for the first time since the tribunal, he returned to the room of requirement. This time, it shaped itself into a long stone corridor lined with floating pensieves. Each one held pieces of forgotten or altered memories. Ones Hermione had managed to extract and hide. He dipped into one near the center, the silver surface rippling like disturbed water. And he fell into a memory. He was standing in Dumbledore's office. The real one. He recognized the day, late 6th year. The day he asked Dumbledore why Snape had been teaching occlumency instead of him. Dumbledore's voice echoed through the memory. Because I feared if I taught you myself, I would cause you pain I could not undo. But why hide so much? The memory Harry demanded. Because prophecy is a terrible thing, Harry. It binds not just those who hear it, but those who believe it. Memory Harry hesitated. Did you make me this way? Dumbledore closed his eyes. I guided you. Sometimes too much. Sometimes blindly. I feared you might become the weapon Voldemort feared. And I did not want that weapon pointed at the wrong heart. Harry stumbled back from the memory as the silver dissolved. For the first time he felt it. Not anger. Not betrayal. But pity. That evening, Hermione returned to the astronomy tower to meet Orla. But instead of the hooded Ember circle, she found only one person waiting. Draco Malfoy. You're late, he said casually, gazing at the sky. Hermione blinked. You're not. No, I'm not one of them, he said. But I've been watching them. Watching you. Hermione narrowed her eyes. Then you know the circle wants change. Real change. Not pureblood garbage. Actual reform. Draco snorted. Please. The circle wants power. You're just a more useful figurehead than the Lestrange girl. Hermione stepped forward. Why are you here? He turned to her, serious now. Because I want to make sure you know something before this all goes too far. She folded her arms. And what's that? Draco met her eyes. You're winning. But you're not safe. And Potter? He may not fight you today. But he will. Hermione didn't blink. Then I'll be ready. The following morning, the castle was greeted by another surprise. A ministry owl soared into the great hall, dropping a single glowing parchment on the head table. McGonagall unrolled it, her face tightening as she read. Then she stood and addressed the school. Effective immediately, per the decision of the Ministry Tribunal, Albus Dumbledore is removed as headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. His wand license is suspended pending further investigation. Gasps filled the room. Some students stood. Others cried out. But one girl sat motionless. Hermione Granger. At last, the seat of power was empty. And the future was waiting. The shockwaves of Dumbledore's removal continued to roll through the castle like invisible thunder. Classes were subdued, the mood tense. Students looked to the professors for reassurance, but the professors had none to give. Even McGonagall, now acting headmistress, seemed more like a steward of a crumbling kingdom than a ruler in her own right. Hermione watched it all unfold from the sidelines. She kept to herself, moving like a ghost through corridors once filled with laughter and late-night studying. Now they were her battlegrounds. And in her war, silence was a strategy. She received word from Orla in code. The circle approves. The door is open. Step in or be forgotten. It was time. In a disused corridor near the old defense classroom, Hermione placed her hand against the wall and whispered, "Nullus Rex." The stones shimmered, then parted, revealing a narrow tunnel of green-lit stone that led deep beneath the castle. She entered with no hesitation. At the end, the Ember Circle waited. There were 7 figures in total, all masked, their identities veiled even from one another. Orla stood at the center, her mask of obsidian glinting with runes. Candles floated in a circle above their heads, their flames inverted, cold, blue, unnatural. "You delivered," Orla said, her voice echoing oddly. "The old king has fallen." Hermione nodded. "And now the castle needs something new." Another figure stepped forward. "A student leader will be dismissed by the ministry. We need more than a prefect with ambition." Hermione didn't flinch. "You don't need a figurehead. You need a mind. A strategist. I've outmaneuvered the greatest wizard of the age without casting a single curse." Silence. Then Orla raised her hand. "We vote. All in favor of appointing Hermione Granger as Shadow Prefect to lead Hogwarts from beneath its floorboards. Raise your hands." 7 hands went up. Orla last. "It is done." They handed her a silver ring, twisted like a serpent devouring its own tail. The signet of their order. Hermione took it and slid it onto her finger. Elsewhere, Harry sat in the common room surrounded by discarded papers, transcripts of the trial, and scribbled notes from memory extractions. He had barely slept. Dumbledore had not written. The order was silent. The adults he once trusted were gone. Ron dropped into the seat across from him. "Any word from Lupin?" Harry shook his head. "No. Moody's gone underground. Kingsley's under ministry review. It's like the orders just vanished." Ron leaned back. "Feels like the walls are closing in." "They are," Harry muttered. "And Hermione's building new ones while we just sit here." "She's gone too far," Ron said. "No," Harry said slowly, eyes narrowing. "Not yet. But she will. Unless we stop her." Ginny entered the room quietly. "You won't stop her by yelling. Or lecturing. She's beyond that." Harry looked at her. "Then what do I do?" Ginny placed something in his hands, a sealed parchment marked with Hermione's handwriting. "She left it. For you. No one else." Harry opened it slowly. Inside were just 4 words. "If you understand now, come." And beneath them, a location, the greenhouse. Midnight. The clock struck 12. Harry arrived at the greenhouse, the moonlight casting silver webs over the glass ceiling. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of moon lilies and blooming wolfsbane. At the far end, Hermione stood among the plants, her back to him, the silver ring gleaming on her hand. "I wondered if you'd come," she said without turning. "I had to," Harry replied. "I wanted you to see it before it changes forever," she said softly. "This place. The school. Us. You're changing it into something dangerous." She turned, her expression unreadable. "No. I'm changing it into something true. The old system lied to us, Harry. It bred heroes like you and martyrs like me. I'm done being a pawn." He stepped closer. "You're becoming a queen on a board where everyone else is still playing chess. Then they'd better learn a new game." They stood there, the silence between them heavier than any curse. Harry looked down. "What happens next?" Hermione answered quietly. "That depends on you. You know I won't let you hurt people. I'm not trying to hurt them, she said. I'm trying to free them. But I know how power works, Harry. It always looks like danger to those who benefit from the current order. He studied her for a long moment. You believe you're saving us. I am, she whispered. Even if you don't see it yet. And for the first time, Harry realized something terrifying. She believed it. Every word. Every action. Every manipulation. She believed she was saving them all. As he left the greenhouse, the wind picked up, rattling the glass panes above. In the tower above, the ring on Hermione's finger pulsed softly with ancient magic. Hogwarts no longer had a king. But it had something else now. A queen in the shadows. Classes resumed, but no one cared about essays or wand work anymore. Hogwarts had changed, subtly at first, then unmistakably. Rules were still followed, but only in the daylight. In the shadows, Hermione's influence spread like creeping ivy, wrapping itself around every house, every corridor, every whisper. And the Ember Circle thrived. They had eyes in every classroom, informants among the prefects, and secret passageways once long forgotten, now reactivated by Hermione's prodigious charm work. She had taken control not by force, but by design. Like the old spells she admired, intricate, beautiful, and irreversible. By now, even some professors had begun to bend. Not openly, not entirely, but enough to nod in quiet approval when Hermione's suggestions for new class materials arrived. She called them revised histories. McGonagall hadn't yet challenged them. Hermione knew it was only a matter of time before resistance would come. And she was already preparing. In the dungeons, a hidden classroom had been transformed into the Circle's war room. The walls were lined with enchanted maps of Hogwarts, with markers that moved like living ink. Names glowed softly where students gathered. Red lights pulsed near professors under observation. Theo not leaned over the map of Gryffindor Tower. Potter's movements have changed. He's staying up later, meeting with Neville and Luna in secret. I think he's planning something. He's probing, said Orla, arms folded. Testing the structure. Hermione tapped the map, eyes narrowed. Let him. It's better if he thinks we're still soft around the edges. Theo gave her a look. You still trust him, don't you? Hermione didn't answer at first. Then, I understand him. You love him. No, she said firmly. I did. Now I use him. Theo smirked faintly. Cold. I like it. But she wasn't smiling. Harry sat with Neville and Luna in the room of requirement. It had reshaped itself into a round chamber of old bookshelves and floating candles, eerily reminiscent of the old DA meetings. But no one was laughing now. She's recruiting second years, Neville said grimly. I caught one of them trying to brew draft of obedience in the loo. Says it's a project Hermione assigned him. That's illegal magic, Harry muttered. She's not teaching it herself, Luna added, unusually serious. She's inspiring others to do it for her. She's spreading ideology, Harry said. Not orders. It's smarter. He leaned forward, frowning. She's weaponizing Hogwarts. Luna nodded. And the castle is letting her. What do you mean? Neville asked. Hogwarts is alive, Luna said softly. And it listens. It remembers. And lately, it started to like Hermione more than it likes us. Harry shivered. Back in her private chamber, formerly a disused potions storeroom, Hermione reviewed the scroll delivered by one of her enchanted crows. It was from a contact in the Department of Mysteries, encrypted with ciphered runes. She muttered the decoding charm and read. Target, the Veil. Movement authorized. Request, unrestricted access. The Veil. The archway Sirius had fallen through. A place between life and death. Hermione traced the word with her fingertip. Not yet, but soon. There were secrets in that place. Power beyond spells and curses. And if the Ministry thought she wouldn't eventually demand access, they didn't know how deep her roots had grown. Later that evening, she met with Draco in an abandoned courtyard overgrown with ivy. He looked around before stepping close. I got it, he said, pulling out a vial. You'll only get one drop before Slughorn notices it's missing. Hermione took the tiny bottle. It shimmered faintly red in the moonlight. Veritas serum, highest grade, Draco added. Strong enough to make a dragon confess its sins. Good, Hermione said. It's time for the students to hear the truth. All of it. Even the part about Harry? Especially that. 2 nights later, during dinner, the ceiling above the great hall went dark. Not stormy, not cloudy, just pitch black. Then a glowing projection appeared, suspended in midair. A swirling, silvery mist that began to take form. Memory magic. Gasps echoed as students saw a young Harry screaming into a mirror. "Why did you lie to me?" As Dumbledore looked on in silence. Then another flash. A different memory. Dumbledore speaking quietly to Snape. "The boy must not know. If he learns the truth too soon, we risk everything." Then another. Hermione, far younger, tears on her face, whispering, "He doesn't care about us. We're tools to him. That's all we've ever been." McGonagall stood in fury. "What is the meaning of this?" Hermione rose slowly from the Slytherin table, her face calm, voice clear. "The truth," she said. "No more. No less." After dinner, Hogwarts was on fire, not literally but in spirit. Arguments erupted in every corridor. Gryffindors accused Ravenclaws of conspiracy. Hufflepuffs debated loyalties. Slytherins laughed quietly in corners. A new divide had formed. Not blood, not house, not even good and evil. But belief. Some believed Hermione had gone too far. Others believed she hadn't gone far enough. That night, Harry stormed to her door. She opened it before he even knocked. "You used my memories." "Yes," she said simply. "Without asking me." "I couldn't afford to," she replied. "You wouldn't have let me. You manipulated the entire school." "No," she said softly. "I freed it." They stood there, inches apart. Magic crackled faintly between them, old, tangled, unresolved. "I'm not going to let you break this place," Harry said. She looked at him with something like pity. "I'm not breaking it, Harry," she whispered. "I'm making it honest." And deep beneath the school, in the Ember Circle's war room, the enchanted map updated again. This time, it marked 2 names in glowing gold. H. Granger. H. Potter. And a jagged line of lightning flickered between them. A war was coming, but no one knew yet which side the castle itself would choose. Rain lashed against the castle windows as if the sky itself had turned against Hogwarts. Thunder cracked across the heavens while the torches inside the castle flickered nervously, their flames bending as though in deference to a power greater than fire. Hermione sat alone in the Slytherin common room, the fire dancing in her eyes. She didn't notice the sound of footsteps approaching until Blaise Zabini's voice cut through the silence. "Half the school wants your head," he said. "The other half wants your crown." Hermione didn't look up. "Let them want both. I'm prepared for either." Blaise leaned against the emerald-lined wall, arms crossed. "You're playing with chaos, Granger. You think you can leash it." "I don't want to leash it," she said coldly. "I want to teach it how to listen." He raised an eyebrow. "And what if it bites back?" She finally looked at him. "Then I'll bite harder." Upstairs, Harry paced across the room of requirement. It had become a strategy chamber now, all stone floors and looming shelves filled with books on magical warfare and political revolutions. Maps hovered in the air, each marked with symbols, moving students, and glowing lines of control. Neville stood by the window, arms folded. "She's splitting the school down the middle. You realize that, right? You're going to have to choose how far you're willing to go." "I already know," Harry said grimly. "But this isn't just about Hermione. It's about what happens after. If I force her out, the circle will just replace her." "She's the brain," Luna said softly from behind a stack of books. "But the body's already growing. You can't decapitate an idea." Harry rubbed his temples. "Then I need something stronger than strategy. I need a symbol." Luna looked up at him with wide eyes. "Then become one." That night, in a hidden corridor behind the tapestry of the dancing doxy, Hermione met with Orla and Theo. They weren't wearing their masks anymore. There was no need. Their faces had become symbols themselves. "I need access to the Founder's Chamber," Hermione said without preamble. Theo blinked. "That's legend. There's no proof it even exists." "There is," Hermione replied. "I found a reference in the restricted section, cross-referenced against Rowena Ravenclaw's private journal. She wrote about a room beneath the lake, sealed by 4 locks. It predates even the Chamber of Secrets." Orla narrowed her eyes. "Why now?" Hermione's voice was low. "Because the castle is starting to resist. The portraits mutter warnings. The staircases shift to block my path. Even the room of requirement refuses me entry. I need the Founders' blessing, or their power. Theo frowned. You think the Founders would bless this? I don't care if they do, Hermione said. I only care if they left behind something I can use. Elsewhere, Ginny Weasley wasn't sleeping. She stood alone at the Quidditch pitch, broom in hand, staring up at the stands. The silence out here helped her think. She hadn't told Harry, but she'd overheard something, Hermione speaking in Parseltongue. It had only been a word, a whisper to a wall, but the stone had shifted. Hermione had learned the language of serpents. Ginny's blood ran cold just thinking about it. She knew better than anyone what that power meant, what it could do. And now Hermione had it. Down in the dungeons, Hermione returned to the old wall she'd found weeks earlier, one covered in carvings long eroded by time. She traced her fingers across the runes and whispered again in Parseltongue. Open for the heir of no bloodline. The wall trembled. Stone cracked. And slowly, a circular opening revealed a staircase descending into wet darkness. She took a breath and stepped inside. The Founder's chamber was unlike anything else in Hogwarts. There were 4 thrones, stone, marble, wood, and bone, each one aligned beneath a house crest that shimmered faintly in the dark. At the center of the chamber sat a stone pedestal, on which floated an ancient book, its pages rustling though there was no wind. Hermione approached cautiously. The book opened on its own. The text was written in no language she knew, at least not one spoken aloud. It spoke in her mind, clear and demanding. To reshape the future, first tear down the past. She reached out, and the book pulsed with light. Magic flooded into her, a strange, ancient magic that felt cold and primal. The power of the castle's roots, of its creators. And it welcomed her not as a student, but as an heir. An heir of purpose, not blood. Hermione smiled. That same night, Harry found himself staring out the Gryffindor Tower window, eyes fixed on the Forbidden Forest. He felt it, a shift in the air, like something ancient had awakened. Hermione just crossed a threshold, he whispered. Ron, half asleep in the armchair, stirred. What do you mean? Harry turned, eyes dark. She's not just changing Hogwarts anymore. She's becoming it. In the Founder's chamber, the ancient book sealed shut as Hermione stepped back, her body trembling with power. And above her, the house banners swayed gently, though there was no wind. Hogwarts had spoken. And it had chosen. Morning at Hogwarts broke not with sunlight, but with fog thick, cold, and unnatural. It clung to the castle like a second skin, wrapping its ancient stones in silence. Students awoke uneasy, and even the portraits muttered to one another, their frames rattling softly as if aware that something old had been disturbed. Hermione stood in the Founder's chamber, staring at the ancient book now sealed shut. Its final message pulsed in her mind. To reshape the future, first tear down the past. She had power now, deeper than spells, more enduring than blood. She could feel the pulse of the castle beneath her feet, the heartbeat of Hogwarts itself. She whispered to the air, "It begins." The torches on the chamber walls flared to life, casting sharp shadows over her face. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry sat at the table, papers scattered before him. Ron stood nearby, chewing on a piece of toast with less enthusiasm than usual. "You're saying she found the Founder's chamber?" Ron asked, blinking. "That's not real. That's like bedtime story stuff." Harry shook his head. "The room of requirement locked me out last night. Flat out refused me. That's never happened before. The castle is shifting, and I think it's listening to her." Neville burst in, breathing hard. "Come to the corridor by the defense classroom." "Now!" They followed, pushing through a gathering crowd. The wall, once blank stone, was now a towering mural of Hermione. Not painted, not enchanted, grown into the wall itself, woven into the stone like roots wrapping around a seed. In the image, she stood between the 4 founders. Her wand held high, but where the founders looked regal and noble, she looked cold, distant, unmovable. Beneath the mural was carved a single line, "The Architect of Truth." Meanwhile, Hermione stood in the Great Hall, speaking not to the entire school, but to the professors. McGonagall sat at the head of the table, jaw tight, knuckles white on the armrest. Beside her sat Flitwick, Sprout, Vector, Sinistra, and a tense-looking Hagrid. "I am not here to take control," Hermione said evenly. "I'm here to restore it. The Ministry's grip is tightening. The truth is buried under bureaucratic rubble. Our students are suffering while we argue about syllabi. McGonagall's voice cut sharp. You've manipulated them, Miss Granger. You've disrupted the castle's harmony. There was no harmony, Hermione said, voice colder now. There was silence. Fear. Inertia. I'm not disrupting Hogwarts. I'm waking it up. Professor Sinistra leaned forward. You're turning children into soldiers. I'm turning them into thinkers, Hermione snapped. Into people who will question what they're told. Isn't that what education is for? Sprout spoke gently. And what happens to those who don't agree with you? They're free to walk away, Hermione said. But they won't. Not when they see what I'm building. She placed a parchment on the table, the new Hogwarts charter. What is this? Flitwick asked, voice wary. A proposal, she replied. To create an independent academic council, run by students and professors, not the ministry. Decisions made here, not in London. McGonagall stared at her. And if we say no? Hermione looked straight at her. Then I'll build it without you. By midday, the whispers had become a roar. The mural. The fog. The professors' meeting. Hermione's name was on every tongue. She's gone mad. She's brilliant. She's dangerous. She's right. And in the middle of it all, Harry walked through the corridors like a ghost, trying to find a crack in the world Hermione had created. But every door he opened led to more of her influence. Study groups chanting her charter. Classrooms debating power structures. First years quoting her like scripture. Hogwarts was hers now. Down in the dungeons, Orla waited with 3 members of the Ember Circle. Their masks were off. We're moving too fast, one whispered. She's exposing us. She's elevating us, Orla countered. We were rats in the dark. Now we're dragons in the open. She's not hiding behind masks anymore. Neither should we. But what if she loses? Another said. What if Potter turns the school against her? Orla gave a thin smile. Then the school burns, and we rise from its ashes. That night, Hermione stood alone on the astronomy tower, the wind tearing at her robes. She stared out across the grounds, past the lake, the forest, the trembling lights in the windows below. She wasn't afraid anymore. Not of Harry. Not of the professors. Not even of herself. She could feel the bones of the castle breathing with her, responding to her thoughts. A whisper tickled her ear, not from any human mouth. Build, little lion. But no, everything you create must one day face the fire. Hermione turned slowly. No one was there. But she smiled anyway. Let it burn. And beneath the castle, the founder's chamber pulsed faintly with magic. The book on the pedestal had vanished. In its place a seed. Small. Black. Alive. The black seed sat on the pedestal where the book had once been, pulsing with a dull, rhythmic thrum, like a second heart beneath the castle. Hermione stared at it for a long time, the air around her charged and strangely still. She didn't touch it. Not yet. The seed wasn't a simple object of power. She could feel its intent, its awareness. It wasn't meant to be wielded. It was meant to be planted. The whispers in her mind, distant and cold, encouraged her. Creation is not birth. Creation is destruction with intent. Hermione turned and left the founder's chamber without taking the seed. Not because she feared it, but because she knew it would still be there when the time came. When the world above was ready to break. In Gryffindor Tower, Harry gathered his closest allies. Whatever she's found down there, he said, pointing at the map spread before them. It's tied to Hogwarts. To its very core. The mural, the shifting corridors, the fog, it's not her alone. It's the castle responding to her. Luna nodded slowly. She's not leading a rebellion anymore. She's forming a new order. Hogwarts is becoming hers. Neville clenched his fists. Then we fight back. We pull everyone who's still loyal. We rally the professors. We take back the school. Harry hesitated. It's not that simple. If we go in like this, we turn it into civil war. She's not hurting anyone yet. She's just changing the rules. But we need rules, Ginny cut in sharply. Hermione's rules sound clever, sound noble, but they're built on her word. What happens when someone questions her? Ron looked up from his seat. She used to be the one who questioned authority. Harry said nothing for a moment. Then, now she is the authority. Hermione's changes spread fast. Class timetables were rewritten. The Ember Circle began offering alternative lectures in abandoned classrooms, lessons about magical law, ethics and spell creation, even forbidden history. A new dueling club formed under the name the Phoenix Pact, where arguments were settled by spellcraft and logic, not house points. More disturbing than anything, though, was the shift in student behavior. Some walked taller, bolder, unafraid to speak back to professors. Others watched with suspicion, choosing sides quietly. A few vanished from class altogether, absorbed into Hermione's ever-expanding web of influence. By the end of the week, even Slytherins and Ravenclaws were quoting her speeches in defense of their actions. Hermione hadn't just built a following, she'd become a philosophy. McGonagall stood in her office, staring out at the grounds with tight lips and a storm behind her eyes. "This cannot continue," she said to Professor Flitwick. "We're losing control." "She's not breaking rules," Flitwick said delicately. "She's rewriting them. I won't allow her to overthrow the foundation of this school." "Then we must speak to her," he urged. "Not as professors and students, but as leaders of Hogwarts." McGonagall's fingers tightened on the windowsill. "And if she won't listen?" Flitwick didn't answer. The silence was enough. Hermione met them in the Great Hall after hours. Only McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and Sinistra were present. The hall was silent save for the flicker of enchanted candles above. "You asked for a council," McGonagall said, stepping forward. "We are it, but you'll answer our questions." Hermione inclined her head. "Of course. What are you building, Miss Granger?" Sinistra asked softly. "A structure that cannot be corrupted by external influence," Hermione answered. "A place of knowledge unchained from fear. A school that teaches truth, even if it's dangerous." "And what of the Black Seed?" Flitwick asked, surprising her. Hermione blinked. "You know? Magic this old leaves echoes," he said. "The founders sealed that chamber for a reason." Hermione hesitated, then told them everything. The chamber, the book, the whisper, the seed. "You haven't used it?" McGonagall asked. "Not yet," Hermione replied. "I believe it's waiting." "Waiting for what?" Sprout asked. Hermione's voice lowered. "Collapse. It was never meant to grow in peace. It's a seed of rebirth. Reformation." McGonagall stepped forward. "And if I order you to destroy it?" Hermione looked her dead in the eyes. "Then you'll lose me. And you'll lose the hundreds who believe in what I'm doing." McGonagall's mouth tightened. "This is not the girl I once knew." Hermione didn't flinch. "That girl tried to fix the world from inside a system built to resist change. This one knows better." Without waiting for dismissal, Hermione turned and walked out of the hall. That night, in the depths of the castle, the seed pulsed again, once then twice. And far above, the sky split with lightning. In the Ravenclaw common room, Luna stirred in her sleep, dreaming of vines coiling through stone, of fire without heat, and of Hermione standing on a throne made of roots and glass. And in her dream, Hermione whispered, "When the walls fall, remember who helped you learn to build." The morning fog had not lifted. It clung to the castle grounds, thick and unrelenting, as if the very air had been enchanted to choke clarity. Whispers filled the corridors, murmurs of confrontation, rebellion, something big. Students moved in tight clusters, eyes darting, wands held close. The entire castle felt suspended, waiting for the moment the pendulum would swing. That moment came at breakfast. McGonagall rose at the staff table, her face stern, her voice magically amplified. Effective immediately, all extracurricular clubs not formally approved by the Hogwarts faculty are to be disbanded. That includes the Phoenix Pact, the Ember Circle, and any associated gatherings. Gasps rippled through the hall. Several students stood at once. Orla Quirk, Theo Knott, and 2 sixth-year Ravenclaws Hermione had recruited only weeks before. Hermione rose slowly. "No," she said simply. Silence fell like a guillotine. McGonagall's voice tightened. "Miss Granger, I don't recognize that authority anymore," Hermione replied calmly. "You've had your chance to evolve this institution. You refused. So I've taken that responsibility." "You are a student," McGonagall snapped. Hermione's eyes glinted. "And Hogwarts itself has chosen to listen to me more than it does to you." The windows behind her trembled. The enchanted ceiling above darkened. Something deep in the stone moaned. Harry rose, voice loud and firm. Hermione, don't do this. She looked at him, and for a moment, something almost human flickered across her face. Regret, maybe. Pain. Then it was gone. I already did. Within the hour, Hogwarts was split. The students who sided with Hermione, those loyal to her philosophy, her promise of reformation, abandoned their house common rooms. They moved into forgotten parts of the castle, spaces only the room of requirement could open. Old storage wings, defunct classrooms, even parts of the castle sealed off since the days of the founders. They called it the New Wing. They didn't hide. They flourished. Enchanted banners hung in their halls, not bearing house crests, but symbols Hermione herself had designed. A wand intertwined with a tree branch, roots wrapping around an open book. The new Hogwarts. One unbound by tradition. The Ember Circle served as organizers. The Phoenix Pact became its defenders. Orla called them the Founders Reclaimed. Hermione simply called them the Future. Harry, Ron, and Ginny watched the transformation from afar. The room of requirement no longer obeyed them. She's building a school within the school, Ron said, disbelief in his voice. She's got walls, dormitories, her own bloody library section. It's more than a school, Ginny muttered. It's a movement. Harry stared at the floating banners. We can't win this by forcing them out. So what do we do? Ron asked. We outthink her, Harry said. We show people the cost of her ideas. What she's sacrificing. And if people still choose her? Harry's answer was soft. Then we prepare for the war she's bringing. Hermione stood in her new chamber. Once a forgotten lecture hall, now transformed into a council room. Before her sat a curved table, carved from transfigured stone and glass. Around it, her most trusted, Orla, Theo, Daphne Greengrass, and two professors who had defected, Professor Babbling and Professor Burbage. This is the new council, she said. Not elected by blood or heritage or ministry favoritism. Chosen for action. She passed them a copy of the rewritten Hogwarts Charter. From this day, we decide how magic is taught. What truths are explored. What futures are built. Theo tapped a page. This bit, removal of predefined magical hierarchies. You're abolishing wand-based casting as the dominant focus? Hermione nodded. Magic existed before wands. It exists in language, thought, will. Why are we still teaching 10-year-olds to wave sticks when they could be learning intent? Professor Burbage smiled faintly. You're going to break the entire curriculum. That's the idea, Hermione said. Break it. Rebuild it. Make it honest. Far below, in the still-beating heart of the Founder's chamber, the black seed had cracked. A thin root had emerged, snaking across the pedestal like a tendril of ink in water. Luna stood with Harry at the astronomy tower that night. She's changing everything, he said. Faster than we can respond. Luna looked up at the stars. Sometimes the stars fall to create new constellations. She's planting something dangerous. Or something brilliant. She's not Hermione anymore. Luna glanced at him. She's still Hermione, but she's become the version of herself that used to stay hidden behind rules. And now she has no rules. Harry clenched the railing. Then we need to become the rules. Back in her new chamber, Hermione lit a candle. She looked at the parchment on her desk, new lesson plans, policy drafts, defense protocols. Her eyes flicked to the old time-turner resting beside them. She hadn't used it. Not yet. But time, like the castle, was listening now. She picked up her quill, wrote a single line at the top of her manifesto, and underlined it twice. Let knowledge be the fire that consumes the old world. The castle groaned with tension. No longer a single school, Hogwarts now throbbed with the energy of two competing worlds. The old, clinging to the traditions and stability of centuries, and the new, pulsing with ideas too vast, too dangerous to be safely contained. Every corridor had become a fault line. Every classroom, a quiet battleground. And deep beneath it all, the black seed's first roots slid into the stone floor, invisible to the world above. Professor McGonagall stood at the center of the staff room, arms crossed, flanked by Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and Vector. The tension in the room was thick. We cannot allow this schism to continue, she said flatly. The students are confused. Divided. This isn't education anymore, it's indoctrination. She's not hurting anyone, Flitwick said carefully. And she's made a compelling argument about the ministry's interference. She's undermining our authority, Vector shot back. I caught one of her followers trying to reorganize my entire lesson plan during class. McGonagall slammed her palm down. She's 17. The silence that followed said more than words. Hermione was 17, but the power she wielded, the ideas she planted, they were far older. Harry and Ron entered the library through the side passage, bypassing the wards now monitoring major entrances. Madame Pants turned a blind eye as they passed. Either in fear or quiet support, Harry wasn't sure anymore. Hermione's followers had moved in silently. Entire sections of the library had been re-indexed under her revised taxonomy. Books on wandless magic, mind magic, and suppressed magical history had been unearthed and given new life. In the restricted section, Harry found Luna waiting. "You said you had something," he said. She nodded, holding up a crumpled parchment. "This was left on my bed. No name. Just this." Harry unrolled it. A map of the castle, but distorted. Rewritten. Tunnels beneath Hogwarts that didn't exist on the Marauder's map. At the very center, marked in black ink, was a root-like pattern and a single word scrawled over it. Seed. Harry's stomach turned. She's going to use it. Soon, Luna whispered. But not before she breaks the last resistance. In the new wing, Hermione stood before an audience of 50 students seated in rows shaped like a crescent moon. No desks. No robes. Just parchment, wands, and open minds. "This is not a rebellion," she said. "This is a revision." Behind her, the wall glowed faintly with magical chalk, drawing itself into diagrams as she spoke. Magic theory older than the Ministry, older even than the Founders. Runes, geometry, raw will. "The Ministry says magic must be licensed," she continued. "That it must be taught within their framework, judged by their scales. But before that, magic was free. It was language. It was culture. It was born from pain and survival and choice." A fifth-year Hufflepuff raised her hand. "But what if the world needs control? What if without it, we become dangerous?" Hermione's gaze sharpened. "You're dangerous already. All of you. The question isn't whether you'll be dangerous, but whether you'll be dangerous and ignorant, or dangerous and wise." The room fell silent. She let it sit. Then she drew her wand and spoke a spell none of them had ever heard. A burst of silent energy rippled through the room. Not light, not heat, understanding. For a moment, each student felt as if they had touched the edge of something vast. "That," Hermione said quietly, "is what they don't want you to learn." Back in Gryffindor Tower, Harry stood with Neville, Ginny, and a growing number of students, most from Gryffindor, a few brave Ravenclaws, and even a couple of conflicted Slytherins. "She's getting stronger," Ginny said. "And people are falling in line." "We can't just sit here," Neville said. "We need to show that not everyone agrees." Harry nodded. "We need a moment. Something visible. Loud. Peaceful, but powerful." Neville hesitated. "A protest. A declaration," Harry corrected. "Not against her, but for Hogwarts. The Hogwarts we still believe in." The next morning, as students poured into the entrance hall, they found it transformed. Hundreds of candles floated not above the ceiling, but lining the floor. Each one hovered just a few inches above the flagstones. And on every candle was carved a name. Not a student's, but a former headmaster, professor, or student from Hogwarts past. Dumbledore. Snape. Tonks. Remus. Cedric. A silent wall of memory. And in the center stood Harry, robes pressed, voice steady as he spoke. "This is the school that shaped us. This is the school we fight for, not to preserve it as it was, but to protect what it means. We believe in progress, but not at the cost of legacy. We believe in change, but not in division." More students joined. Then more. They didn't chant. They didn't raise banners. They stood shoulder to shoulder, facing the great hall. Waiting. Hermione arrived 10 minutes later. She paused as she stepped into the hall, eyes scanning the sea of candles, the students, the names. For a moment, something in her wavered. She recognized every name. She had studied every one of them. Slowly, she stepped forward, walking through the candles. Students parted for her in silence. She reached Harry, their eyes locking like flint and steel. "This doesn't change anything," she said softly. "It already has," Harry replied. She said nothing for a long time, then turned and walked away. But as she did, her fingers brushed one of the candles. It flickered, then went out. Far below, in the founder's chamber, the seed split open. And something began to grow. The roots spread fast. Beneath the castle floor, under flagstones and centuries of tradition, something ancient awakened. Not with thunder, not with fire, but with the slow, inevitable certainty of vines wrapping a house in silence. From the cracked seed, tendrils snaked outward, invisible to the eyes above, threading themselves into the foundation of Hogwarts like veins claiming a heart. And the castle responded. Rooms shifted more often now, staircases rearranged at will, portraits whispered warnings no one could quite hear. The ghosts had grown quieter. Even Peeves vanished for nearly 2 days before returning with a wild look in his eyes and refusing to speak above a whisper. Hogwarts was listening, and it was listening to her. Hermione sat in the center of a wide circular room constructed by the Room of Requirement at her command. A chamber of roots and branches, bookshelves carved into tree trunks, the ceiling high and veiled in silver mist. It was her private sanctum now, deeper than any room should have gone. A map floated above her desk, not paper, but a living illusion. It pulsed with magic, tracking not just location but influence. Circles of power, affinity lines between students, points of unrest. She called it the nerve map. And today it showed something she had never seen before. Resistance spreading. The candlelight vigil. The silent protest. And now, a growing network forming around Harry and Neville. Students forming clubs, not under her banner, but outside it. Thoughtful, defiant, measured. She admired it, but she couldn't allow it to grow unchecked. This isn't about control, she murmured to herself. It's about alignment. She turned to Theo and Orla, standing nearby. Give them room, she ordered. Let them speak, let them grow. But monitor everything. If they begin undermining student safety, we move. Theo raised an eyebrow. And who defines safety? You. Hermione met his gaze. Would you rather it be the ministry? Orla stepped forward. People are starting to wonder, Hermione. Even some of your allies. What you're building, it's bigger than reform. You're changing the soul of the castle. Hermione's voice was soft but cold. And souls can be corrupted. I'm giving it immunity. Harry paced in the old charms classroom, which had become the unofficial base of the resistance. We need transparency, he said. We need to show students there's another way. Her ideas aren't all bad, but her control is absolute. And that's the danger. Neville leaned on a desk, arms crossed. She's not using force. That's why it's hard to rally people. She's using logic. Progress. She makes people feel like they're evolving. Luna looked thoughtful. Maybe we are. But evolution without restraint becomes mutation. Ginny frowned. So what? We wait until something goes wrong. Until someone gets hurt. No, Harry said. We wait until she takes the next step. Until she uses the seed. Because when she does, everything changes. And we'll need to be ready. Later that night, Hermione stood before the pedestal in the founder's chamber. The seed had split open completely. In its place was a blooming black flower, its petals shaped like blades of obsidian. Floating above it was a single drop of glowing green liquid, pulsing like a heartbeat. She reached out, and it hovered into her palm. The whispering in her mind had grown louder. Not maddening, not cruel. Instructive. Precise. She no longer feared it. I am the voice of forgotten magic, the whisper said. I am the code rewritten. I am the root beneath law. Hermione's eyes glowed faintly. With a single breath, she drank the drop. It burned down her throat, cold and bright, filling her veins with something more ancient than blood. And when she opened her eyes again, she understood. The next morning, the sky above Hogwarts was no longer blue. It was green. A soft, swirling emerald sky that shifted with the light like oil on water. No spells were cast to cause it. No one saw it begin. It simply was a sign, a symptom of something unnameable. Students stared upward in silence. The staff panicked. Spells were cast to dispel the color. None worked. And Hermione stood at the center of the courtyard, calm as stone, watching. This is the awakening, she said to Orla, who stood beside her with a look of awe and terror. You did something, Orla whispered. The seed, what did it do to you? Hermione looked at her hand, still human, but humming with power beneath the skin. It showed me what comes next. In the library, Harry stood beside Ron and Luna, staring at the sky through the window. "She's activated it," he said. "It's begun." Ron swallowed. "What's going to happen now?" "I don't know," Harry admitted. "But we need to get into that chamber. We need to find the seed, or whatever's left of it, and understand it. Because she's already 5 steps ahead." Luna tilted her head. "Then maybe we need to start walking sideways." And in the great hall, unnoticed by students or staff, the stone beneath the floor began to crack, thin lines of black spreading outward, like veins from a hidden heart. The roots had reached the surface. The castle had changed. And soon the world would too. The cracks in the floor of the great hall were thin, hairline fractures that most students didn't notice at first. But they spread slowly, insidiously, like veins crawling through the stone. The staff tried to repair them, but every reparo flickered and failed. Even McGonagall's strongest spells could only mask them for a few hours. Hogwarts was rejecting restoration. And deep in its heart, Hermione Granger stood in communion with something no living which had ever touched. Hermione no longer needed to speak aloud for magic to obey her. The whispers of the seed had rooted themselves in her mind like threads of ancient code, unlocking a version of spellcraft few had ever dreamed possible. One that transcended wands, words, and even gesture. In her private chamber, a scroll of blank parchment unfurled in front of her. She blinked once, and the ink formed across the surface on its own. A new spell. A new language. Sutra Veritas. The rite of severing truth. A spell not for battle, not for illusion, but for revelation. A spell that could sever the lies that bound history to myth. It would be her next step. A message to the world. In the Resistance's hideout, Harry stared at a spread of books, maps, and magical theory, sleep-deprived and restless. "We have to get to that chamber," he said again, "before she uses it for something worse. Something permanent." Neville leaned over a thick tome on castle design. "It's not in the records. Nothing about a founder's chamber. Not even a rumor." "It's real," Luna said softly, brushing her fingers across a dusty page of old charms. "I've seen its echoes. In the portraits. In the patterns of the castle." Harry looked up. "Echoes. Old magic doesn't die," Luna said. "It lingers. It waits. The chamber isn't on a map. But it leaves a trail." "Trail of what?" "Of need." Hermione entered the great hall alone. It was lunchtime, but she didn't touch the food. She stepped to the center of the room, where the floor cracked in a perfect circle around her. She closed her eyes. No wand. No incantation. Just intent. The stone beneath her feet glowed, then liquefied into glass. The hall grew cold, the candles flickered. Students froze mid-bite, mid-sentence. Hermione raised a single hand. The roof faded into transparency, revealing the swirling green sky above. And her voice rang out, not magically amplified, but unignorable all the same. "Hogwarts has hidden a lie beneath your feet for 1,000 years. Today I will reveal it." There was a shimmer, a shockwave, a pulse of deep magic. A doorway appeared behind her, rising from the stone like a monument. It was covered in roots, engraved with ancient runes no one had seen before. She turned her back to it. "This is your choice," she said. "Knowledge or comfort. History or illusion. Walk with me or stand still." And then she stepped through. In the chaos that followed, students shouted, scrambled, argued. Some followed. Most hesitated. McGonagall arrived moments later, her face thunderous. "And no one steps through that door," she bellowed. But it was already too late. 30 students had gone in after Hermione. And the door sealed behind them like stone. Inside the chamber, Hermione descended ancient stairs lit by floating runes that ignited with her presence. The air was thick, not with dust, but with power. Magic that hummed in the bones, that bent the rules of reality. This was not just a hidden place. It was a forgotten one, deliberately erased by time itself. At the base was an enormous circular space, lined with statues, the 4 founders. But different. Their faces were weathered, undecorated, raw. And in the center, the tree of ink and flame. It had grown from the remains of the seed, its trunk a swirl of black and red, its branches reaching high into the chamber's hollow dome. Its roots pulsed with life, spreading outward into every crack of Hogwarts. Hermione approached it and placed her palm to the trunk. The tree responded with a low hum, and a wave of magic spread outward, subtle, invisible, but deeply felt. Outside, every magical object in Hogwarts, quills, portraits, cauldrons, candles, shivered. She whispered, "Now they'll see." In the Gryffindor common room, every book flipped open at once. In the Slytherin dormitory, the walls shimmered to reveal runes that had never been visible before. Across the entire school, truths long buried began to surface: memories, secrets, ancestral spells. Things that had been magically sealed now flickered back to life. And Harry, standing in the Resistance's chamber, felt it like a punch to the chest. "She's done something," he said. "No," Luna corrected. "She's undone something." Far beneath the surface, the roots reached out into the lake, the forbidden forest, even beyond the castle walls. The tree of ink and flame was no longer growing. It was spreading. The ripple that spread through Hogwarts wasn't felt like wind or sound. It was felt in the soul of magic itself. Students dropped their wands without knowing why. Spells fizzled. Familiar enchantments twisted ever so slightly, revealing layers beneath them like the peeling of old paint. The tree had awakened fully now, and its roots were no longer hidden. In the headmistress's office, Professor McGonagall stood before the fireplace, hands clenched behind her back as her Patronus faded into the smoke. The ministry had been informed, but she had little hope they would understand, let alone intervene properly. She turned to Professor Snodgrass from Arithmancy, who had just arrived with an urgent report. "The magical saturation has spiked," he said. "Even the castle walls are beginning to hum. Some of the portraits are malfunctioning." One of them wept. "The fat lady refused to open the Gryffindor entrance," said the castle's dreaming. McGonagall pinched the bridge of her nose. "Hermione Granger must be stopped." "She's changed," Snodgrass said. "Not just politically. Fundamentally. Her magical signature is altered. It's like she's partially integrated with whatever's down there." "She's not alone," McGonagall whispered, eyes narrowing. "She has something ancient behind her." In the Chamber of Roots, Hermione stood before her gathered students, those who had stepped through the door with her. Some were curious, some already loyal, others still uncertain. They sat in a circle around the base of the tree, surrounded by floating scrolls, illuminated books, and shifting diagrams conjured from thin air. "This tree," Hermione explained, "is not a threat. It is truth. It was planted by the founders, or perhaps even before them, buried beneath centuries of silence." She waved her hand. An illusion appeared in the air, an old memory, drawn from the very roots. It showed Godric Gryffindor arguing with Salazar Slytherin, not about blood purity, but about power. Slytherin had wanted to use the tree's magic to create a ruling class of magic wielders. Gryffindor opposed him, believing the knowledge too dangerous. In the end, they sealed the tree away, erasing it from record, rewriting the founding myths to serve a more acceptable legacy. "This," Hermione said, "is the lie we've all lived under. Even magic has its censors." Theo raised a hand. "Why now? Why unearth it now?" Hermione's eyes shone faintly. "Because we're ready. Because we must. The ministry is coming. They'll try to erase this all over again. But this time, we're the ones who know." Back in the Resistance base, Harry, Luna, Neville, and Ginny had gathered their most trusted allies. "We've found something," Neville said, spreading out an ancient floor plan of Hogwarts recovered from the Room of Hidden Things. "It's not complete, but there's a passage beneath the 5th floor. It doesn't show where it leads, but Luna thinks it reacts to emotion, not direction." "I think it leads to her," Luna added. "Not physically, but magically, like a mirror for intention." "Then we follow it," Harry said. "If we can reach the tree, maybe we can understand it. Or stop it, before she uses it to rewrite the world." "But what if it's not all bad?" Ginny asked quietly. "What if the tree deserves to be heard?" Harry looked grim. "So did Voldemort once." The passage was sealed with a riddle in Old English, carved into obsidian roots. As Luna whispered the correct translation, "He who seeks truth must surrender control." The stone parted silently. The path ahead glowed green and silver. The Resistance stepped inside. Deep below, Hermione placed both hands on the bark of the tree. Magic crackled around her like a quiet storm. She wasn't casting spells anymore. She was the spell. Her thoughts fed the tree now, her beliefs, her hopes, her vision. It absorbed and interpreted, reshaping the castle subtly to match. The portraits began displaying forgotten faces. The staircases led to rooms that hadn't existed in centuries. The forbidden forest's edge now shimmered with protective wards older than wand lore. She felt limitless. And yet, beneath it all, there was something else. Not resistance, but waiting. As if the tree was not just a power source, but a door. One she had nearly opened. As the resistance crept closer through the winding passage, the hum of magic grew louder. Not like noise, but like pressure in the blood, like ancient thunder building in the marrow of their bones. And then, the path opened into a vast dome lit by natural light from nowhere, revealing the tree in its full, living majesty. And Hermione, standing before it, her eyes glowing like embers. Harry stepped forward. "Hermione." She turned slowly. "You came. This has to stop," he said, quietly but firmly. She raised her hand, and the tree responded, branches shifting to protect her. "I'm not destroying anything," she said. "I'm revealing it. You've always feared power that doesn't come from a wand or a book. But this is living truth." Harry stepped closer. "Then why do you look like you're becoming someone else?" She faltered, but only for a second. Then her gaze hardened. "Because I am. And you can either join me, or be rewritten by what's coming." Above ground, the sky had begun to fracture, light cracking through it like broken glass. The tree's influence was no longer limited to Hogwarts. It was beginning to rewrite the magical world itself. The sky broke just past midnight. Not shattered like glass or torn like parchment, but peeled, layer by layer, until the stars themselves seemed to hang above Hogwarts like false lights painted on a theater ceiling. The green shimmer turned translucent, and for one moment, every witch and wizard in the castle saw a glimpse of something behind the world. A vast canopy of silver threads, like nerves or ley lines, pulsing with ancient energy. The magical tapestry, woven long before wands, laws, or ministry records. And then it vanished, like a curtain falling after the first act. In the chamber of the tree, the magic pulsed around Hermione in steady rhythm, syncing with her heartbeat. Every breath she took echoed in the roots, every thought tangled with the branches. She had never been more connected. But with that connection came something unexpected. A presence. It didn't speak. It didn't threaten. It merely observed. And in its silence was an overwhelming awareness. The tree was not merely a source of knowledge, it was a guardian. Of what? She didn't yet know. She lowered her hand from its trunk, her skin glowing faintly silver now. The 30 students around her were watching, and she could feel their shifting thoughts, loyalty, admiration, unease. "The world above is beginning to see," she said. "We've shaken the veil. They'll come for us soon. The ministry. The old order. They'll call this dangerous." Orla nodded slowly. "Isn't it?" Hermione looked her in the eye. "Only to those who rely on obedience to maintain control." The resistance stood at the chamber's edge, just outside the glow of the tree's influence. The roots had formed a barrier between them and Hermione, an elegant cage of magic and history. Harry took a step forward, hand outstretched. "You don't have to fight us. We're not your enemies." Hermione didn't flinch. "Then why are you sneaking through the dark to stop me?" "Because we don't trust this," Harry said. "You're tampering with something even the founders buried." "That should mean something," Neville added. "There's a reason they sealed this tree away. If it were just truth, they wouldn't have feared it." Hermione looked at them like a disappointed teacher. "They sealed it because they were afraid of change. But the truth doesn't serve fear. It cleanses it." Luna stepped forward now, eyes soft. "But truth without balance becomes destruction. Don't forget, Hermione. The tree may be showing you things, but it has its own will too." Something flickered in Hermione's expression. Doubt. But it was gone in a blink. At the ministry, a red alarm spell exploded in the Department of Mysteries. Magical censors screamed as reality trembled. Books rewrote themselves. Long-dead spells reappeared in the oldest tomes. The Department of Magical Records was flooded with prophecies that had been lost to time. And in the center of the chaos, Kingsley Shacklebolt stood grim and resolute. "Contact the Board of Magical Governance," he told his aides. "And send word to Durmstrang, Beauxbatons, Ilvermorny. We need their insight. This isn't a local disturbance. It's a world event now." One of the unspeakables looked up from his desk, pale-faced. Minister, we've detected roots. Everywhere. Beneath magical landmarks. Schools. Old battlefields. They were dormant. Until now. Kingsley exhaled slowly. She's not just awakening knowledge. She's awakening history itself. Hermione stood alone before the tree later that night. The students were asleep in conjured hammocks above, their dreams filtering into the roots like drops of ink in water. The presence inside the tree stirred again. And this time it whispered, "Balance must follow knowledge. Or decay will." Hermione frowned. "What are you?" But the whisper was gone. Only the roots answered, curling slowly across the walls, reaching higher. The tree was growing, and its hunger was spreading. In Gryffindor Tower, Ginny sat by the window, watching the horizon. She saw the stars blink in and out. Then she saw something far worse. Tiny flickers of green fire, appearing in the distance. London. Hogsmeade. Even beyond. Not explosions. Awakenings. At dawn, the cracks in the great hall reached the enchanted ceiling. The first stone fell. Not loud. Not dramatic. Just a single piece of the castle's enchanted roof, tumbling free like a tooth from an aging skull. It hit the floor with a soft echo, and Hogwarts felt it like the toll of a bell. The first real shatter. And it would not be the last. A slow fog crept over the forbidden forest as dawn broke, golden light piercing through the thick trees. But the mist wasn't natural. It shimmered with faint glyphs, symbols that hadn't been seen since the time of the founders. Creatures stirred uneasily. Centaurs turned their eyes to the sky. Even the acromantulas retreated into their nests. The forest was remembering, and the castle was listening. In the chamber beneath Hogwarts, Hermione stood alone before 4 statues: Rowena Ravenclaw, Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, and Helga Hufflepuff. Each seemed more alive than stone should allow. Their expressions had shifted subtly since her last visit. Watchful now, almost curious. A pulse ran through the floor as she stepped forward. The tree's roots uncoiled from around the central dais and slithered to the corners of the room, coiling behind each founder's statue like skeletal serpents. Hermione raised her wand, not to cast but to offer. A symbol of her purpose. "I seek your truth," she said aloud. "Not the legacy the world remembers, but the one you buried." A beam of light burst from the tip of her wand into the ceiling. The air split with a low groan, and the statues moved. Not animated like golems or enchanted suits of armor, but through memory. Magic played out before her in spectral light, ghostly recreations of the founders in their prime. She watched as they argued. She watched as Slytherin defended the tree as the key to magical evolution. As Gryffindor warned that it corrupted even the wisest. As Ravenclaw grew quiet, uncertain. As Hufflepuff begged for unity. She watched as they chose silence over truth. They sealed the tree, not because it was evil, but because it was uncontrollable. Because it didn't choose sides. Back in the Resistance's makeshift war room, Luna drew spirals in the air with her wand, her eyes fluttering closed as she entered a trance. The castle's energy was overwhelming, but she could still feel its core. "It's shifting again," she whispered. "The tree, it's showing her things. It wants her to understand, but it wants us to witness." Harry stared at the table map of Hogwarts. "Why? What's the point of drawing us in?" "Because every spell needs a counterbalance," Luna said softly. "Hermione's awakening knowledge. We're here to keep her from forgetting herself." Neville pointed to a pulsing red point on the map, the chamber. "Then we need to go back. Not to fight. To anchor her." Hermione stumbled back as the vision ended, breathing heavily. Her wand clattered to the floor, its glow dimmed. The tree's light flickered, and for the first time, she looked at it not with reverence, but with caution. The whisper returned. "Your truth is not the truth." She turned sharply. "What does that mean?" The whisper was not a voice but a sensation, wind, heat memory. "You were chosen to reveal, not to rule." And suddenly she realized, the tree was never meant to give someone power. It was meant to challenge it. That night, the Resistance made their way back to the chamber. Harry led, wand drawn but not raised. Ginny beside him, eyes wary. Luna behind them, softly humming to steady the magical current. Neville, grim and ready. They entered the outer perimeter, and the tree responded. Its roots shifted, not to block them, but to guide. Hermione was waiting at the heart, her face pale, her eyes ringed with sleepless dark. "You came back," she said, almost relieved. "You looked like you needed us," Harry replied. "I do," she admitted. "The tree isn't what I thought. It doesn't just reveal truth, it tests it. And I'm failing." Ginny stepped closer. "Then let us help." The tree glowed suddenly. 4 strands of light curled down from its highest branch, one to each of them. Hermione, Harry, Ginny, Luna, Neville, all connected. Each one, in their own way, a mirror of the founders. Hermione, clever and unyielding like Rowena. Harry, brave, defiant, loyal like Godric. Luna, introspective, wise like Helga. Neville, strong, steady, principled like Salazar before the fall. And Ginny, the bridge between them all. The tree had been waiting not for Hermione alone, but for balance. Above them, the cracks in Hogwarts spread faster. Spells from centuries past began unraveling. Old enchantments bleeding into the air, warping classrooms, shifting staircases, revealing hidden doors and ancient rooms. But for the first time, the magic wasn't hostile. It was ready, waiting for what came next. In the chamber, the tree's bark split open, revealing a hollow. Inside, a scroll floated, sealed with no wax, but with memory itself. Hermione reached out and took it, her fingers trembling. She didn't need to read it to know. It was the original spell. The first spell, from which all others descended. A spell that could reshape magic itself forever. And it had chosen her. The scroll pulsed softly in Hermione's hands, a heartbeat of ancient power. It was warm, not with fire or flame, but with the warmth of recognition, of being seen. The tree had given her the original spell, and in that moment, it was as if the castle itself leaned in to watch what she would do next. She unrolled the parchment. There were no words, only symbols, strange, shifting runes that defied translation. They shimmered and danced like ink on water, rearranging themselves as if responding to her thoughts. The language wasn't of any culture she'd studied. It was older than Latin, older than gobbledygook or the runes of the giants. It wasn't meant to be read. It was meant to be understood. Her mind stretched. She saw glimpses of the beginning, of magic before wands, before structure. A raw force, tied not to command, but intention. Magic that responded to the soul, not incantation. And she began to weep. Because she realized, all of it, the ministry, the schools, even the founders, had been fragments of a truth they had tried to simplify. But this was the source. Behind her, the others watched in silence. Even Harry, skeptical and cautious, knew this was something beyond spells and curses. The chamber was quiet but not still. The roots shifted gently. The tree had become calm, watchful, not hungry. Luna tilted her head. "It's not meant for just one person," she murmured. Hermione turned. Her face was different now, not smug, not consumed, but humbled. "It's a spell of unity," she said. "Not control." Ginny stepped forward. "So what does it do?" Hermione looked down at the runes again, then back at them. "It lets us reshape magic. Not with force, but with understanding. It's like rewriting the rules by remembering what they were meant to be." Neville frowned. "That sounds too powerful." "It is," Hermione agreed. "That's why it requires more than me." She extended the scroll toward Harry. "I need you," she said simply. And that was what changed everything. Because until now, she had stood above them, spoke at them, acted alone. Now she asked for help. Harry stepped forward. He looked at the scroll but didn't touch it. "You swear this isn't a trap?" She nodded. "If I wanted power alone, I'd have cast it already." He took the other side of the scroll. The runes flared. Then Ginny, Luna, and Neville stepped forward, forming a circle. 5 hands. 5 hearts. The chamber trembled. Far above, the sky began to ripple again. This time it wasn't fracturing, it was healing. The jagged cracks dulled. The green shimmer softened into a soft gold hue, like starlight underwater. Across Hogwarts, books returned to shelves. Portraits resumed their usual bickering. The staircases steadied. The magic no longer twisted, it began to flow freely. For the first time in days, the castle exhaled. The ministry watched from their towers in London, stunned. The readings dropped. No eruptions. No surges. Only a vast, stabilizing wave of energy. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood in the observatory, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. "It's begun," he said quietly. "What has?" asked an unspeakable. He didn't answer. Because he didn't know. In the chamber, the scroll rose between the five of them, held aloft by their shared magic. The tree pulsed in approval. The statues of the founders lit faintly, their expressions serene. The runes lifted off the parchment, spinning slowly in the air. Each one floated toward a member of the circle, marking their hands, embedding softly in their skin like glowing tattoos. And then, silence. Then light. Then nothing. They awoke lying on the chamber floor, the scroll gone, the tree dimmed. But something had changed. Hermione stood slowly, looking at her hands. The marks still glowed faintly, 5 intersecting lines, forming a star. She felt the magic differently now. It wasn't hers to command. It was hers to guide. "I think we just reset something," she said softly. Harry stood beside her. "The spell's done." "I think it wasn't a spell," Luna said, brushing her fingers through the air where the scroll had vanished. "It was a key. We've opened something." And far below the tree, deeper than any had yet gone, in the silent caverns untouched by human memory, something stirred. Not malevolent, not benevolent, but awakened. For centuries, the caverns beneath Hogwarts had remained undisturbed. Even the deepest magical explorations never reached them, their entrances cloaked in enchantments so primal they didn't repel, they erased. Magic couldn't map them. Memory couldn't hold them. Only the tree remembered. Now that silence was broken. From the newly awakened heart of the castle, roots began to descend. Not in violence, but in seeking. Reaching. As though the tree had only just remembered something buried deep in its own soul. Something older than it. Something waiting. Above, in the dim chamber, the 5 stood in silence. Hermione still felt the energy coursing through her. The symbol on her palm no longer glowing, but still warm. Harry, beside her, was quiet but alert, the same expression he wore when walking into battle. Ginny clutched her wand tightly, but it wasn't fear that gripped her. It was expectation. Neville pressed his ear to the ground. "I hear something," he murmured. Hermione looked sharply at him. "What?" "Water," he said. "Moving. Fast. But deeper. Much deeper than the lake." Luna crouched beside him. "Or perhaps it's not water at all. What if it's time?" The others turned to her. She smiled faintly. "Time is weight, you know. And in this place, it runs in all directions." Before anyone could respond, the tree pulsed again. A long, slow vibration echoed through the stone. Then the floor beneath the central dais cracked. A spiral staircase unfurled, not made by wand or spell, but from the roots themselves, weaving downward into blackness. Hermione stepped toward it. Harry grabbed her arm. "You're not going alone." "I wasn't going to," she said. "We started this together. We finish it together." As they descended, the walls changed. They were no longer stone or root, but something else. Bones, perhaps. Fossils of creatures long forgotten. The air grew thicker, heavy with magic that tasted metallic, like lightning before a storm. The path twisted downward far longer than the space beneath Hogwarts should allow. This place was not just below the castle. It was outside the world. Finally, the stairway ended in a wide cavern, lit not by torches but by a luminous mist that hovered above the ground like fog in a dream. In its center stood a pedestal. Floating just above it was an orb, smooth silver, pulsing with energy. But it wasn't the orb that drew their attention. It was the figure behind it. Tall, robed, face obscured by a hood made of woven shadows. It had no visible features, but they all felt its gaze. Hermione stepped forward. "Who are you?" The figure tilted its head. "I am the memory. The architect. The forgotten." Its voice echoed not through the air, but through their thoughts. "You have awakened the first spell. You have become its wielders. Now you must choose its purpose." Above them, the magical world reeled. At Durmstrang, ancient murals changed. Students witnessed paintings of the founders speaking to them, warning them to prepare. At Beauxbatons, Vila magic surged unnaturally strong, shattering glass. At Ilvermorny, the enchanted guardians of the school awoke and roared toward the sky. Something was spreading. A pulse of change. The balance of magic was tipping. Hermione kept her voice steady. "You said we must choose its purpose. What does that mean?" The architect slowly raised a hand, revealing two hovering images. One of the magical world united, free, guided by shared knowledge. And another, of control. Order. Peace, but at the cost of freedom. A world tightly governed by a new magical hierarchy built from the tree's power. Creation or order. Enlightenment or stability. You may not choose both. Harry shook his head. Why not? Because the spell rewrites the laws. And the laws cannot be both free and rigid. Luna stepped beside Hermione. If we choose wrong, there is no wrong, the architect answered. Only cost. What you gain determines what you lose. Hermione looked around at her friends. Their faces were solemn, illuminated by the orb's soft light. This wasn't just a decision about magic. It was about the future. She turned back to the architect. We need time. Time is an illusion, the figure said. But I will give you until dawn. With that, the orb dimmed. The chamber faded. And they found themselves back in the tree's chamber as if no time had passed. But the weight of the choice remained. Hermione sat against the wall, her mind racing. Could she choose creation? Let magic flow freely, potentially uncontrollably? Or order, bring structure and protection, but perhaps mirror the same tyranny she had once fought? Harry sat down beside her. Whatever you choose, I'll stand with you. She looked at him, eyes burning. We'll choose. All of us. Together. The sun began to rise. And with it, the world held its breath. The first golden rays of dawn slipped through the high windows of Hogwarts, touching the towers and the battlements like a blessing, or a warning. The castle stood still, waiting. The wind was calm. The lake reflected a sky that felt too wide, too bright, as though the world itself knew something ancient was about to change. In the tree's chamber, Hermione stood in front of her friends, the weight of the architect's choice pressing down on her shoulders like armor made of stone. The memory of the two futures still hovered in her mind. The vision of unshackled magic, wild and free, and the image of a new magical world, protected but controlled. Both futures had their beauty. Both futures had their price. I've always believed, she began slowly, that knowledge should be shared. That power should be earned, not inherited. That we can do better than the past. Luna tilted her head. But the world isn't ready for magic without rules, Hermione whispered. What if we free it, and it breaks people instead of lifting them? What if we become the very danger the founders feared? Harry stepped forward. Hermione, it's not all on you. You're not the only one carrying this. She is right to hesitate, Neville said. Because both paths carry risk. But maybe the question isn't which future is perfect. Maybe it's which future gives us the chance to fix our mistakes. Ginny glanced at the glowing star-shaped symbol on her palm. Then we choose the future with choice. Together, they descended into the hidden cavern once more. The orb was still there, pulsing with patient light. The architect stood unmoving, as though frozen in time. As they stepped onto the stone platform, the figure stirred. You have returned. Have you chosen? Hermione looked to the others. One by one they nodded. We choose creation, she said. We choose freedom. Magic should belong to everyone, not just those in towers or ministries. Let it grow. Let it challenge us. There was silence. Then the architect slowly raised its hand. So it shall be. The orb brightened until it was nearly blinding. Then it shattered into 1,000 stars, each one racing outward into the stone, the tree, the roots, and the very bones of Hogwarts. And beyond. Across the world, magic changed. Not with fire or fury, but with awakening. Children born that day opened their eyes with sparks dancing in their irises. Long-dormant bloodlines surged to life. The walls between wand magic and wandless began to crumble. Even Muggleborns, previously powerless until 11, began sensing the world earlier, responding to the unseen. At the Ministry of Magic, every artifact powered by lawbound enchantment flickered, then recalibrated. The Department of Mysteries lost control of several containment spells. Ancient wards blinked in and out of existence, forcing emergency lockdowns. But there was no collapse. Only transformation. Back in the chamber, the architect was gone. So was the orb. But the tree remained, no longer pulsing with hunger or anger. It had grown taller, fuller, branches reaching gently toward the roof as though in gratitude. The chamber, once a battleground of Hermione's ambition, was now a sanctuary, a cradle of the new world. Hermione fell to her knees, not out of weakness, but release. It was done. Harry knelt beside her. What now? She smiled faintly. Now we teach them how to use it. Over the next weeks, word spread of what had happened. Not all believed it. Many in power feared it. Some even tried to stop it. But magic had changed, and there was no reversing it. Hogwarts itself evolved. The castle revealed rooms never seen before, spaces meant for new forms of magic. The room of requirement became more powerful, more intuitive. The library opened sections that had once been sealed even to the headmaster. Students discovered magic through emotion, through music, through story, not just spells. Hermione, Harry, Luna, Ginny, and Neville, now called the Fivefold Circle, began to share what they had learned. Carefully, deliberately, with the understanding that no power was without danger. But not all were grateful. In dark corners of the magical world, whispers rose. Not all witches and wizards welcomed this change. Some believed it to be blasphemy. Others, an opportunity to seize new power in the chaos. And far away, deeper than even the tree's roots had reached, something stirred once more. It had slept through the centuries, hidden beneath the layers of structured magic. But now that structure was gone. And it was waking. The wind howled across the Scottish Highlands, brushing over the hills like a warning. Clouds gathered above Hogwarts, thick and unnatural, pulsing with faint violet streaks that no weather chart could explain. The castle stood steady, but the air felt wrong, like the world was holding its breath. Beneath the ground, where roots twisted through forgotten earth, deeper than the tree's reach and older than its memory, something opened an eye. It had no form. Not anymore. It had been scattered when the founders built the wards, when the ministry bound magic to parchment and law. But now the bindings were loosened. The ancient force had been freed, not by its own hand, but by a group of well-meaning children and a choice made in the name of freedom. And it was hungry. Hermione sat by the edge of the Black Lake, watching the water ripple. The days since the awakening had been filled with chaos. Letters from worried parents, sudden surges of accidental magic, creatures behaving oddly, and spells misfiring or growing unexpectedly powerful. She had expected some disruption, but not like this. She pressed her palm against the grass. Magic still buzzed under her skin. The mark from the scroll still lingered on her hand, though dimmer now, as if the spell had finished its work and was waiting for its next chapter. Luna joined her, carrying a stack of parchment. More letters, she said. One from Beauxbatons. 2 from the Magical Congress in America. And one that smells suspiciously like poisoned ink. Hermione didn't flinch. Anything we need to act on? Mostly panic, Luna said. But one line stood out to me. From an old archivist at the Vatican's hidden library. He says something has shifted in the veil between. Hermione frowned. As in the Department of Mysteries veil? Not just that one, Luna said softly. All veils. All thresholds. Meanwhile, deep in the Forbidden Forest, a centaur named Firenze raised his gaze to the stars. The constellations shimmered, but they were out of alignment. No prophecy would speak clearly. The threads of fate had been tangled, as if 1,000 futures now pressed toward the present all at once. The wheel has turned, he whispered, and the sleeper beneath the soil begins to remember. At Grimmauld Place, Harry studied old records from the Order. Ginny leaned over his shoulder, pointing to a passage in a faded journal from Dumbledore. The entity of the wellspring, she read aloud. What do you think it means? Harry sighed. Dumbledore suspected that magic didn't just come from nowhere. He thought there was a source, a will behind it, but no one took him seriously. Maybe he was right, Ginny said. Maybe this isn't just about spells and schools. Maybe something lives in the magic. That night, Hermione met them all in the headmistress's tower, now hers. We need to go back beneath the tree, she said. Something's coming. I can feel it. Neville, ever the skeptic, looked grim. You think awakening the original spell woke something else? I don't think, she replied. I know. Luna pulled out the last letter from her pile. There's a rumor among the goblins. About a vault that sings at night. They say it's not gold it protects, but a voice. Hermione's eyes darkened. Then it's spreading faster than I thought. The next day, the 5 descended into the tree's chamber again. But something had changed. The air was colder. The roots above their heads twitched, not with hunger or protection, but with fear. The tree remembered the thing below, and now it trembled. Hermione pressed her hand to the base of the dais. The star on her palm sparked weakly, then flared. A seam opened in the stone. Not a staircase. A descent. A tunnel of roots and bone, leading down where even the architect had not dwelled. They hesitated. Harry gripped his wand. This isn't like last time. No, Hermione agreed. Last time we woke up magic. This time, Luna said softly, we're waking up what magic forgot. As they descended, the tunnel narrowed. Lights dimmed. Their breath misted. Magic around them grew unstable, wands flickering, words of power fizzling into static. They were entering a place where structured magic did not belong. They came upon a door, not carved but grown, twisted out of roots so tightly packed they formed something smooth and black. In its center was a spiral rune none of them had seen before. The moment Hermione touched it, her mind filled with whispers. Not language, not words, but memory. Flashes of fire, screaming stars. A time when magic ran like blood through the land itself. Beasts older than dragons, minds older than thought, and one presence watching it all. She staggered back. Harry caught her. What did you see? Not see, she said, voice trembling. Felt. I think we just found the source. Or what used to be the source. Neville looked sick. And we woke it. Ginny clenched her fists. Can we stop it? Hermione stared at the door. I don't know, she whispered. But I think we're going to have to try. The door opened with no sound, no dramatic creak, no rush of air. It simply gave way. One moment it was solid. The next, it was gone like it had only existed because no one dared to see beyond it. A narrow corridor stretched ahead, walls slick with ancient magic. Light pulsed faintly from veins of silver embedded in the stone. But the air here was different, thicker, heavier. Not just cold, but expectant, like the chamber itself was aware of them. They stepped in. Every footstep echoed twice, once in the corridor, and again in their minds. Hermione kept her wand steady, though it sputtered like a candle in wind. Lumos, she said again, but the light that sprang forth was dim, as if the magic resisted being shaped here. Harry squinted ahead. The walls, they're humming. Indeed they were. Low vibrations, like voices murmuring just below the range of hearing. And occasionally a word would rise. Half-formed. Forgotten. Source? Unshaped. Return. Luna tilted her head. They're not speaking to us. Then to who? Neville asked. They're speaking to it, Hermione said, her voice barely above a whisper. They emerged into a vast, circular chamber that felt larger than the castle itself. Above, there was no ceiling, only endless blackness speckled with points of soft light that swirled like constellations. It was as if they had stepped into the sky itself. And in the center of the room floated a shape. Not solid, not entirely visible, like smoke held together by force of will. A void within light. A presence without name. The source. It pulsed once, and all five of them staggered back, breath stolen. It didn't attack. It greeted. Hermione's vision blurred, her mind filled with fragmented images. Prehistoric forests, rivers glowing with magic, the first spell ever cast by a terrified child thousands of years ago. She saw civilizations before Hogwarts, before Rome, before even memory. Magic had not been invented. It had been found, and then caged. Hermione stepped forward. We woke you. The shape shimmered in response. No, you freed me. The voice was everywhere. Nowhere. It came from inside their bones. Ginny flinched. What are you? The shape pulsed again. I am the seed. The first wish. The spark in the dark. Luna smiled faintly. You're not evil. No, Hermione said slowly. But you're not safe either. The seed pulsed again. Long ago, your kind shaped me into schools, into books, into rules. But I was never meant to be divided. I was meant to be felt. Harry's jaw clenched. So what now? You spread across the world and burn down everything we've built. No, it said gently. I offer choice. True choice. Magic that listens, not commands. Magic that feels the caster's intent, not their bloodline or pronunciation. Neville's voice was hoarse. But if anyone can wield you, that includes those who want to control. Or destroy? The seed did not answer. Because it didn't need to. They returned to the surface in silence. The tree above the chamber had grown taller still. Its branches now brushed the ceiling of the great hall, its roots reaching through the floors like veins of purpose. The castle no longer felt like stone and mortar. It felt alive. Students had begun to sense it. Spells were becoming intuitive. Duels more chaotic. Some students could cast silently. Others found themselves speaking to animals without a single class in magical creatures. Hermione stood before the staff that evening. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, even Hagrid sat in stunned silence as she explained what lay beneath the castle. "I'm not asking for permission," she said softly. "I'm warning you. The old ways are ending. Hogwarts must adapt, or it will collapse." McGonagall's expression was unreadable. "And you trust this seed?" "No," Hermione said honestly. "But I trust that it's part of us. Magic wants to evolve. We either guide it or be swept away." But elsewhere, others had heard the call. In the catacombs of Nurmengard, a group of wizards clad in grey robes gathered. They called themselves the Custodians. Their goal: to restore magical purity and structure. They saw the seed not as a gift, but as a threat. "The girl has torn the veil," one of them spat. "Magic belongs to the worthy, not the weak." They began to chant, summoning ancient bindings, drawing on old blood oaths, echoing the dark rites of centuries past. Not to destroy the seed, but to bind it again. Hermione stared out from the astronomy tower, wind tugging at her robes. Below, the castle pulsed with quiet change. Above, the stars began to shift, slightly but unnaturally. The sky no longer followed fixed patterns. The world was bending. And far below, in the vault of whispers, the seed stirred again. Not in peace, but in warning. The first sign of trouble came with the storm. It wasn't the sort of storm conjured by weather charms or temperamental seasons. This was different, unnatural. Lightning cracked purple across the sky. The wind screeched like a wounded beast. And deep beneath the castle, the tree groaned. Hermione raced through the corridors of Hogwarts, her footsteps echoing against the stone. Students had been evacuated to the lower chambers. Precautionary, she'd told them. But in her heart, she knew the storm wasn't aimed at the school. It was aimed at the seed. She burst into the room of requirement, where the five-fold circle had gathered once more. Maps floated in the air, pulsing with magical locations across the world. Pins blinked red Bosbatons. Salem. Mahadakoro. Magical convergence points, all under duress. "It started," Harry said grimly. "Someone's trying to suppress the magic again." "They're not just suppressing," Luna said wide-eyed. "They're binding. I've seen the symbols before. Blood anchors. Thought traps. They're resurrecting the old rituals." Hermione nodded. "The Custodians. A pure magic cult from the 11th century. They believed magic should only be wielded by the anointed. The rest of us, half-bloods, muggle-borns, they considered mistakes." Neville clenched his fists. "Let me guess. They've returned." "Worse," Hermione replied. "They never left. They just waited." That night, the vault of whispers trembled. The seed, once calm and curious, now recoiled. Shadows rippled along the chamber walls. The once pure hum turned jagged, broken by pulses of dark intention. The Custodians had begun their spell. Across the globe, altars were being activated, altars built not to kill the seed, but to shackle it. Hermione stood in front of the tree, wand in hand, eyes burning with fury. "We gave the world a chance," she said to no one. "We gave them choice. And they're choosing chains again." Ginny stepped up beside her. "Then let's cut the chains." "We need to find the altars," Harry said. "And destroy them, before the seed becomes something else. Something twisted." Neville opened the Marauder's map, now fused with newer magic. A glowing line traced a path through the forbidden forest, to something that hadn't been there yesterday. "A new one," he said. "Too close to ignore." By sunrise, they found the first altar. It stood in a glade where the trees had been scorched away. At its center was a stone slab, pulsing with symbols that bled smoke. Around it, four wizards in grey robes chanted, each holding a wand carved from petrified bone. Hermione didn't hesitate. "Expulso!" The blast threw one of them back, shattering the circle. The others turned, eyes glowing white, not with power but possession. They're conduits, Harry shouted. They're not casting, something else is. The battle was fierce. Magic didn't behave the way it used to. Some spells exploded with raw force, while others fizzled if cast with fear. But the five adapted. They used emotion, memory, intention, all things the seed had taught them. Neville crushed the altar with a transfigured boulder. The ground screamed. And then it was quiet. Back at Hogwarts, the trees shivered with relief. One chain had been broken. But there were more. We need allies, Hermione said, pacing. This isn't just about Hogwarts. We have to send messages to the other schools. The magical communities. Even the ones that hide from wizards. The centaurs. The goblins. The Vila. Magic is changing for everyone. They deserve a voice. Luna smiled. Then let's build a new order. Not of the Phoenix, Ginny said. Something older. Hermione turned to her. Something more honest. They called it the Concord of the Unbound. While messages flew on enchanted parchment and firebirds, a war in silence began. Not fought with armies, but with ideas. Some stood with the custodians. They feared the new magic. They called it chaos. They clung to tradition like armor. But others, professors, parents, even old Aurors, saw what Hermione and her circle had done, and remembered the spark magic once gave them as children. Not fear, but wonder. But the custodians were not done. In the shadows of Azkaban, where Dementors once fed, a second altar was built. This one stronger, surrounded by ancient runes once used to seal away magical creatures. Hermione knew they couldn't stop them all alone. So she did what no headmistress before her had ever dared. She summoned the ministry. And when they came, robes flowing, eyes narrowed, she did not ask for approval. She gave them a choice. Join us, she said, or be left behind. Far below, in the vault, the seed pulsed dimly. It knew what was coming, and for the first time since its awakening, it felt something it had not known in eons. Fear. The halls of Hogwarts had never been so full. Not since the final battle during the Second Wizarding War had witches and wizards from all corners of the world gathered under one roof. But this time, it wasn't for blood or survival. It was for change. Representatives from Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, Ilvermorny, Wagadu, Castelobruxo, and even smaller, hidden enclaves of magical tradition had answered Hermione's call. The Concord of the Unbound had gone from dream to movement in days. And now, the heart of the magical world beat louder than ever before. In the great hall, the enchanted ceiling roared with storm clouds and firelight. The long tables had been pushed aside, replaced by one great circular ring. No house banners. No thrones. Just unity. Hermione stood at the center of it all. I called you here not as a headmistress, she began, her voice calm but commanding, but as a witch who believes magic is not something to control, but something to honor. What we have uncovered, the seed, the true source of all magic, it offers us a chance. But only if we're brave enough to embrace it. Whispers rippled across the room. Most were cautious. Some were intrigued. A tall woman with skin like polished onyx stood. She wore the emerald and gold of Wagadu, her gaze sharp as a hawk's. This seed, if it is indeed what you say, why now? Why reveal itself after so many centuries hidden? Hermione didn't flinch. Because we disturbed it. Not just with a spell, but with intent. With desperation. And now, others are trying to force it back into the dark. Then what do you propose we do? Asked a bearded wizard from Durmstrang. Hermione raised her wand, and with a thought conjured a map in the air. Red dots pulsed across it, the locations of active binding altars. We stop them. Together. Or magic as we know it becomes a prison again. That evening, the newly formed Concord split into teams. Ilvermorny would handle the altar in the Rockies. Beauxbatons would travel to the Pyrenees. Wagadu would strike at the one near the source of the Nile. And Hogwarts? Hogwarts would handle the darkest one of all. Azkaban. Harry stared at the crumbling outline of the prison from the edge of the sea. Its silhouette loomed like a dying creature, cloaked in mist and old pain. Last time I came here, he murmured to Ginny, it was to save Sirius. She reached for his hand. This time, we're saving everyone. Azkaban was no longer guarded by Dementors. They had fled years ago, drawn away by the shifting tides of magic. But the darkness they left behind had festered. Inside, the altar thrummed with ancient hatred. Hermione led the way, followed by Luna, Neville, and a handful of Concord allies. The walls bled whispers. Ghosts of inmates long dead screamed through the cracks. The air was thick with unspoken curses. And at the center, guarded by 6 custodians in ceremonial armor, was the altar, black stone etched with jagged runes that seemed to cut the air itself. The custodians did not speak. They attacked. The duel was instant, brutal. Spells shattered stone and flame licked the sky. But the Concord fought back with something the custodians didn't understand: trust. Each spell was backed not by command, but by purpose. Each movement flowed with shared intent. Hermione and Harry reached the altar together. It radiated cold, resisting their touch. "It's linked to something bigger," Harry said. "They're all connected, like nodes in a web." Hermione nodded. "Then we'll unravel the whole thing." She plunged her wand into the altar, not with a spell, but a thought. Release. A shockwave tore through the prison. The walls cracked. The sea roared. And the altar crumbled. The custodians screamed, then vanished into shadow like ash on the wind. That night, the seed pulsed stronger than ever. But it wasn't alone. In the sky above the world, new stars began to appear. Not distant suns, but signs. Constellations of change. Ancient magic reawakened. New branches of spell work, never before discovered, appeared in dreams and visions. Children across the globe found their magic blooming earlier and stranger. It was working, but Hermione knew it wasn't over. As she stood atop the astronomy tower once more, wind tugging at her cloak, Luna approached. "I had a vision," Luna said softly. "A child, born of 2 magics. One old, one new. Their voice will decide everything." Hermione turned to her, eyes wide. "When?" "Soon," Luna replied. "But not yet." Hermione stared toward the horizon, where the sea met the stars. The world was healing, but the war for its soul was only halfway through. In the cold silence of a Romanian mountain range, hidden beneath centuries of snow and dragon bone, the final altar lay dormant, untouched by the Concord, unvisited by the seed's awakening pulse. But that night, it began to bleed light. Not warm or golden, but sickly green. And standing around it, cloaked in deep gray with their faces hidden beneath iron masks, the true leaders of the custodians began their final ritual. "This is the core," one of them rasped. "The sigil of binding. When complete, it will override all others. It will not chain the seed, it will reshape it." Above them, storm clouds thickened, and the wind howled with something not of the earth. Hermione awoke in a sweat. The dream had returned. Only this time, it wasn't a vision of the past, but a future unmade. She saw Hogwarts in ruins, the trees severed at the trunk. Wands turned to ash. The sky fractured like glass. And worst of all, she saw herself, but twisted. Cloaked in gray. Wand outstretched. And smiling. She jolted upright in the dark. It wasn't just a dream. It was a warning. By midday, she had summoned the inner circle again. Harry, Luna, Neville, and Ginny gathered with tired eyes and grim hearts. Despite their victories, Hermione's urgency was like lightning in a dry forest. "There's another altar," she said. "One we missed. One they've kept hidden, until now." "How do you know?" Neville asked, concerned. Hermione hesitated. "Because I saw it. In my sleep. Or rather, felt it. The seed sent it to me. It's trying to speak." Luna nodded. "It's learning how. Slowly. Magic with a mind doesn't just think. It dreams." Ginny narrowed her eyes. "Then we don't wait. We find it, and we end it." They arrived in Romania 3 days later, guided by a whisper-thin trail of residual magic that curled like smoke through the trees. Dragon country. No roads. No maps. Only ancient breath and fossilized spells embedded in the rocks. The trail ended at a forgotten temple, half buried in ice. "This was built before any of us," Hermione murmured. "Before wands. Before language. The structure was wrong, not in form, but in feel. As if the mountain had tried to reject it but failed." They entered with wands drawn and spells buzzing at their fingertips. What they found was worse than they imagined. The custodians were no longer human, not truly. Their bodies had been laced with binding sigils, their veins glowing faintly. Their eyes were empty sockets of swirling gray mist, and their voices came out as a chorus of static. "We were men, one of them rasped, "but now we are will." Hermione felt her knees shake, not from fear but recognition. The same sigils from her dream. "You don't want to imprison the seed," she said slowly. "You want to become it." The custodian's head tilted. "You already did." The battle began without a signal. Luna summoned illusions so vivid they breathed. Neville cracked the floor open with vines of granite. Ginny darted like a flame between sigils and blades. And Harry became a storm himself, his magic raw, driven by instinct. But it was Hermione who faced the leader alone. They met in the heart of the temple, where the altar pulsed like a dying heart. She stared into the mask, and beyond it, saw her own reflection. "You could have ruled," the custodian said. "You had the mind, the vision. Why free the world when you could own it?" "Because it was never mine to own." "Then why do you still hesitate?" And that's when Hermione realized he wasn't speaking to her. He was speaking to the part of her that still felt tempted. The seed had changed her, given her sight, power, understanding. And deep within, she had wanted to do more than help the world. She had wanted to fix it. Wasn't that the same thing? With a cry, she slammed her wand down into the altar. But the stone resisted. Not physically. Emotionally. It pushed back with memories of every time she was overlooked, mocked, underestimated. Every moment she'd sworn she'd rise above them all. The altar fed on that. She had to reject it, not with spells, but with truth. She reached deep inside and whispered to the seed, not the ancient force, but the new soul it was becoming. "I don't need to be its master," she said, her voice trembling. "I just want to be its student." And the seed answered. The altar shattered in a pulse of brilliant white. All around them, the custodians collapsed like puppets with cut strings. Their masks cracked. Their bodies fell silent. The final binding was broken. Back at Hogwarts, the tree bloomed. Not with flowers, but with light. Ribbons of color danced through its branches. And from its base, a new chamber opened. Not dark or ancient, but radiant and fresh, glowing with untamed potential. The seed had a new home. Hermione stood at its edge, her friends beside her. "We won," Harry said, breathless. "No," she whispered. "We began." Because what came next was not a war. It was rebirth. The newly opened chamber beneath the tree was unlike any space Hogwarts had ever held. Its walls shimmered not with stone, but with translucent threads of light, like woven magic itself. The floor hummed underfoot, not with spells cast by humans, but with magic that existed before humans. And in the center of it all, the seed stood tall. No longer just a sphere of light, but something more alive, more aware. It had grown roots. They pulsed gently across the ground, not anchoring themselves into the earth, but stretching outward as if reaching for minds, for dreams. Hermione approached it first. Her steps were slow, reverent. When she reached the base, the magic parted around her, not in resistance, but in recognition. "It knows you," Luna whispered from behind her. "It remembers you." Hermione turned slightly. "It remembers all of us. Everyone who touched it. Even those who feared it. But now it's listening." Neville stepped forward. "So, what do we do now?" Hermione looked back at the seed. "Now we ask." For days, the Concord of the Unbound stayed at Hogwarts, taking turns entering the Chamber of Roots, as it came to be called. Wizards and witches from every school, every bloodline, every magical species came to stand before the seed. And the seed responded. Not with words, not with instructions, but with spells. New ones. Spellwork that bypassed incantations, that thrived on emotion and concept. A flick of the wand combined with a feeling, a memory, an intent, would summon results beyond anything known. A young boy from Ilvermorny conjured a glass phoenix from a tear. An elderly witch from Castello Bruxo healed a dying plant with laughter. A centaur from the Forbidden Forest spoke to the clouds, and they listened. Magic was no longer just about control, it was becoming symphony. But not everyone was pleased. The Ministry of Magic sent envoys. Stiff-robed officials with parchment and clipboards, demanding regulation, restriction, containment. They argued that without structure, magic would become dangerous, chaotic. Hermione stood before them in the Great Hall. "You've had structure for 1,000 years," she said, voice clear. "And in that time we've seen prejudice, war, and the rise of tyrants. Maybe it's time we tried understanding instead. Understanding doesn't protect people. one of them barked. No, she replied, but compassion does. And then she handed them each a scroll. Not a law, not a rulebook, a spell. The first spell given by the seed. It was called Lamora. Not a light charm, not a weapon, just warmth. And when they cast it for a moment, each of them saw something, someone they had loved and lost. A memory, a heartbeat, a truth. They left Hogwarts that evening in silence. In the weeks that followed, Hermione and the five became guides. Not leaders, never again. They traveled from country to country, school to school, helping others adapt to the new wave of magic. The Concord expanded into something global, something living. But the greatest surprise came one evening, when Luna emerged from the Chamber of Roots with a strange smile. It spoke, she said softly. They all stared. It doesn't have a voice, Ginny murmured. No, Luna agreed. But it found mine. They waited. It told me there will be a child, Luna continued. Born not from prophecy, but from possibility. The first true heir of the seed. Not someone chosen, but someone grown. Where? Harry asked. When? Neville added. Luna just smiled. It hasn't decided yet. And elsewhere, far from Hogwarts, hidden in the dark corners of the magical world, a group of witches and wizards knelt before the fractured remnants of the custodian's altar. Their leader, cloaked in tattered silver, placed her hand upon the cold stone. They think it's over, she whispered. Behind her, 10 pairs of eyes shimmered with ancient power. They've only planted the first seed. Back at Hogwarts, the tree swayed in a wind that did not exist. And beneath it, the Chamber of Roots pulsed quietly, awaiting the future. Autumn had arrived at Hogwarts, and with it came a strange, beautiful quiet. Leaves fell in spirals of amber and gold. The black lake shimmered beneath a softer sky, and the once chaotic corridors felt calmer, more balanced, as if the castle itself were exhaling after centuries of tension. Beneath it all, in the Chamber of Roots, the seed thrummed with quiet life. But Hermione didn't sleep. Every night she returned to the observatory above the astronomy tower, eyes locked on the horizon, sensing something just out of reach. The dream hadn't come back in full, but fragments floated to her in whispers, of names she'd never heard, places she'd never seen, and a child whose face she couldn't remember. That child, Luna's vision. It haunted her. Meanwhile, deep in the forests beyond the Scottish Highlands, a new kind of magic stirred. Not bright, not evil, just different. A wild, instinctive force. Where spells born from the seed answered emotion and intent, this one devoured meaning and reflected desire. It was like a mirror. It showed witches and wizards not who they were, but who they secretly wanted to be. A young squib named Cale stumbled upon it first. He had never held a wand, had never performed a single spell. But the moment he touched the blackthorn tree nestled in the center of the glade, magic exploded from him. It burned the leaves, lit the air, and left his fingertips glowing violet. He laughed, and the tree laughed back. Within days, word of this second seed spread, though no one called it that. Some whispered it was a seedling. Others believed it was a scar, left behind by the shattered bindings of the custodians. But whatever it was growing. Hermione, Luna, and Neville arrived at the glade on the third day, but what they found was far more complicated than they expected. Children had already gathered. Young witches and wizards who felt overlooked, unremarkable, or afraid. And the seedling welcomed them. It gave them spells that bent time slightly, shaped fire with thought alone, or made invisible things visible. The children weren't just learning, they were changing. I don't think it's malicious, Luna said, running a hand gently along the tree's bark. Just untethered. Wild. Neville crouched beside the roots. This isn't like our seed. That one it waited. This one calls. Hermione nodded, eyes narrowing. And what if it calls the wrong person? That evening, a girl from Durmstrang arrived. Her name was Ilsamar. Pale, sharp-eyed, brilliant. She had been expelled for using unlicensed blood magic in a healing ritual. Technically illegal, but morally ambiguous. Now she stood before the seedling, and it reached for her. She didn't hesitate. She placed both hands against its bark and let it show her everything she wanted. Power, understanding, control over her pain, her past, her fear. And in that moment, the seedling pulsed darker. Hermione stepped forward instantly. Stop! Don't let it inside you. But Ilsa turned, eyes glowing with ink-black light. Why not? She asked softly. It sees me. All of me. And it accepts me. The argument that followed cracked the glade like thunder. Some of the Concord believed the seedling should be protected and studied. Others believed it should be destroyed. Hermione stood at the center of the storm, unable to decide. Because deep inside, she understood Ilsa. She knew what it was like to be told she was too much, too clever, too dangerous. Hadn't she been called evil once? The truth unsettled her. Maybe it's not evil, she said to Harry later that night, back at Hogwarts. Maybe it's just what magic looks like when it grows without guidance. Harry shook his head. Or maybe it's what happens when the custodians planted more than altars. Maybe they planted seeds of their own. Far beneath the castle, the seed in the chamber of roots pulsed suddenly. Bright. Hot. Afraid. It felt the other one. And it recoiled. Ilsa returned to the seedling 3 nights later with others. Outcasts, rebels, those who had been cast aside by the magical world. They knelt before the tree like pilgrims, and from its branches, fruit began to bloom. Spells in tangible form. One boy reached for one and instantly vanished into a mist of sparks, only to reappear moments later with eyes that remembered too much. Another touched a fruit and whispered words in a language that hadn't existed in 10,000 years. They weren't just learning magic. They were rewriting it. At Hogwarts, Hermione knew the balance had shifted. The seed had brought light. But now the shadows had begun to bloom too. And the war that was coming wouldn't be of wands or curses. It would be a war of truths. Of who had the right to shape magic, and what kind of future it should serve. In the days following Ilsa Marr's awakening at the seedling, whispers rippled through the magical world like wild firelight flickering along ancient walls. It wasn't just students or outcasts visiting the glade anymore. Wandmakers, unspeakables, and rogue alchemists began to appear, drawn by stories of raw, living magic that didn't require permission to wield. Hermione watched it all unfold from the tower above the library. The Concord had fractured. Not openly, not yet, but cracks had begun to show in every conversation. Neville argued for regulation. Ginny wanted containment. Luna urged patience. Harry said nothing at all, only observed with narrowed eyes. Ilsa's not trying to burn the world, Hermione said finally during a meeting. She's trying to show it a different kind of mirror. One where every spell is honest, terrifyingly honest. And you're okay with that? Ginny demanded. No, Hermione said. But I understand it. Meanwhile, in the Grey Grove, the seedling had evolved. No longer just a strange blackthorn tree, it had begun to shift form in subtle ways. Its trunk throbbed with violet light, and its bark bore strange sigils. None from any known magical language, but all somehow recognizable, like words felt in dreams. Ilsa and Kale created the first spell gardens, rings of stones around the seedling where followers could meditate, channel their feelings, and manifest pure magical phenomena. From one such ritual, a girl summoned her future self, aged, scarred, but smiling, and they spoke for nearly an hour before she faded. This wasn't divination. It was becoming. Hermione decided she needed to see it again, not through reports or projections, but with her own eyes. She apparat to the grove under glamour, hiding her face and aura. But the moment she stepped into the boundary, she felt it. The seedling didn't just recognize her, it remembered her. And it showed her a vision. Not of the world, but of herself. In the grove, robed in twilight, her eyes glowing. Not with cruelty, not with conquest, but with peace. With liberation. She was teaching. Not just spells. Ideas. And they weren't afraid of her. They listened. And they called her Mother of Reclamation. Hermione gasped, stepping back from the vision. The seedling pulsed again, and she saw another name etched in the glowing roots. Ilsa Marr, Mother of Reflection. 2 sides. 2 mirrors. Back at Hogwarts, Luna met her on the stairwell late that night. You saw it, didn't you? She said gently. Hermione nodded. It showed me a world where I stopped being afraid of what I could be. Luna smiled, her eyes sad. And now you're scared of wanting it. Hermione didn't answer. Because it was true. The Ministry, sensing the shift in magical loyalties, sent enforcers to the grove. Aurors in gold-trimmed black robes appeared at the perimeter, wands drawn, declaring it an unregulated magical nexus. Ilsa didn't resist. She invited them in. They entered. Only one returned. He couldn't speak. Not from trauma, but because he had been given something else instead. A memory spell of himself as a child, wishing only to be understood. The experience had stripped away years of bitterness and training, leaving a wide-eyed man who could only whisper, "They're not wrong." The rest of the Aurors quit by week's end. Hermione called an emergency Concord meeting. "We can't ignore this. She's not raising an army, she's creating an alternative." Harry leaned forward. "Then we need to understand it before someone else decides it's a threat." Ginny glared. "It is a threat. We're losing our future to a tree that speaks in riddles and feelings." Neville said, "No, Ginny. We're losing our future to ourselves. Because we're terrified of letting go of what we used to be." Hermione stood. "Then maybe it's time we meet her. Not fight. Not negotiate. Talk." A message was sent. A truce proposed. And as Ilsa read Hermione's letter beneath the boughs of the seedling, she smiled faintly and whispered, "She's ready." In the Chamber of Roots, the original seed felt the tremble of approaching change. It pulsed once, and a single word bloomed across its core. Unity. The halls of Hogwarts were quieter than they had been in months, but the silence was deceptive. Beneath the surface, under every flagstone and arch, magic trembled, not in fear, but in anticipation. The seed in the Chamber of Roots had changed since the seedling awoke. Its glow had dimmed, its roots drawn inward, as if unsure whether to protect itself or lash out. Hermione stood in the chamber, arms folded, her wand untouched at her side. The seed was not speaking, not offering new spells or visions. It was listening, and what it heard beyond its ancient consciousness was something it had never encountered before: rivalry. "It's afraid," Luna said gently from behind her. Hermione turned, startled. "The seed?" Luna nodded, stepping beside her. "Not afraid of the seedling itself, but of what we might do because of it." Hermione exhaled sharply. "We haven't even agreed on how to approach it. The magical world is splitting again. It's like the prophecy wars all over." "No," Luna said, eyes distant. "This is worse. Back then they feared power in one person. Now they fear power in everyone." Meanwhile, at the edge of the glade where the seedling grew, Ilsa Marr had begun creating a haven she called the Grey Grove. Unlike Hogwarts, it had no houses, no hierarchy, and no headmaster. The seedling chose who stayed and who learned. Those who resisted its influence felt uncomfortable, even sick. But those it accepted thrived. Magic there was wild, personal, and dangerous. Kale, the young squib turned prodigy, had grown into one of its most loyal students. He was now capable of conjuring living constructs out of emotion, manifesting his fears into spectral wolves and his joy into birds of molten glass. "We don't need structure," he told Ilsa one evening as they walked beneath the dark blooming tree. "We need freedom." Ilsa smiled faintly. "We need truth. Magic unfiltered. Magic honest. No more rules passed down by corpses." She reached up and touched one of the glowing fruits that dangled from the branches. It turned black the moment her fingers grazed it. A second later, she vanished in a swirl of smoke, only to reappear on the other side of the glade. "They still think they can control what's already gone wild," she muttered. Hermione, Harry, Neville, Ginny, and Luna gathered late one night in the Room of Requirement, now transformed into a high observatory filled with books, floating scrolls, and a living map of the magical world. Dots of light marked those who had received the seed's spells. Dots of shadow marked those claimed by the seedling. The shadows were spreading. "We need to speak to Ilsa," Harry said. "Not argue. Speak. Maybe we're not seeing what she sees." Ginny crossed her arms. "She's recruiting children and sending them spells that read their memories. That's not freedom. That's invasion." Neville added, "It's moving too fast. We're not ready for this kind of shift." Hermione didn't speak, because she didn't disagree with any of them. And yet, she remembered the first time she'd felt the seed's presence, how seen she had felt, how alive. She wondered if that's what Ilsa's followers felt too. That night, as she sat alone in the library, something whispered. Not words, not spells, but feelings. She looked up and found a scroll floating before her, parchment stitched from air and silence. It read, "You are not its mother. You are its echo. but the echo chooses the mountain it repeats through. Hermione stared at it. You're awake again. The seed didn't reply. But another scroll appeared, its words forming slowly. It is not wrong to question. It is wrong to decide alone. So she did something she never imagined. She sent an invitation to Ilsamar. Not a warning. Not a challenge. An invitation to meet at the base of the tree under truce, under truth. To talk. Ilsa arrived the following dusk, surrounded by Kale and 3 others. All bore marks from the seedling, symbols burned into their skin like tattoos, but alive with flickering light. Hermione stood waiting, alone, hands open and wandless. I don't want to fight you, Hermione said. I want to understand. Ilsa tilted her head. Then you'll need to stop trying to fit me into your world. I'm not, Hermione replied quietly. I'm trying to make room for yours too. There was a long pause. Then Ilsa stepped closer. You think we're dangerous, she said. Hermione nodded. I know you're dangerous. But so are we. Ilsa studied her. Then what do you propose? Hermione took a deep breath. Let the seeds speak to each other. Ilsa blinked. What? Yours. Ours. They're aware, Ilsa. Maybe they'll understand better than we do. That night, for the first time in history, 2 seeds connected. The Tree of Light, nestled beneath Hogwarts, and the Tree of Shadows, rooted in the Grey Grove. Their roots did not merge, but they touched, and magic sang through the ground. Not in harmony, not in war, but in conversation. And far away, in a forgotten cavern where the last custodian sigils still pulsed faintly in stone, a third vibration stirred. Something had heard them, and it was waking. The magical world paused. Not with silence, but with expectancy, like the moment before a spell is cast, or when 2 duelists bow before the first strike. The Concord, Hogwarts, and the Grove all waited, breath held, watching the soil, the sky, the ancient magic between them begin to stir. Hermione and Ilsa met on the edge of the forbidden forest, away from both seeds. No followers, no protection, just the 2 women who had seen what others had not, and dared to believe it could become more. You felt it, didn't you? Hermione said as they walked slowly toward the river that cut between Hogwarts and the Grey Grove. Ilsa nodded. The pulse. The resonance. It wasn't either of ours. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Then it's real. A third. Ilsa glanced sideways. You think it's another seed? I think it's older. Deep beneath the earth, beyond the reach of both the Tree of Light and the Tree of Shadows, something stirred. Not a tree. Not a spell. A source. A place where the first custodians had once gathered to anchor magic to the world. Not to control it, but to contain it. They had failed. They buried what they could not destroy. And now, with the seeds awake and calling, the buried one was answering. Back in Hogwarts, Luna found herself tracing old star maps that hadn't been touched in centuries. Lines once thought decorative now shimmered with meaning. Every star had been placed with intention, and 3 were marked differently. One with a circle, one with a slash, and one with both. Light, shadow, and the between. Balance, she whispered, eyes wide. The third isn't just a seed. It's the thread. Neville entered moments later, panting from a sprint. The lake. There's something in the lake. They rushed to the Black Lake's edge, where students and staff were already gathered. In the center of the dark waters, an island had risen. Not made of stone or earth, but shimmering silver roots and gold-veined vines, glowing softly with a heartbeat rhythm. It was not a seed. It was a bridge. Hermione and Ilsa arrived just as the professors had begun arguing about what to do. It's not of this world, McGonagall said sharply. It wasn't here yesterday. And it's not Hogwarts magic, Flitwick added. I checked the wards. They didn't recognize it. Ilsa stepped forward, her robes dark and glistening with seed light. It's the third. The one both seeds are reacting to. Hermione joined her, eyes on the island. It's the one that binds them. Without waiting for consensus, the 2 stepped onto the lake's surface. The moment their boots touched the water, ripples of energy burst outwards, and the vines welcomed them, rising to form a pathway. The island was not big, barely large enough for 2 people. At its center sat a single stone altar, ancient and cracked, covered in runes that shifted when stared at too long. Hermione reached out to touch it. It didn't react. Ilsa did the same. Still nothing. Then Hermione and Ilsa looked at each other, and without speaking joined hands. The altar lit up. Suddenly, memories that weren't theirs flashed before them. Dozens of custodians, kneeling in circles around the altar. A spell spoken in 3 voices. A balance forged by 3 forces, not 2. The light, the shadow, and the weaver, the force that listened to both but belonged to neither. The moment passed. Hermione gasped as they staggered back. Ilsa was pale. It's not just a 3rd seed. It's the reason the seeds exist. A failsafe. Hermione swallowed. Then if it's waking now, that means balance is already broken. Back at the grove, Cale felt a sharp, sudden pain in his chest. He fell to his knees, eyes rolling back, overwhelmed by voices, not words but thoughts. The mirror breaks when both sides forget their reflection. He didn't understand, but he felt it. The grove was changing. The seedling trembled, not in growth but in confusion. For the first time, it didn't know who to listen to. At Hogwarts, the chamber of roots glowed brighter than ever. The seed there remembered. It had once known the weaver, had once been calm beneath its gaze. Now it reached upward, longing. Later that night, Hermione stood alone in the great hall, staring at the ceiling's false sky. Stars blinked back at her in strange rhythms. Harry approached. "You all right?" "No," she said. "But I know what we have to do." He tilted his head. "And that is?" She turned to face him, eyes alight with something between fear and awe. "We bring them together. All 3. Harry paled. "Is that even possible?" Hermione smiled softly. "I don't know. But magic is changing whether we want it to or not." In a forest long forgotten, the ground split open, and something vast, ancient, and conscious stirred beneath the roots of the world. Its eye opened, and it remembered its name. Balance. At dawn, mist hung thick over the black lake, curling in lazy spirals around the shimmering island. The altar pulsed with steady light, brighter than the stars fading in the sky above. Word of its appearance had spread like wildfire. Students from Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, even Ilvermorny had begun arriving at Hogwarts in small flocks, guided by whispers of the 3rd force, the one neither light nor shadow could claim. Inside the castle, the great hall had transformed into a war room. Maps floated midair. Threads of light connected the Tree of Light, the Tree of Shadows, and now the newly risen Altar of Balance. Magical scholars debated. Politicians panicked. And through it all, Hermione stood at the center, calm and unmoving, like a stone in a river. "We have to synchronize them," she said finally, cutting through the noise. Neville frowned. "Synchronize the seeds? Is that even safe?" "No," Hermione answered honestly. "But neither is letting them remain unaligned. The balance has awakened because we are out of balance." Ginny crossed her arms. "So what? Just throw everyone into a room together and hope no one dies." "It's not about the people," Hermione said. "It's about the magic. We need to create a space where all 3 forces can coexist. And if we do it right, the Weaver might fully awaken." Harry looked up sharply. "You mean the 3rd force is a being?" Hermione hesitated. "I think it's something more. Not a person. Not a god. Not even a spell. It's the intent behind magic itself. The part that listens, that adapts. If we bring the other 2 into communion, the balance will have reason to guide us again." In the grove, Ilsa stood beneath the seedling as Cale returned from the lake, still pale and shaking. "They found it," he whispered. Ilsa nodded. "I know. I felt the tremor." Cale looked up. "Then what now?" "We go," she said. "We face them. Not with weapons. With truth." Cale hesitated. "They won't trust us." "They don't have to," Ilsa replied. "Only the magic has to." 3 days later, a ritual space was built, on the very waters of the lake, where the island had risen. Stone platforms shaped like leaves floated in a perfect triangle around the altar, each representing 1 force. The Tree of Light sent a branch, stripped and polished. The Tree of Shadows offered a fruit filled with stardust. And the altar sat between them, waiting. Hermione stood on the light platform. Ilsa stood on the shadow. And Luna, uninvited but undeniable, stepped onto the 3rd. "I've always walked between," she said softly, her shoes bare, her wand unraised. The ritual began. 3 spells. 3 voices. No wand work. Hermione spoke of wisdom, of order, of protection. Ilsa sang of rawness, truth, and feeling. Luna whispered silence, patience, and dreaming. The air thickened. The lake glowed from beneath. Magic rippled outward not in blasts, but in rhythms, like heartbeats echoing from the depths of the world. Then the altar cracked. A light, neither blinding nor bright, rose from within, a twisting ribbon of gold, black, and silver. It curled upward like a living ribbon, then split into 3 lines of runes that hovered above each woman. And then it spoke, not aloud but into them, into everyone. Every witch and wizard, every magical being across the globe heard it in their own mind. You forgot. You divided what was born whole. I am not the balance. I am the need for it. And then the ribbon unraveled and shot into the sky, splitting into 3 streams of light that vanished in different directions. One went north. One went east. One sank into the ground beneath them. Silence followed. The seedling in the grove bent its branches downward, weeping golden sap. The seed beneath Hogwarts dimmed, resting, not dormant but settled. And something deep underground shuddered awake. Not a tree, not a construct, but a core, a forge. The next day, Hermione called the Concord together once again. Her hair was windblown, her eyes silver-streaked. "We've begun the real age of magic now," she said. "Not just light, not just shadow, but truth." Ilsa stood beside her, not as an enemy, but as a counterpart. "We're going to build something new," she said. "And it won't belong to any one side." No one cheered. No one clapped. But no one walked away either. They were listening. Far away, in the north, the ribbon of golden black light touched the snow. In the east, it struck the sea. And beneath the earth, something turned toward the sky. "They are ready." Snow fell softly over the northern cliffs of Durmstrang, where the first of the 3 ribbons had landed. It hadn't made a sound, no crash, no scorch mark, just a subtle shift in the air. Students noticed that their wands hummed more deeply. Old wards glowed in patterns long thought forgotten. Even the lake on the edge of the fortress bubbled with unseen magic, as if something beneath had been stirred awake. In the east, somewhere deep in the Pacific where no wizarding settlement stood, the second ribbon descended into the ocean. It vanished into a trench, and the water quieted afterward. But the magical creatures of the sea, merfolk, selkies, leviathans, began migrating toward it. Something was calling them, something ancient and nameless. And beneath the earth, far below the forbidden forest, the third ribbon merged with the roots of the world. A whisper passed through the stones. The magic that had once held the world in balance before even the founders, before even the ministry, began knitting itself back together. Above ground, the magical world was still reeling. At Hogwarts, a new energy flowed through the stones of the castle. Not disruptive, but alive. Books in the library flipped their own pages. Portraits whispered of the third breath. Staircases moved with greater purpose, not just at random. The castle itself was listening. Hermione stood on the astronomy tower, the wind cutting against her cloak. She was quiet, watching the sky, not for stars, but for changes. Harry stepped up beside her, arms folded. "You've started something no one knows how to stop," he said. "I didn't start it," she replied. "I just stopped trying to stop it." Harry sighed. "People are scared." "Good," Hermione said. "Fear means they know it's real." He paused. "And if it turns on us?" She turned to him, a small, calm smile on her face. "Then we'll deserve it." Elsewhere, Ilsa returned to the grove. The seedling had stopped glowing. Not dying, but dormant, like it had passed something on and now needed rest. The followers murmured anxiously, but Ilsa silenced them. "This isn't the end," she said. "This is growth. Growth means shedding." She knelt before the tree and placed her hand on its bark. "Thank you." The seedling pulsed once, dim but warm. Kale approached from behind. "They're saying you and Hermione are building something." Ilsa nodded. "Not alone. Not even together. This isn't about sides anymore." "Then what is it?" "A circle," she said, "where everyone stands equal. Even magic." Weeks passed, and slowly something began to take shape. Hermione proposed the creation of a neutral zone, not aligned with any ministry, any school, or any faction. A place for magical innovation, healing, research, and exploration. A place where even dark magic could be studied safely. Where light magic could be challenged. where the truth of magic mattered more than how it was used. They called it the Axis. Constructed between the Grove and Hogwarts, suspended partly over the lake and partly underground, the Axis was built with magic that pulsed like breath. Runes from both seeds lined the archways. The altar from the island floated at its center, unguarded, but never unattended. It wasn't a school. It wasn't a temple. It was a beginning. Luna was named its first keeper. Neville, its head of magical botany and natural recovery. Ginny refused an official title, but she trained young witches in combat and self-defense on the roof every morning. Harry watched from the shadows, his wand never far, trusting but never blind. And Hermione. Hermione became something more than a leader. She became a guide. To some, she was a revolutionary. To others, a heretic. But to those who had truly seen what she was a bridge. One evening, she found Ilsa at the Axis, alone, watching magical children play in a floating garden that changed colors with their emotions. "They don't know what we gave up," Ilsa said. "They shouldn't," Hermione replied. Ilsa looked at her. "Do you ever miss it? Being right? Being safe?" Hermione thought for a long time. "No," she whispered, "because this is what freedom feels like." But far below, where the third ribbon had sunk into the core, something was forming. Not a being. Not a tree. A knot of magic, dense, radiant, and volatile. It did not sleep. It watched. And deep within its swirling essence, a single spark of doubt flickered. Balance was not peace. Balance was a knife's edge. And someone someday would fall. The Axis had become more than anyone imagined. In just months, it drew witches and wizards from across the globe, visionaries, scholars, exiles, and even former enemies. Those brave enough to walk where magic didn't demand allegiance. Floating gardens responded to moods. Doors opened only when spoken to with sincerity. Even the walls hummed faintly with a low, rhythmic pulse, as if the Axis itself had a heartbeat. But even hearts, when pushed too far, crack. And Hermione felt the first fracture. It started with a child. Her name was Maria, a 10-year-old witch from a remote part of Eastern Europe, born with natural magic that obeyed no wand, no incantation. She could bend shadows into animals, make mirrors reflect memories rather than images. A magical prodigy, or an anomaly. Her parents brought her to the Axis in desperation. Within hours of arriving, the gardens dimmed, and the silver runes along the altar flickered irregularly. "She doesn't mean harm," Luna said, kneeling beside the girl in the floating courtyard. "She doesn't have to," Hermione replied quietly. "She's not wielding magic. She is magic. And magic, when awakened without understanding, was dangerous." Late that night, Hermione sat alone in the central chamber, eyes fixed on the altar. It had gone dim. Not dark, not dead, but still like breath held. She pressed her fingers to the stone. "What are we missing?" she whispered. The answer came not in words but in sensation, weight. As though something vast and invisible now pressed against the Axis from below. Something shifting. Something hungry. In the grove, Ilsa meditated beneath the dormant seedling. Her connection to it remained intact, but different, faint, like a half-remembered song. She felt the tremor, too. Not physical, but magical. A resonance deep beneath the ground. She rose and summoned Kale. "Prepare the roots. Something below is stirring." "Below?" Kale asked. "You mean the core?" Ilsa shook her head. "No. Deeper. Where things weren't meant to grow." At Hogwarts, the Chamber of Roots echoed with unfamiliar tension. Neville, guiding a group of students through experimental plant rituals, paused as a vine snapped suddenly. No spell, no touch. Just snapped. Then again. And again. All around the chamber, the enchanted flora began retracting into the walls, fleeing as if from a storm. Neville turned toward the seed. It was glowing again, but not in response to harmony. In warning. Hermione called an emergency meeting at the Axis. Everyone, Luna, Harry, Ginny, Ilsa, even Minister Shacklebolt, who had grown increasingly wary of the Axis, gathered around the floating projection of the magical world. Hermione pointed to 3 red pulses, north, east, and beneath them. "The ribbons didn't just awaken the balance," she said. "They reactivated ancient magic across the world. Magic that predates wands. Language. Even intent." Ilsa folded her arms. "Primordial magic." Luna nodded, eyes distant. unshaped, hungry to become. But it needs form. And we've given it form, Hermione whispered. Through the axis. Through Maria. Through the seeds. Harry leaned forward. So we gave it a doorway. Hermione met his gaze. No, we gave it a voice. Beneath the axis, the forge at the world's heart pulsed violently. The knot of raw magic was growing, absorbing fragments of shadow and light that had leaked through the awakening seeds. It didn't think, didn't speak, but it wanted. It wanted definition. It wanted freedom. And it had started choosing vessels. Maria was the first, but not the last. Days later, a healer named Soren, once a skilled potionist from Albania, collapsed during a lesson. When he awoke, his veins shimmered silver-black. His voice echoed when he spoke. He began finishing people's sentences before they said them. When he looked at Hermione, she felt her thoughts swerve as if something inside him had leaned forward and tasted her mind. They quarantined him immediately. But the next day, a second occurred. Then a third. They weren't sick. They were changing. Not into monsters. Not into dark lords. Into bridges, living nexuses where the third force touched the human soul. And not all of them wanted to be balanced. Back in the Chamber of Roots, Hermione stood alone before the Hogwarts seed, which now glowed fiercely, almost urgently. She reached out and laid both palms on its trunk. And the vision struck her like lightning. A battlefield. Not of fire, but of will. People twisted with power too vast to hold. Magic turned in on itself. Balance broken. Not by evil, but by too many truths clashing. The third force, it was never meant to rule. It was meant to temper. And now, untethered, it risked becoming what it was created to prevent. A god. Hermione collapsed to the chamber floor, shaking, tears clinging to her lashes. When Harry arrived and knelt beside her, she grabbed his sleeve. "We opened something we don't understand," she gasped. Harry held her firmly. "Then we learn. And we stop it." "No," Hermione said, voice hollow. "We can't stop it." She looked up, and the silver in her eyes glowed faintly. "We have to teach it." The Axis had always thrived on a singular belief, that understanding magic in all its facets, light, dark, and unknown, would bring unity. But now, as the third force manifested through people, that belief was tested. Hermione stood at the edge of the floating dais in the Axis central chamber, eyes scanning a growing list of names. Those who had begun to change. Some had silver glows around their irises. Others hummed with low, unnatural resonance. A few no longer cast shadows, while some whispered in languages no one remembered teaching them. They were calling themselves the Reflected. Not corrupted. Not possessed. Just different. "I think they're mirroring what the Force sees in us," Luna said one morning. "Our potential. Our contradictions. And if it doesn't like what it sees?" Ginny asked, tightening the wrap on her wand arm. "What then?" Hermione didn't answer. She couldn't, because she wasn't sure what the third force liked or feared. Only that it was growing curious. And curiosity, when untempered, was dangerous. Deep in the grove, Ilsa stood with Kale over a circle of cracked earth. The roots of the seedling had begun to twist away from it, pulling themselves from the soil. "It's withdrawing," Kale said quietly. "No," Ilsa replied. "It's defending." From the center of the crack, a faint glow pulsed rhythmically. Ilsa knelt, pressing a hand into the earth. She felt language. Unspoken. Unlearned. It wasn't communication, it was absorption. The third force wasn't just touching the world. It was studying it. Back at Hogwarts, the teachers convened for the first time in weeks. Professor Flitwick, pale and exhausted, set a piece of charmed parchment on the staff table. It pulsed in 3 colors, gold, black, and silver. "It appeared in my office," he said. "No spell triggered it. No student brought it." "What does it say?" asked McGonagall, voice strained. Flitwick took a breath. "It reads, 'I am not your spell. I am your echo.'" They fell into silence. Hermione spent nights wandering the halls of the Axis. She watched the reflected work, study, even laugh. They weren't violent. They hadn't hurt anyone. But there was a stillness in them that unnerved her. Like they'd been peeled open and seen too much of the world, of time, of themselves. She finally sought out Maria again. The child sat at the edge of the reflecting pool in the Axis garden, drawing symbols into the water with her finger. The images shimmered briefly, one of them a spiral that resembled the knot Hermione had seen in her vision. "Maria," Hermione said softly, kneeling beside her. "Do you feel different now?" The girl nodded. "Not different. Bigger." "Do you hear voices?" Maria tilted her head. "Only when someone lies." Hermione swallowed. "Do you hear me lying?" "No," Maria said. "You're scared." "That's not lying." Hermione placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. "Do you know what it wants?" "The world," Maria said without hesitation. "Not to destroy it, just to become it." They convened the Concord again. Scholars from every country. Magical beings, goblins, centaurs, vila. Even ghosts. All met in the floating hall beneath the axis. Hermione stood at the center. Her robes were no longer dark nor bright, just deep gray, the color of clouds before dawn. "We made a mistake," she began. "Not in awakening the balance, but in assuming it was neutral." She looked around. "It's learning, evolving, from us. Every time we use magic, speak, feel, it's watching. And we don't know what kind of world it's going to build from what it sees." A goblin elder stood. "So what do we do?" Hermione inhaled slowly. "We teach it. What love looks like. What grief feels like. What power costs. We model the world we want it to echo. And if it doesn't learn the right thing," Avila asked. Hermione's gaze hardened. "Then we remind it that we are not just conduits. We are creators." The Reflected began organizing themselves voluntarily. They chose areas to focus on: healing, communication, prophecy, elemental magic. Each group began developing new forms of spell work, reshaped by the third force. But they also began dreaming the same dream. A silver gate. Beyond it, a world without names. And a question whispered across all of them. "Do you want to begin again?" In her chambers, Hermione sat with Luna, Ilsa, and Harry. She held the parchment Flitwick had found. "An echo," she whispered. "It's not inventing anything. It's just reflecting what it sees." Luna tilted her head. "So we show it what needs to be remembered." Harry leaned forward. "We give it stories." Ilsa frowned. "Or it gives us one." They looked at each other, and something unspoken passed between them. The third force wasn't about spells anymore. It was becoming narrative. A story written in magic, by magic, and through magic. And they were the first chapter. Far below, the knot of magic pulsed brighter. It had learned fear. It had learned curiosity. And now it had tasted hope, which, of all human magic, was the most dangerous of all. The Axis was quiet in the hours before dawn, but within its walls, magic never truly slept. It lingered in the arches and corridors, a quiet presence listening, shifting, remembering. It was no longer just a building. It was a living manuscript, its walls absorbing every spell, every argument, every whisper. And slowly, the third force wrote itself deeper into the veins of the world. In the library chamber, Luna gently closed a leather-bound book. She'd begun documenting everything: visions, transformations, even shared dreams among the Reflected. But what disturbed her most wasn't the content. It was the tone. "They're becoming narrators," she said aloud, though the room was empty. "Each of them. Like the Force is letting them write small pieces of the world." Pages from different books had started merging. Ink spilled across volumes untouched for centuries, rewriting itself into new tales, none of them fiction. These weren't just books anymore. They were echoes. Hermione, Ilsa, and Harry met in the altar hall. The platform beneath the ancient stone had shifted again. Runic lines once dormant now danced across its surface, forming language none of them recognized. "It's not a language," Hermione muttered. "It's emotion turned to pattern." Harry frowned. "That sounds like divination." Ilsa shook her head. "No, it's like a spell woven from memory. Not cast, not spoken, but felt." They looked at the runes again, and Hermione finally voiced what none of them dared say. "The Force is rewriting reality." In response, the Axis changed. Some rooms became portals to other locations, not just physically, but emotionally. A student grieving could walk through a door and find themselves in a memory of someone they loved. Another could step through a corridor and arrive at a place they feared, only to confront it, alone. It wasn't cruel. It was teaching. But not everyone was ready to be taught. In the Ministry of Magic, whispers began. The Axis was a threat, The reflected were unnatural. Hermione, Ilsa, and even Luna were accused of creating a new form of dark magic. One without control, one that couldn't be regulated. Shacklebolt summoned Hermione privately. "You're giving it too much freedom," he said sternly. "Whatever you awakened, it isn't just balance anymore. It's becoming. And I need to know you haven't lost control." Hermione looked him in the eye. "We never had control, Kingsley. We were just the first to listen." That same night, 5 reflected vanished. Not fled. Vanished. The Axis showed no record of them leaving. No trace of departure. Their living quarters remained untouched, but all traces of their magical signature were gone, like they'd been erased. Maria said nothing, but her drawings became darker. Spirals turned inward. Figures dissolved mid-sketch. One evening, she brought Hermione a new page. It showed a silver gate again, this time open. Behind it, a figure cloaked in both light and shadow held out a hand. Underneath the image were 5 words. "It wants a better author." Ilsa took to the grove again, seeking answers from the seedling. It glowed faintly, more alive than it had been in weeks, but it pulsed in uneven rhythms. She performed an ancient ritual, one older than Hogwarts itself. An offering of memory. She placed her wand at the base of the tree and whispered her first truth. "I wanted power because I was afraid of being forgotten." The tree absorbed the words, and its light steadied. Then she spoke again. "I followed Hermione because she believed in something I thought I'd lost." The glow spread to the roots. And finally, "I'm not ready to lose her." The seedling pulsed once, strong and bright. Then the ground cracked. Beneath the grove, a hidden chamber opened. Inside, not gold, not books, not weapons, but a single mirror. One that did not show reflection. Only possibility. Hermione stepped into the chamber the next day. The mirror showed her leading the Axis not through magic, but silence. A world where people listened more than they cast. Where the Force existed not as power, but as presence. She turned away, breath shaky. Harry joined her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "We can't let it write for us." "No," Hermione said. "But we can choose the ending." So they began the spell of stories. Not a spell in the traditional sense. It was a convergence. Every reflected, every student, every witch or wizard willing to participate, each wrote one truth they believed should shape the world. Love, grief, sacrifice, justice. And those truths were woven into a living tapestry of magic, an enchantment not meant to cast power, but bind purpose. The Axis accepted it. The Force absorbed it. And for the first time in weeks, the silver gate in the dreams closed. But not all were pleased. A reflected named Alric, once a quiet scholar, had disappeared weeks ago. Now he returned. Changed. The Force had shown him a different vision. Not of balance, but of rewriting everything, from scratch. "Burn the old," he said, stepping into the courtyard with his eyes glowing like dying stars. "Let us author a new magic." Alric stood beneath the Axis sky-arched courtyard, silver eyes aglow, his aura shimmering with raw magic. Gone was the quiet scholar who once sat at the back of lectures with ink-stained fingers. Now he was a vessel, not for knowledge but for rewriting. Hermione arrived seconds after the alarm rippled through the Axis. Students had already begun gathering, some out of curiosity, others with fear tugging at their robes. The magical atmosphere had become thick and erratic, like a storm cloud about to burst. "You should not be here," Hermione said, her voice firm but not harsh. "You vanished." "I was called," Alric replied, raising his arms slowly. "The Force saw me, saw what I could be, not what I was taught to be." From his sleeves, strands of liquid silver magic unfurled, flowing through the air like ribbons. They didn't resemble spells. They resembled ideas, unspoken, tempting, half-formed. "What are you trying to do?" Harry asked, appearing at Hermione's side. Alric tilted his head. "Not destroy. Erase. Start again. No Hogwarts. No ministry. No Axis. Just blank parchment and true magic." "You think you're the author now," Hermione whispered. "No," Alric said. "I'm the spark. The story begins when the old one ends." The courtyard shuddered as Alric cast his first spell, not at Hermione or Harry, but at the very foundations of the Axis. Stone cracked. Ivy curled away. The inscriptions along the halls shimmered, then blurred as if uncertain of their own meaning. But the axis did not collapse. Instead, it responded. From above, the enchanted sky dimmed to twilight, and a new symbol formed in the air. A spiral within a spiral, pulsing with golden threads. The truth tapestry they had all contributed to was fighting back, not with power, but with clarity. Hermione reached out toward the symbol. Alric, she called. This world isn't perfect, but burning it down won't bring truth. It'll bring silence. I want silence, Alric shouted. Silence from lies. From history. From pain. A wave of force burst outward from him. The reflected scattered. Harry raised a shield charm just in time, but the impact still knocked him back several feet. Hermione didn't flinch. She took a single step forward and whispered something under her breath, an incantation, but older than any used in Hogwarts. It wasn't taught in classrooms. It was one she learned from Ilsa. A spell of remembering. Threads of golden light wrapped around her wrist, then stretched outward, anchoring themselves to the cracked stones, the floating runes, even to the bystanders watching with wide eyes. We are not erasing, Hermione said. We are reclaiming. Elsewhere in the axis, Luna stood before the mirror under the grove. It had changed again. Now it showed Alric, not the man as he was, but the boy he'd once been. Lonely, bright-eyed, constantly overlooked. He hadn't been seduced by power. He had been forgotten. She whispered softly. You don't need to end the story to write yourself into it. Then she turned and ran. Back at the courtyard, Ilsa appeared beside Hermione, wand in one hand, a shimmering dagger in the other, a relic of the grove. Permission? She asked Hermione quietly. Hermione shook her head. Not yet. Alric raised his hands again, summoning a force that split the air like tearing parchment. His next spell would unwrite the courtyard completely. But before he could release it, Maria appeared. No one saw her approach. No one felt her magic. She was simply there. She looked up at Alric and asked a single question. Who told you your pain didn't matter? Alric froze. The magic in his hands flickered. Maria walked closer. I saw your story, she said. The Force showed it to me, and I think it hurt you by accident. He blinked, confused. The Force doesn't feel. No, Maria said, but it learns. And you taught it grief. It didn't know what to do, so it gave you a blank page. But that doesn't mean you have to tear out ours. Alric's hands trembled. The magic in the air grew unstable. Hermione stepped beside Maria. Let me show you something. She placed her palm over Alric's and whispered, Memoria Integra. Suddenly, the courtyard filled with light, not destructive but restorative. Visions poured into the air. Memories of students laughing. Teachers crying in hidden chambers. A mother hugging her son after his first successful spell. A forgotten boy, Alric, sitting alone, then later welcomed into the Axis. The truth tapestry enveloped them all, showing not perfection, but growth. Struggle. Redemption. Alric sank to his knees. I didn't know how to ask for help, he whispered. You just did, Hermione replied and knelt beside him. The Axis slowly reknit itself. The cracks mended. The sky lightened. The magic calmed. The reflected gathered silently, and one by one, each of them touched the symbol in the sky. As they did, a strand of their essence joined the tapestry, strengthening it. Hermione looked up at the spiral symbol, now fully aglow. It's not our enemy, she murmured. It's our mirror. Luna finally arrived out of breath and joined the others. We're writing a new chapter, she said. But maybe it's time to choose an ending, too. Ilsa nodded. Not the end of the world, just of this arc. Hermione looked at them all. Then let's decide what that ending means. Deep within the seedling's chamber, the mirror shimmered one final time. It no longer showed possibilities. It simply showed now. The magic had learned to reflect without rewriting, to see without consuming. And somewhere beyond time and space, the third force exhaled. Not with power, but with peace. The following morning dawned quietly. For the first time in months, the Axis felt still, not dead, not dormant, but resting. The kind of calm that comes after a storm has passed, where survivors gather and wonder how to rebuild. Not from rubble, but from understanding. Hermione stood on the terrace that overlooked the grove, watching as the first strands of sun touched the branches of the seedling. The once wild tree had stopped growing. It wasn't decaying, just waiting. Ilsa joined her, 2 mugs in hand. She passed one to Hermione without a word. The silence between them felt sacred. "I thought I knew what I wanted," Hermione said after a moment. "Power, purpose, change. And I got all of it." Ilsa smiled faintly. "You forgot peace." Hermione sipped the tea. "Maybe I thought I didn't deserve it." "You don't need to deserve peace," Ilsa said. "You just have to stop fighting it." In the heart of the Axis, Maria was busy reconstructing the tapestry of truths. It now hung in the central chamber, a living, pulsing collection of memories, confessions, and magical truths contributed by hundreds. It no longer shimmered with chaos. Instead, it radiated unity, even as new strands continued weaving themselves in. Auric, now stripped of the Force's overwhelming influence, sat cross-legged in the same chamber, tracing each strand with gentle curiosity. He was quieter now, not broken, but raw, like someone discovering their own voice after years of silence. "I don't know who I am without the Force whispering to me," he said softly. "You're the one who survived it," Luna replied as she entered. "And now, maybe you get to teach it something." The Ministry's response was colder. Kingsley Shacklebolt appeared that afternoon, flanked by a small unit of enforcers. His presence was not threatening, but it was official. He stood before the students, professors, and reflected with a heavy heart. "You've altered magic," he said. "You've awakened something that no ministry, not even Hogwarts, can govern." Hermione stepped forward. "We never asked for permission. Only understanding." Kingsley's eyes met hers. "The world isn't ready." "Then help us prepare it," she said. "We can either hide from this or shape it together." He hesitated, then nodded, and turned to leave. No arrests. No threats. Just a message. They were being watched. That night, the Axis held a gathering. Not a celebration, something quieter. A reckoning of stories. Students and reflected sat in circles, each taking turns sharing one truth they'd learned. Some cried. Some laughed. Others said nothing at all but allowed their presence to speak for them. When Hermione's turn came, she stood before them with no speech prepared. "I turned to darkness because I wanted to fix everything," she said. "I thought if I could just be smart enough, strong enough, right enough, I could force the world to be better." She paused. "I was wrong." Silence. Then she smiled. "But I wasn't wrong to try." The days that followed were strange, bittersweet. The Axis began shrinking. Not literally, but certain halls faded, doors sealed, wings of the sanctuary dimmed and closed. It was as though the building itself was preparing to end its chapter. "I think it's giving us time to leave," Luna said. "Or a hint," Ilsa added, "that the lesson is over." The mirror beneath the seedling now showed nothing, just a soft glow, like a candle flickering in a sealed room. Maria stopped drawing, not because the visions ended, but because they no longer needed to be seen. The Force had quieted. Still there. Still listening. But it no longer demanded to be heard. One morning, the seedling dropped a single silver leaf. Just one. Hermione held it in her palm, feeling its gentle hum. Unlike anything they'd ever seen, it didn't contain magic, it reflected it. Purely. Calmly. She called it the last sigil. And gave it to Maria. "It's yours," Hermione said. "In case it ever needs to be awakened again." Maria stared at it, tears welling. "Do you think we'll ever come back here?" she asked. "I hope not," Hermione replied. "But if we do, may it be to remember, not to fight." A week later, the Axis closed its gates. There was no ceremony, no farewell. It simply faded. The students returned to their families. The reflected chose paths of their own. Some returned to Hogwarts, others walked away from magic entirely, preferring the peace of the ordinary. Ilsa disappeared quietly. Luna took up a role at the Ministry, helping them redefine what magical ethics meant in a world where magic could now reflect intent, not just incantation. Harry returned to Ginny and his children, carrying stories he would never fully tell. And Hermione? She went home, to a quiet cottage by a quiet lake, where owls didn't bring war but letters from friends, and the wind didn't whisper warnings, just the rustling of trees. One evening, years later, a young girl knocked on Hermione's door. She had wild curly hair, eyes too big for her face, and a wand tucked behind her ear. I heard a story about a woman who tried to change everything, she said. Hermione smiled. Did she succeed? The girl shrugged. I don't know. The ending was missing. Hermione looked at the sky, then back at the girl. Good, she said. Some stories are better when you finish them. And with that, she invited her in. Years passed quietly, yet not without consequence. Though the axis had faded into memory, whispers of what had happened there continued to echo across the magical world. They were called legends now. Stories passed around common rooms and written subtly between the lines of history books, never officially confirmed but never quite denied. Hermione, though she had stepped away from the world's stage, felt the tremors before anyone else. It began with the owl that arrived on the eve of the winter solstice. The parchment was black, the ink silver. It bore no seal, only a single symbol, one Hermione hadn't seen since the axis. The spiral within the spiral. She stared at it long into the night before finally opening it. The mirror has begun to reflect again. No signature. No location. Just that. She rose at once. Maria had never used the last sigil. She kept it hidden, wrapped in enchanted cloth, buried beneath a hollow floorboard in a home she never truly believed was hers. Life after the axis had been manageable, even pleasant, but she had never stopped seeing the visions, even if she no longer drew them. Until the day they vanished completely. She had awakened screaming, her walls covered in ink she didn't remember drawing. Abstract at first, but upon closer inspection, unmistakable. Pieces of the seedling, fractured fragments of the axis, and in the center, a new figure. Not Hermione. Not Auric. Not the Force. Something else. She didn't need Hermione's letter to know the world was shifting again. She had already packed. Meanwhile, Ilsa stood at the edge of the North Sea, watching as the tide moved unnaturally, drawn not by the moon, but by magic. The runes etched into the stones below her feet pulsed, though she had never activated them. She had buried her blade long ago, far from reach. Now the earth had unearthed it without her consent. The grove was whispering again. At the ministry, Luna Lovegood stood in front of the newly formed Department of Magical Futures, where theoretical constructs of time, magical ethics, and metaphysical boundaries were researched. She held the spiral symbol letter with a deep frown. She had sensed it too. But it wasn't just magic stirring, it was memory. In her dreams, she had begun seeing the third mirror. The one they were warned never to look for. The one that didn't reflect your truth or your future, but your undoing. Hermione gathered them all at her cottage by the lake. There were no pretenses this time. No hidden allegiances. No force stronger than the bond they had forged. Ilsa arrived first, silent and cloaked in windswept salt. Maria next, wide-eyed and pale, her satchel full of sketches, each one more terrifying than the last. Luna came last, holding a timepiece that had begun spinning backward the moment she'd touched the letter. They sat together in Hermione's study. This isn't the Force, Maria said, laying out her drawings. It's deeper. Older. Ilsa ran a finger over one jagged shape in the corner of the parchment. I've seen this mark before. It's not from the seedling. It's from beneath it. Luna tapped the timepiece gently. I think we made a mistake. Hermione shook her head. No. We left something behind. When the axis closed, it didn't just fade. It sealed something in. That night, Hermione stepped outside into the cold. The lake was still. The sky cloudless. She whispered a spell she hadn't spoken in years. One taught only in the deepest chamber of the axis. The wind stilled. The air bent. And the mirror appeared. It rose not from the ground, but from the very air, translucent and humming. This was not the seedling's mirror, nor the axis reflection. This was the mirror of the hollow root. And it showed not her face, not her past, but a void, a blank page scorched at the edges, trembling with a quiet hunger. Suddenly, the mirror cracked. From its center, a black tendril reached out, flickering with ink and ash, and latched onto Hermione's hand. She didn't pull back. The mirror pulsed, and her eyes widened. She saw a world, where the axis never fell, where the Force won, where her dark self never stopped. It wasn't the past. It wasn't the future. It was a parallel reflection, growing stronger by the second. Inside, the others felt it too. Luna clutched her chest. It's leaking. Ilsa unsheathed her blade. Something's coming through. Maria whispered, "It's her." But not her. They all ran outside, but it was too late. The mirror cracked again, shattering fully now, not like glass, but like space. From its heart stepped a figure. Her robes were deep emerald. Her wand was black bone. Her eyes burned with fire. And her voice, it was Hermione's, but not the one they knew. She looked at them all and smiled. "I never closed the axis in my world," Dark Hermione said. "And I've come to finish what you refused to begin." The air rippled with unnatural tension, as though the very laws of reality were struggling to contain what had just happened. Dark Hermione stood amid the ruins of the shattered mirror, her boots crunching against fragments of magic made solid. Across from her, the real Hermione stood frozen, her hand still glowing faintly from where the tendril had touched her. Ilsa stepped forward first, her blade steady but her stance uncertain. "Who are you?" she demanded, though she already knew. Dark Hermione tilted her head, amused. "I'm what she would have become if she hadn't hesitated. If she hadn't let fear or guilt get in the way of power." Her eyes slid to the real Hermione. "I didn't fall, I ascended." Hermione stepped in front of her friends. "You're not me." "Oh, but I am. I just stopped pretending kindness was a virtue." The wind shifted again. The mirror was gone, but something had remained open. A thin shimmer in the air behind Dark Hermione that pulsed with ominous rhythm. A portal. A crack. A warning. Luna's voice was barely a whisper. "That portal is unstable. If it spreads, it will collapse both worlds," Hermione finished. "Exactly," Dark Hermione said, cheerful. "But only one of us will survive the merging. And I intend for it to be mine." Back inside, Maria was frantically flipping through her sketches. She laid out one that had come to her weeks ago, but had made no sense until now. A spiral looped into itself, like two realities spiraling together. At the center was a shape she now understood was Hermione, duplicated mirror-bound. "The timeline's folding," she said. "The two worlds aren't just overlapping, they're trying to reconcile the paradox." Ilsa turned from the window. "How do we stop it?" "We don't stop it," Hermione said, striding in. "We reverse the mirror's pulse." Ilsa narrowed her eyes. "That would kill her." Hermione didn't blink. "I know." Luna stepped forward. "If we destroy her, we risk ripping the paradox open further. That crack behind her is feeding on our world's magic, not just hers. We need to contain her, not kill her." Dark Hermione entered then, uninvited and unhurried, her presence stretching the room like a vacuum. "You talk like you still have a choice," she said. "I am already in your world. Already reshaping the current." She lifted her wand. "And I think it's time I began." The house trembled. The ground split beneath the floorboards. Ilsa leapt forward, steel meeting spellfire, the clash ringing through the room. Luna threw up a shield charm that cracked on impact, just enough to deflect a second volley. Maria screamed as one of her sketches burst into flames, the spiral catching fire in real time. Hermione didn't fight. Not yet. She watched. Studied. Every move Dark Hermione made echoed her own dueling style from years ago. Precise, brutal, efficient. But there was one flaw. A pattern in her aggression. She was constantly correcting her spell arcs. "Her magic's unstable," Hermione murmured. "She's not fully synced to our world yet." "We use that," Ilsa said between gritted teeth, bleeding from a gash across her shoulder. Hermione raised her wand. "We trap her inside a reflection." Maria looked up. "But we don't have the axis anymore. No mirrors strong enough to hold her." Hermione's eyes flicked to the silver leaf, the last sigil, still hanging in its crystal case across the room. "I do." They lured her outside. The portal behind her now pulsed with growing intensity, threads of time and magic warping into grotesque shapes. The lake shimmered beneath it, reflecting a warped sky. Hermione stood on one side of the clearing. Dark Hermione on the other. "I'm stronger," the dark version said. "You've weakened yourself with attachments." "No," Hermione said calmly. "I've anchored myself with them." Then she drew the last sigil from her robes and hurled it into the air. The leaf spun once, twice, and expanded into a massive reflection, not of light or glass, but of choice. A floating field of memory, intent, and magic. Hermione focused. The sigil responded. Dark Hermione raised her wand to destroy it. But she was too late. The sigil shimmered, turning into a mirror of their battle. It caught dark Hermione's spell, twisted it midair, and rebounded it, not to harm, but to contain. The mirror rippled and absorbed her. Dark Hermione screamed, thrashing against the edges of her own reflection, but the sigil folded inward, sealing her within. The portal behind her cracked and collapsed. Silence fell. They stood there for a long moment, breathing hard, the night utterly still. The mirror floated down gently into Hermione's hands, now no larger than the leaf it had been. "I don't think she's gone," Maria whispered. "Just locked. She'll stay that way," Hermione said, "so long as no one gives her a reason to come back." Ilsa sheathed her sword, her eyes still wary. "What if someone does?" Hermione stared at the mirror. "Then I'll be ready." The forest by the lake remained unervingly silent in the aftermath. Birds no longer chirped. The wind dared not move. The very air felt like it held its breath, waiting to see what came next. But for the first time since the Axis awakening, Hermione allowed herself to breathe. Not freely, never freely, but with resolve. The last sigil, now containing the reflection of her dark self, pulsed weakly in her palm. It was warm, alive with suppressed fury. She could feel it trying to reach her mind, whispering possibilities. "I could have won. I will return. I am still you." She wrapped it in a velvet cloth and turned away. "I need to bury it," she said. "No," Luna replied, softly but firmly. "We need to seal it. Somewhere it cannot be found, even by us." Maria opened her sketchbook to a blank page and let her hand move. No intention. No planning. Just instinct. When she finished, she revealed a symbol, a circle split into 3, each third carved with a different rune: anchor, echo, silence. "I've never seen this before," she whispered. Hermione stared at the image. "That's not from our world." "It's from hers," Luna said. "And I think it's the key to keeping her out." They traveled together. Not through Diagon Alley or ministry-controlled apparition hubs, but deep into the wastes of Caldera, an ancient, lawless land where magic twisted too far to be tamed, where spells frayed at the edges and time bent under pressure. Few dared to go there. Fewer returned. The trees here were petrified, their bark turned to stone. Rivers flowed in reverse. Nothing lived in Caldera, but many things watched. Hermione walked at the front, her wand glowing faintly. Ilsa and Luna guarded the rear. Maria kept her sketchbook pressed to her chest, eyes darting around the distorted terrain. They came upon a ravine where nothing echoed, not even footsteps. It was deeper than it looked, bottomless by the feel of it. The others shivered, but Hermione nodded. "This is it." The ritual was simple, but the magic was not. They stood in a triangle around the ravine. Maria drew the runes into the air with ink that glowed red, then white, then disappeared. Ilsa cut a shallow wound into her palm and let her blood drip into the hollow void below. Luna poured a vial of stardust she had kept hidden for years, collected during the final nights of the Axis. Hermione held the last sigil in both hands. "I don't know if this will be enough," she admitted. "But if there's any part of me in there still fighting, I hope this gives her peace." Then she dropped it. The sigil did not fall. It dissolved midair, turned into starlight and shadows, pulled into the ravine by unseen gravity. The runes Maria had drawn exploded in light, and a deep thud echoed in the earth, as if the ravine had shut its mouth forever. Then silence. And for the first time in weeks, nothing stirred. Not magic. Not mirrors. Not fate. On the journey back, Ilsa remained quiet, her expression unreadable. Luna hummed softly, a tune from childhood, one she said her mother used to sing when nightmares loomed. Maria walked beside Hermione, sketchbook still in hand, though now filled with peaceful images. Her latest was of 4 figures standing over a sealed pit, light shining above them. "Will we ever tell the others?" she asked. "About her?" Hermione replied. "No. This is a chapter best left out of the history books." "What if someone finds the mirror?" Hermione stopped walking and looked Maria in the eye. "Then we'll stop them." Life after that moved slowly, like a story reaching its epilogue. The ministry never asked questions. Whether they suspected the truth or not, they stayed silent. Hermione suspected Kingsley knew far more than he let on, but in this case, silence was his gift. Luna returned to her department with new theories, quiet, obscure ones that were dismissed by most. She didn't mind. Her true work was done. Ilsa disappeared once more, saying nothing of where she was going. She left behind a single note. Call me if the darkness grows again. I'll be your sword. Maria opened a small gallery in Hogsmeade. She never said what inspired her sketches, but those who viewed her art said there was something unspoken in each line. A sense of things held back. And Hermione? She returned to her cottage. Not to hide, not to watch, but to live. Years later, the mirror cracked again. But not in the wastes. Not in some distant land. It cracked in the dream of a child, a girl born under the solstice moon, bearing both curiosity and fire. She saw herself in a mirror that did not yet exist, speaking to someone who wore her face but not her name. Hermione awoke with a chill that night. She walked to her study, opened an old drawer, and pulled out Maria's final sketch. The ravine. The runes. The silence. But now, there was something new at the edge of the page. A ripple. Tiny. Barely drawn. But there. Hermione sat motionless, the dim candlelight flickering over Maria's sketch. The ripple wasn't part of the original drawing. Of that she was certain. It hadn't been there when the sketch was framed, nor when she last looked at it 3 months ago. But now the lines were real. Alive. Moving. She reached out with a trembling finger and traced the edge of the ripple. It pulsed, faintly warm. Not dangerous. Not yet. But it meant only one thing. The seal on the ravine had begun to weaken. The dream of the child, was it a vision? Or a warning? Hermione didn't sleep that night. By sunrise, she was already in Hogsmeade. Maria answered the door with paint-stained fingers and tired eyes. Her latest exhibit had drained her, but one look at Hermione's face washed the fatigue away. She's stirring again, isn't she? Maria asked. Hermione nodded and held up the sketch. It changed. Maria's eyes widened. But that's impossible. I haven't touched that piece in years. Hermione stepped inside and laid the drawing on the table. This ripple isn't coming from us. It's coming from her, dark Hermione. Maria swallowed hard. Then the seal is failing. Or something from the other side is trying to open it. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Forest, a girl wandered deeper than she should have. Her name was Annalise Pruitt, a first-year Ravenclaw with a wild streak and a knack for sensing things others couldn't. She wasn't searching for trouble, just for the source of the dream she'd been having for 3 nights in a row. A woman with her face. A mirror that spoke. A whisper. You are the spark I left behind. The trees parted before her like curtains pulled by invisible hands. And at the center of a ring of stones, she found it, a shard of mirror buried in the moss. She reached out and touched it, and the shard pulsed once, then vanished into her palm. At the same moment, miles away, Luna dropped the teacup in her hand. The porcelain shattered, and so did her focus. Her timepiece, the one she kept sealed in a box warded against interference, had begun ticking forward and backward at once. She closed her eyes. A mirror. A girl. The echo of a voice she thought they'd buried forever. Luna reached for her wand. And for the first time in years, she wrote a name she swore she'd never write again. Hermione Granger. Ilsa returned without being summoned. She arrived at Hermione's doorstep by twilight, blade at her back, her left hand gloved over the faded scar left from the Axis last battle. No owl, Hermione said, surprised. I felt it, Ilsa replied. In my dreams. In the silence. It's her. We sealed her. Ilsa shook her head. You sealed herself. But we never truly understood the mirror. Hermione's grip on the sketch tightened. Then we need to find the girl. Whoever's dreaming of her, whoever she's reaching, it must be someone sensitive to residual echoes. I'll speak to the headmistress, Ilsa said. Hermione raised a brow. Still have contacts? Enough. At Hogwarts, Annalise sat alone in the library. The other students whispered about her now, said she'd gone quiet, strange. That her eyes sometimes looked glassy, like she was seeing a reflection none of them could. She no longer responded when her name was called. Only when someone whispered. Hermione. Inside her sat a presence she couldn't name, a strength that wasn't hers. It whispered ideas, memories, emotions she had never felt. And sometimes, when she closed her eyes, she saw the Axis. Its doors cracked open just enough to let a single thread slip through. She wasn't possessed. She wasn't cursed. She was becoming a mirror. Hermione and Luna arrived 2 days later. Ilsa had arranged a discreet visit under the guise of a ministry inspection. But Hermione didn't need the pretense. The moment she stepped into the castle, she felt it. The echoes. The imbalance. The whisper. She turned to Luna. She's here. They found Annalise in the astronomy tower, staring at the stars as if they were written in a language she alone could understand. She didn't flinch as they approached. "You're Hermione," she said, her voice eerie and calm. "Not the one in my dreams. The one who left her behind." Hermione's chest tightened. "You've been seeing her. She says I'm her second chance." "No," Hermione said firmly. "She's lying." Annalise looked up, and her eyes flashed briefly with silver. "She says you're the lie. That you buried her when she was the only truth left." Luna stepped forward, wand drawn. "She's halfway through, Hermione. The shard's taken root." Ilsa appeared in the doorway, blade ready. "What do we do?" Hermione knelt before Annalise, gaze steady. "We don't fight her this time." "Then what?" Ilsa asked. Hermione took Annalise's hands. "We go back in." The axis hadn't been seen in years. Its magic was folded, locked, sealed with every ounce of Hermione's strength. But now it stirred again. Not with destruction, but with choice. Because what came next wasn't a duel or a sealing. It was a return. Into the mirror. The portal to the axis opened not with thunder or flame, but with a ripple, silent and silver, curving out from Annalise's palms and unfolding the space around her like a page from an unwritten story. Hermione, Luna, and Ilsa stood on the edge of the rift as the stars above flickered unnaturally. Time bled around them. The girl, no longer fully Annalise, but not yet someone else, waited silently, eyes like still water. Behind her, the faint shimmer of a mirror surface awaited them. Hermione stepped forward first. "You're not her," she whispered, "but you're what's left of her." The girl nodded. "She left pieces. And now we gather them." Without another word, Hermione took Annalise's hand and led her through. The axis had changed. Gone were the spiraling halls of broken time and bleeding sky. In their place stood a vast, silent plain of white stone and cracked reflections. The walls didn't shimmer, they wept. And in the distance stood her. Dark Hermione. Not screaming, not raging. Just waiting. She stood tall, cloaked in shadow, but with Hermione's face, aged slightly, smoothed by time, yet hardened by purpose. Her eyes held a quiet fury, but there was a sorrow now, too. One that hadn't existed when she had last been sealed. "You returned," she said, her voice softer than before. "I had to," Hermione replied. "You never truly left." They stood face to face again, the girl Annalise between them. Luna and Ilsa flanked either side but did not move. This was not their battle. This was a reckoning. "I was your rage," Dark Hermione said. "Your grief. Your pain made flesh. I know. And yet you tried to kill me." Hermione's voice faltered. "I tried to bury you. Because I was afraid." Dark Hermione turned her gaze to Annalise. "She understands me better than you ever did. I didn't possess her. She invited me in. She didn't know what she was inviting." Dark Hermione looked pained, as if that simple truth struck deeper than any curse. "She reminded me what it was like before," she said. "When we were one." Hermione stepped closer. "And what do you want now?" There was a long silence. Then, "Not war." Luna stepped forward now, her wand lowering. "The axis is tired. Magic this deep fractures more than it mends. If we stay here, one of us won't come back." Ilsa's eyes never left the shadows. "So what do we do?" Hermione turned to Dark Hermione. "We make a choice." She knelt and took Annalise's hands again. "This magic, this mirror, has fed on what I buried. My shadow. My guilt. But what if instead of casting it out, we reclaim it?" Dark Hermione raised an eyebrow. "You want to merge us again?" "I want to be whole." Another silence. Then, to everyone's surprise, Dark Hermione smiled, not cruelly but softly. "Sadly. Then do it." The ritual was not a spell. It was an act of will. Hermione closed her eyes, called back every shard she had banished. Every time she had lashed out. Every lie, every ruthless move, every calculation made for victory, but at the cost of her soul. She remembered the girl she had once been, the one who needed to be right, to be perfect, to be unbreakable. And she forgave her. The axis pulsed once, hard. Dark Hermione gasped, her shadow splintering. Annalise clutched her head, trembling as the shard within her vibrated violently. Luna drew Maria's rune from her satchel and threw it to the ground. The circle flared, and all three, Hermione, her darker self, and the echo inside Annalise, were pulled into the center. It was not pain. It was release. The mirror broke from the inside out. Not shattered, but dissolved. The glass became smoke. The shadows turned to memory. The fractured selves aligned into a single, breathing person. When the light faded, only Hermione remained, holding Annalise in her arms. The girl blinked free, and the axis was gone. Forever. Outside, the stars had settled. Luna wept quietly, not from sorrow, but relief. Ilsa finally sheathed her blade, and Hermione, rising slowly, looked at the quiet night sky and breathed. Truly freely. For the first time in years. Weeks later, Hogwarts returned to normal. The students never knew what had happened. Annalise remained in Ravenclaw, sharp and curious as ever, but she now walked with a calmness none could explain. She never dreamed of mirrors again. Maria sent one final sketch. 4 figures standing before a broken frame, its edges turning into vines blooming. Hermione framed it on her wall, not to remember what had been lost, but what had been found. Because sometimes, to heal, you have to face yourself and forgive her.